What's up, guys? Kind of a impromptu Saturday night stream, but I think we're gonna get some company here in a bit. So, yeah, what's up to excuse me, everyone that's there? Oops, that one kind of snuck out, didn't it? One second here. I want to make sure I got some invites set. Let's see here. Oop. Oop. Hold on here. I'm going to get a good buddy Jeff in here real quick. Copy. There we go. All right. So how's it going, everyone? You guys doing on this fine Saturday night? It is cold as fuck here. I'll tell you that much. The wind is just shitty and rainy. Weather's bullshit, but I mean, honestly, it does feel like November again. You know, we had a 70-degree day, and that was a little weird, but yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get some old friends in here in a second. What's going on? What's going on, Levi? What's going on, Ryan? What's going on? Jeez, man. Got a lot of people here already. It's always nice to see people show up for an impromptu stream. I didn't really plan this. It was just already had reviews done. I was like, well, what can I do? So I figured I'd come on and shoot the shit with you guys and see what you guys are all up to. So yeah, that was the only reason I stepped out. I don't know. I might actually hit up Crip, see what he's up to. Let's see here. What? Hold on one sec here. Okay. All right. Let's see. But yeah, let me see what he's up to, actually. Why not? Let's get the Crypt in here if we can. He might be up late editing. You know, it's kind of one of the things that he does. He's working on like much longer videos than I am. Let's see. All right. Okay. Oh shit. All right. We got a lot more comments here. Oh, one here. Turn that down. Hey, what's going on, Jeff?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not too much.
How you doing, man? Get the hat going.
There you go. The old Deftones hat. I've had this thing since I was like 19.
Sweet.
This thing is a survivor.
Nice. Yeah, so Rick, I think, is going to jump on. And
Awesome.
I think Ryan he's at the Exhumed show. You were just at Exhumed, right?
Dude, he's going to have a ball.
Yeah, so he's at the one in Iowa right now, Davenport, Iowa. So which would be 9:30 out there. So he said he'd check in a little bit later. Give us a field report, I guess. You know.
Oh, I mean, I anticipate only good things just because that lineup is so damn good.
Was it?
Dude, every band fucking killed it that night. That was amazing.
Was it pretty packed?
Reasonably so. I mean, pretty decent for a middle of the week kind of show.
That's true. School night.
But you know, hold on one second here. Hold on, we're actually going to get a Crypt in here.
Okay, give me Give me 1 sec. Jake's asking me a question. I'll be right back.
Okay. 1 sec here. The problem with impromptu streams is nothing was really planned, so I got to send out some invites here.
But people will slowly see we're on. So, you planning to go for a little while tonight? Jake's asking how long we're going for. A couple hours.
I mean, I'll probably be up for a while. I'm pretty much a creature of the night. Hold on, Levi. I'll see if I can get you in here too.
So a couple of hours then.
Oh yeah. 1 second here.
And I also sent one to Jimmy. You know Jimmy?
Jimmy
Jimmy did the Porcupine Tree stream and the yeah.
I mean, I got room for 10 on
He's
here.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Okay. All right, we're gonna back out of here. Right. Let's get down some comments here. Well, John's got to work third shift, and he's probably not thrilled about it. And Shred has got the lady over. I think they're watching movies. And yeah, dude, it's such a sick lineup. That was so much fun. Every band brought a different kind of heavy, and Enforced are super solid dudes.
All right, one more second. Jake's got 20 questions here on me.
Oh,
he said it'll be in about a half hour.
Okay. What's up, Bass Man? Always good to see you, man. Dude, I am definitely looking forward to the new Exodus. So far, I really like every track. The first one they brought out, The Beatings Will Continue Until Morale Improves. I think that's the name of it. But yeah, I loved it. I'm looking forward to that one for damn sure.
What's that?
The new Exodus.
You know, I have to be honest about something. I am cool. I'm confused about Gary's guitar tone. I don't know what it is, but he loves this really tinny, fucking ear grating sort of guitar tone, and he's a monster shredder. But he loves that high gain, low, like scooped mid sound, and I maybe it's just because I'm hearing it on Spotify and YouTube that it sounds almost like annoying to my ears. But
I mean, he's
got a great guitar tone.
He's been going with that one. I think maybe he likes it because it's kind of just a raw, gritty tone, and that's kind of what
it's biting. It's cutting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's cutting. Like for example, to compare it to something that I'm more into is like that Mortiferum guitar tone.
Oh,
that fucking guitar tone on that album is sick, man. It's like fucking drenched with ugliness, and I love it, man.
I love it, dude. I mean, honestly, it was kind of the same on their first one. I think just the production on this new Mortiferum is a little bit beefier.
So good, man. So good. I was listening to what did I listen to today? I gotta say, man, I really fucking love that new Mastodon. I really like it a lot.
It's, I mean, I get like there are some people that are still like super on the fence. There was someone that, well, I think he actually recanted his stance on it, but he said he brought like Saint Anger in comparison. I was like, did we listen to this? Did we listen to the same album?
What the fuck?
He actually came back. He's like, it's better than I thought. It's like, I don't know. Like,
you know what
I get people want to hear the heavy again.
But I was just gonna say the problem is everybody wants to hear them do Remission again, and they're never gonna do that. They're not going back to Leviathan. They've done it, and I did notice one thing about the new album, and I assuming Wikipedia is right because I don't have it. You have it, so you can look at it. But it looks like Troy pretty much wrote every single song. Him and Brown did most of the writing on this album.
I mean, that would explain why they're the main vocalists on there.
And I was going to say, I think it's more proggy and less... Like, it's still very guitar heavy, and there's a lot of great guitars in it, but it's got a lot more melody in it, but they're good melodies.
My thing with this, it really kind of captures what they were going for. It was essentially like processing grief, the confusion, the sadness, the anger, the guilt, and they capture that with every song. It actually kind of flows like the stages of grief.
Yeah, and it's dark, but there's there's a lot of hopefulness in some of the songs too, and the proggy stuff is cool proggy stuff. It's not cliched proggy stuff. It's not like, oh, we just threw this in here to sound like Rush a little bit. It's not. That's not it at all. Okay, so yeah, it's a little. I guess you could argue it's a little more mainstreamy, but they've been a lot more mainstreamy the last 4 or 5 albums. This is nothing new. You know what I mean?
I mean, honestly, it's not that far removed from Emperor Sand or Once More Around the Sun. Hell, I would say even The Hunter. But I feel like this is thematically well, like, just put together. It has a really good flow. And for a 2-disc album, it doesn't feel bloated. Like, every song really works.
It does. And they're not overly long. They don't overly stay too long, right? Hey, buddy, what's up, man? Like,
how's it going, guys?
The songs aren't overly long, so because they're not overly long, you get into them, and then they're done, and then they're not overstaying their welcome, you know.
And they're different too. Like they don't really like repeat a lot, like back-to-back songs. They're like, oh, this is more up tempo, and
I agree.
It's paced beautifully. Like I keep going back to like certain songs, and it's not just like one disc I think I'm favoring more than the other. It's both of them, which is a good sign of a good album.
I really dug The Beast today, the one Brent song.
Yeah,
it's just a cool fucking vibe. I love that fucking slide, sort of like almost a slide guitar. It's not slide, but he's doing like a lot of tremolo picks type stuff, and it
reminds me of like a David Lynch film.
Yeah, it's exactly, and it also had a little bit of a Chris Isaac vibe to it, like a
actually,
down. It's like, it's just so cool, man. I mean, Pain with an Anchor's kick ass. The Crux is kick ass.
Dude, Crux, I love that chorus. I feel like just the calling out the pressure and everything. It's like, dude.
There's 1 or 2 songs, like the one song with Kim Thao on it, that it's a little bit dirgy, and there's maybe 1 or 2 songs I might have thought about maybe leaving off, but overall, I think it's killer. The other album I was listening to today is Terminal Redux from Vector.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
Man,
that's an awesome album.
That's a fucking. I didn't realize they did a split for 2021.
Yeah, I
didn't
jammed
check out
one. I jammed the one track. It was pretty good. I still think, like, you know, Terminal Redux and what was the one before
Black Planet or
something like that. Yeah, I really like those. The only thing I don't necessarily like is sometimes the high-pitched shrill vocal.
Shrill shrieking, yeah.
But the guitar work is insane on those albums.
Well, you know what's really weird about that, man? I talked to the guitarist, Eric, the lead guitar player, after the show. Super fucking cool guy. And very strange fact that a lot of people probably don't really know about them is they tune up to F. They don't play an E. Now, I don't know if they're doing that on the new material, but most, 440E, most people that play it at that, either that or they down tune. These guys actually tune up to F, which is bizarre. So they're actually tuning a whole step up, which is strange. Which the only other song I really know that has F tuning, because it gives you almost a bright sound to the guitar, but the song Big Money from Rush is tuned to F, so that they get those really chimey harmonics, the da 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 do 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 do. That those you get really, really intense harmonics when you tune up. So I don't know if that's why they do it. I don't know. He didn't say why. He just said it works with Dave's voice better, and Dave liked it. So.
Oh, I mean, it is such a high register scream.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
have you ever seen them live?
No, I never got a chance to, unfortunately. Like, they were on some bills, and I just ended up not going for whatever fucking reason.
I saw them open for Voivod in a little club here in town, and it was on the.
That sounds like the perfect
setup.
Yeah, the perfect setup. Yeah.
Dude, it was fucking amazing. They blew me away, and in fact, hate to say it, but there was probably about 300 people there, and when they went off stage, about 200 of them left. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, okay, they were good, but what are you doing? Why are you leaving with Voivod coming on?
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah. Honestly, like, Voivod still draws like a solid crowd just because they have such a loyal, eclectic fan base. I guess you could say. Yeah, if you love Voivod, there's a good chance you love other strange shit.
Yep.
Oh, holy shit!
What you got?
We got a crypt somewhere in the darkness.
In the dark.
Oh my goodness! What's going on, Chris?
What's up, you guys? Hey, what's up, Jeff? How are you, brother?
How's it going, man? Good to see you, Chris.
Good to see you, my friend. Levi, how are you, brother? Nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you too, Chris.
Yeah, you Metalomania. Have you seen any of the shows? This is the dude. This is the maniacal mastermind that puts together all that cool shit.
Awesome.
Crazy dude. Crazy. What's up, Nick? How are you, buddy?
Oh man, I'm doing all right. Just I figured we already had like reviews done for the weekend. It's like, why not have a fun little chat? I don't know about what.
I still got 2 reviews to do.
Yeah,
but I'm waiting until tomorrow.
Got Hyperdontia done. That's up tomorrow. And then Vomit the Soul. And yeah.
Wait, Hyperdontia came out? I thought that didn't come out till this week.
No, it came out.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it ordered and waiting on it. Dude, that album cover is so fucking
sick. Who did that?
Chest vomiting stuff.
Is that the same dude that did the womb bath artwork?
I think so. Like. It also looks like the same guy that did the cover of the last Massacre album and
or Skeletal
Hacksaw Amputation from
the same dude that did who did Skeletal Remains. Is that Ben's Coder or
the last one?
Yeah.
What's
his name? Or is that Seagrave?
I was gonna say, wasn't that Seagrave?
Seagrave, yeah, I guess it probably was.
Because I don't like Seagrave did the one before it. Shit, I can't remember the one with virality.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that T-shirt.
Dude, Skeletal Remains fucking whoops ass live.
They are fucking beastly, man. So
dude,
good.
Oh, I can't wait. Actually, they're on tour with Municipal Waste and Crowbar. So,
yeah, when's that show?
Ooh.
I think the 22nd here in Detroit at the. I want to say it's at the
December or November.
Oh, this month.
Oh, is it?
Oh, cool.
God, I think it's St. Andrews Hall. It
might be. Nice.
And then they just announced tour dates next year for Cattle Decapitation. And who else is on that damn bill?
How nice that the shows are coming back.
Is it Job for a Cowboy? Job for a Cowboy?
I don't think so. I would have noticed it was Job for a Cowboy because I heard they're trying to get back together, and mostly it's just
put a new album out too.
Yeah, they just put a new album
John
out.
Davey and whoever jumps on. He hasn't really had a solid lineup, but honestly, I don't know if he's going to be able to get the Sun Eater one back because Sun Eater, that is an amazing album.
Yeah,
often overlooked just because, it's Job for a Cowboy. Like, fuck them, they're fucking deathcore. And it's like, no, that album is not
proggy death metal.
It really, dude. Danny Walker on drums. God,
am I wrong about this? Because I kind of recall a kid at work playing some of that. The one thing, do they do pig squeals?
No,
not
they
anymore.
did in the first album.
The Doom EP,
the Doom EP. Okay. And then when they got signed to Metal Blade, Genesis is not a deathcore album; it's a death metal album, really.
Just straight up death metal.
Okay.
And John Davey he got a good low growl and a good kind of high scream, and that was pretty much it.
Out then. Sun Eater's the one, right?
Sun Eaters.
There's a song on there with Corpse Grinder on vocals too.
Oh wow!
I think "Son of Nility," I believe, was the song.
It's
been a while since I've listened to that album.
Yeah, I just can't do the fucking pig squeals, man. I just
none of them
cut me off, man.
None of them at all, like Dying Fetus or any of it.
Every now and then. If it's the main thing that's gonna drive me fucking nuts.
Yeah, I like pig squeals when they're done right.
It just
falafel.
I tried to get into what's the Death Atlas band? What are they called?
Cattle Decapitation.
Yeah. I tried. I just can't get into it because of his vocals, man. I know he's a great vocalist, but I just can't get into it, man. It turns me off so bad.
I like his odd, I guess you could call it cleans. I don't know.
His odd style of doing melodic vocals.
It's hard to describe. And honestly, before I saw him live, I thought that was a lot of studio magic.
Yeah.
But
no, he does it live.
He does it live. And it's incredible. It's just weird how that's catchy. Like
Yeah.
my brain couldn't process like why is this got such an interesting hook? Like Bring Back the Plague. That bridge is so fucking catchy. Like, how is this melodic? He sounds like a kind of like a cartoon character almost.
He sounds like goblins.
Bit, yeah.
Sounds like goblins.
Yeah, like
goblins.
Gargamel.
Yeah, right.
In a way, like Macabre. Like Macabre's releases and shit have like weird, catchy fucking serial killerness to them and shit. You know, like it's bizarre.
But Macabre, I'm always fascinated with the lyrics because it's macabre and they're telling stories about the things we're doing. It's whimsically like creepy. I don't know like how to describe Macabre.
I'll be right back, guys.
Fun.
Benign and bizarre.
Dude, they're supposed to be reissuing all those old albums on Nuclear Blast at some point. And
if they re-release Gloom, I'd get that first
album. I mean, Dahmer's a big one on my list. You know, I only have the two most recent ones.
What do you think of the most recent ones?
It's good. It's a little too much camp and not enough riffs, but when they do bring in like the riffs and the heaviness, it's really, really fucking good.
Right.
It's but at the same time, like I couldn't help but to be like drawn in by how hilariously weird the songs were. Like It's Stinky. It's so damn good. Like they just took the Slinky theme and made it about John Wayne Gacy. Who the fuck does that? Macabre does
right. Macabre does that. That's right. That's
my Lord.
That's what makes them amazing.
Yeah. You don't know what you're going to get other than they're going to be wearing long johns.
Fuck yeah.
I mean.
And what's wrong with that? It's that time of year anyway. So
I mean, as long as he doesn't turn around the butt flaps down, that's a little awkward. You know, but I don't know. Maybe that's the fan thing. I don't know. Maybe that's what happens at the shows. I haven't seen them live yet. Oh,
yeah,
that's good shit, man.
But just to kind of go a little bit nutty right now. Nick knows this because I was just in his area a couple of weeks ago on vacation. Sadly, we didn't get to meet up because of circumstance, but
scheduling, it happens.
It happens. But I went to all three of the shops in the area, both of the Allied shops and No Noise, and those, along with a few I've gotten in the mail over the past couple of weeks, I got slide off.
Wow.
Luckily, he bought stuff that I already had because generally those places are picked over because I'm pretty sure there's people that know me. I was like, he was already here, wasn't he? Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I was wearing this when I went to No Noise, and I guess Rob was there, and he's like, "Oh, are you friends with those guys?" Yep.
Yeah.
I've known Rob for years, and like when he had his old shop, he pointed me in the direction of his metal section, and I think I gave him like a $200+ sale right away. I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be hanging out here."
I did a $169 sale for him that day.
Let's get started.
So Nick, how often are you in your local shops? Once a week, twice a week?
At least once a week.
Twice a week.
He's my new release hookup. So like generally he gets things a day early, and he's generally trying to like scout out what he knows I'm after. But right now I guess he can get all the fucking vinyl in the world in, but right now it's like, dude, for some odd reason CDs are just a bitch. And I was like, of course they are. Right. But I mean, he's frequently like pretty much, he knows what I like, and in terms of like obscure like underground stuff, he's always looking for cool new stuff. Like I got some in the next collection update that I'll put up that, dude, some just cool underground black and thrash, and I found at least one new favorite out of there. So nice. Yeah, he's constantly finding stuff like smaller labels too. I think this label was based out of I think Germany or Italy. But yeah, just constantly finding cool stuff. And Allied, the dude that runs at least the one near my house, the one on Reynolds Road, that dude is always looking for stuff, like in terms of like used stuff and underground shit. And it's constantly pointing me in the direction of just, weird releases. I was surprised he didn't get Mortiferum in, so I actually had to order that one. God, that album is just so awesome. Bleak and dirty.
Yeah.
I feel like the sound was oozing out of the speakers. Like that's how thick and greasy it is.
But it's the vocals are really well done. Like you said, the production on it's really, really good. There's just a great balance to all the sound and there's, you know, they're all pretty much mid tempo. There's not a lot of super like thrashy stuff. It's not super doomy either. There's doom in it, but it's more in the sounds.
Yeah.
A lot of it's kind of mid pacey, and I think the vocals sound great on it too.
Dude, they sit so well in the mix, and there's that just that right amount of reverb on them, so it sounds like he's throwing up in the bottom of a well.
Yeah. Now, are they? Was there a tour announcement for them recently too, or am I just dreaming that?
I don't know. Believe me, I know they're at MDF. They're
right.
I don't know if dude, that's so loaded. It's hard to keep up with what stage.
I was gonna say that's not saying much because everyone's at MDF this year. So,
dude, no bullshit, right? That ain't no joke.
I mean,
that's a stacked fucking house.
I mean, they had an added extra stage this time too. Like legit, there is. They did the power plant live, so there are 4 stages because they moved. I think the headliners on the sound stage to the power plant. So it's like we got another separate kind of bigger stage there because they wanted to give, the sound stage like, hey, here's a chance for more of the underground bands to actually headline a night.
Well, there's Ram's Head Live, which is the big indoor club.
Yep.
And there's the sound stage, which I think that holds about 1,000, and I think Ram's Head holds about 25 to 27, somewhere in that range, if I'm remembering correctly. Where else are they doing then? The power plant?
The power plant live, and
is that outside? Is
the outside one, the Edison lot? That's the big stage.
The Edison lot's the big one. Okay, yeah. Which they hadn't had that the last several years, I don't think.
Yeah, I want to say I don't remember the last time they had.
How in the fuck are we going to navigate all that shit, man? Is that going to be a nightmare to see all the bands we want to see, or?
I want to say, I think one of those days, like Saturday, I'm probably not leaving the Edison lot because I think like Bloodbath and Carcass, like Monstrosity, like almost every band I really, really want to see is on one stage. So, might be stuck there. Hopefully we get better weather. In 2019, we actually had like one day where it was like torrential downpours, big storm rolling through. There were tornadoes touching down outside of the city. Like, this is unnerving. I'm not leaving though.
Yeah, fuck no.
Yeah,
right.
I have to see violence, man. I haven't seen violence since like 1989, brother. I have to see violence.
This would be my first time. I can't remember what stage they're on either. I mean, you figured they'd probably want to be on one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, when I saw DRI, they were at the sound stage. So I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have them up now, but they don't have any of the times. But
I tell you what's crazy is twice I've heard 2 of the new tracks off the new album because Phil actually played them on a live, like an Instagram live, and then he then he got rid. He goes, I got to get rid of this video because I can't have it out there, but I'm giving you guys exclusive. And I just happened to see he was on it. I jumped on, and I kind of talk to him on Instagram every now and again, like throw him a message that he gets back on. Man, I'll tell you what, like Sean's actually singing on 2 tracks. He's not doing the. He's actually singing on this one.
Hey, I like that old shit, damn it. Be careful.
I do too.
And I'll tell you what, man, it sounds pretty fucking good. The riffs on this one song must be about 18,000 riffs on it, man. It's just unreal.
Yeah. I can't wait. Yeah, that's a soundtrack to my life right there, brother. Yeah.
It's a damn good album. I like their other stuff too. Shit, what the hell is the name of the?
Nothing to Gain.
Yeah, what was it with Oppressing the Masses?
There we go, Oppressing the Masses. I like that.
Yeah. Oh, I do too, man. I do too. I know a lot of people shit on Killian's vocals, but I love them, man.
It fits what they do.
Right, exactly. Phobophobia and Serial Killer, man, that shit is DNA for me.
Yeah, I don't love them. I don't hate them, but I don't love them. They're kind of one of those things where the riffs are so good, I can kind of overlook them. But it's not like I love. It's not like I get into sing-songing with them. It's an acquired
definitely
taste.
right. It definitely has a punk aesthetic
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah, it
to
does.
You
Yep.
know, right?
Yep, no
Right.
doubt.
Yeah,
Which
no
is
doubt.
why their cover of California Uberalis was so fantastic. By
That's
the
right.
way,
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, well, he's got the register to really do like kind of that Jello thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
He can sound wild and frantic.
That's
Like
true.
I was listening to Lard today just because I was in the mood for Lard, and I fucking love those albums. Like Jello is such an odd singer, but I don't know. Like there's something about it I just love. Like
On
he's
everything.
oh yeah, dude. I mean, he will tell you all of his opinions whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Right.
But it'll sound like some twisted, deranged cartoon character doing it, and that's just kind of important for me. Like he has to sound weird.
Right. A
Yeah.
weirder Henry Rollins somehow.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
What the fuck?
Somehow is weirder than Henry Rollins.
Yeah, right. That's a stretch, but he did it.
Yeah.
What but Rollins wasn't the first singer for them, right?
No.
No,
He didn't
no.
join till like 80, 81.
Was it
What's the guy's name before? Not Dez. What was his name?
Oh fuck! There's a release even that it's called "The Years with Whatever."
Robert.
I'm trying to remember
Diaz or something.
because I think he eventually formed Circle Jerks.
was that the right guy? Or was he after?
Let's see here. Mike Vallely and Des Sedano. Des
Dez,
Sedano's here.
Dez.
Yeah.
He was the original guy.
Hey,
What's up, guys?
What's
Hey,
up,
bro.
brother?
Hey.
I fear
Hey, Levi.
Rick is here.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome.
Dude, nice Bewitcher shirt.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Well, you know something? Brian went to see them tonight. And you know how it's lame to wear the band you're going to go see? So, in his honor.
Don't be that dude, guy.
How just like how I'm
Right.
honoring the Thralls clan.
Oh,
You
yeah.
encourage that though. Even though I hear those guys are losers and they eat their own poop. It's just what I've heard.
Hey, that's one of the things I love about them guys.
You ate
man.
raw or rotten? I just ate your shit.
No,
Dude, I got this in my metal box today, bro. Just
Dude,
in my
all right.
metalhead box today.
that's goddamn. All right,
Noise.
I'm gonna start off probably the new year with the Metalhead box when I order it back up in December. I missed it. I decided I was like, I'm gonna take a break from it, and then literally everyone gets the coolest shit. Like when we got the hooded menace flag, it was like, fuck.
Yeah, the hooded menace flag is amazing, man.
I hate that because I don't do the Metalhead box. Every once in a while, there's like little item like that. I'm like, fuck. Am I going to have to go a la carte on eBay or something?
Man,
Dude, like sometimes there's. I mean, I love the exhumed and the fucking Slayer flags.
Yeah.
The flags are great. The dissection one.
I
Yeah.
recommend it. I'm a fan. I recommend the metalhead box. For sure.
I mean, I've gotten some really cool albums in there too. Like I guess
Me too.
I think was it this last one they did the new Massacre, which
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh, okay. I
But
haven't
it was
dug
a cool-
into it yet, but
Promo. Yeah.
I'm a
I
Master
have-
Freak
Single
fan.
was good.
You're
I
gonna
have my
break my
issues
heart
because-
there because I love them. So
Dude, fucking From Beyond's an amazing album. But this new one, well, Cam fired everyone, and that's why there's Inhuman Condition, which Inhuman Condition put out a solid fucking
oh,
album.
that's a ridiculous release. Yeah.
Honestly, it's a lot better than New Massacre.
Ah, you're hurting my feelings.
Well, all right. Here's the thing. Do you know who Roga Johansson is?
Yeah, he's in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like in 30 bands, including
Right.
Massacre.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
the main guitarist on there, and guess what? It sounds like another Roga project, which if you kind of own one, you kind of own all of them. It's just like
Hey.
the same kind of collection of old school death metal riffs with different names. Like
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I started with Revolting, and started getting into Paganizer, and I was like, oh, it's kind of similar. And then like literally whenever like some like old school Swedish death metal band seemed to pop up that I didn't know, lo and behold,
It's mostly
Roga's
him.
in it.
Red
Right,
Spreader's
right.
another one.
Right.
Yeah.
That was him
You
and
have
Dan
a-
Swano too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, certain artists have a certain signature. Like, when they're on something, you're like, okay, this is all too familiar. There's
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
So you have a theory why it might be so prolific. Then is what you're saying.
Yeah.
It sounds like whatever didn't make the cut for whatever
Main
Roga
album.
project. Like he just kind of wrote some basic riffs, and while Cam Lee, I like his vocals. They layer them so damn much. It sounds like there are 10 fucking Cam Lees just all going at the same time. And he won't shut up. Like even like during like parts where you think the lead melody is going to take over for a bit, you know, little bit of a solo. They're not really, you know, good solos on there, but he'll just be going like just like kind of revving up a growl in the background and just making noises. Like, dude, you'll get your chance. Just I know you're
at least
the only dude here.
At least a redeeming factor. It's not Promise Part 2.
No.
So
Yeah.
I'm thankful I don't own that one. I've heard it.
Nick,
on
are
YouTube.
you familiar with?
I've heard it a few times. There are a couple of songs that got some good riffs, but the vocals and the lyrics killed it for me on that album. Namely, you went through a bad breakup. You don't have to write an album about it.
You
Yeah, that's not our genre.
Are you Nick? Are you up on Hannes Grossman at all? Do you know that guy, the drummer?
Oh yeah, dude.
Okay.
Drummer and Obscura. And
Do you have
so many damn projects?
Do you have any of the Alkaloid albums?
Triptykon.
Yes, I have. Just
I need
the
to get into
last one,
Alkaloid.
and holy shit, it's awesome. I need to still get the first one. I think
Malkuth,
they only have two full lengths,
yeah,
right?
it's called Malkuth Grimory. That's just as good. But the latest one, Liquid Anatomy, the last one was fucking killer. But I just read that he finished the drums for the third one. They're in production. He said guitars are next. So sounds like early next year there'll be a new Alkaloid, man.
Nice.
Isn't is it Stefan from from Obscura too?
Yeah, it's Munzer, Christian Munzer.
Yep.
The other dude, the other guitar player from Obscura, and then there's the singers from Dark Fortress. You know, what's his name?
Yeah. I forget his name. He's got
Morian.
Yeah. Dude, I love that last album. Like the contrast between those first two tracks instantly really got me, because that first track is almost kind of like 80s
like,
yes, and then death metal.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
like
the next track is
125 with like
your Morbid Angel. Just oh my fucking god, let's go.
That's a killer album, man. I mean, he writes a lot of that shit. Hannes does, so he's a fucking killer guitar player too.
Yeah.
And he's got a solid solo project. In fact, he had a new one out this year that I still need to check out.
Came out a couple months ago, this solo album,
Yeah.
I think that one had only like a limited run on physical media too. I didn't.
He's also the drummer for what? He drums for Triptykon.
Triptykon, yep.
And then is he involved
Please let us get a new Triptykon album, please.
It's happening.
And is he involved in what's that other side project that V Santura does? It's the V Santura is the dude from Dark Fortress saying he's also in Triptykon, but I thought he had a side project too.
Well, I think Santura was doing vocals on Hans Grossman's last album too.
You're right. You're right.
You're right. I know. Actually, I believe Hans Grossman was on the last Hate Eternal too.
He was drummer for that, yeah.
Dude, killer. He wasn't available for the tour, but they got I think they got John Longstrath from Origin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he stepped in. Of course, I've seen Origin multiple times, and it's just somehow it's like organized chaos.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy good, man.
Dude.
You know what I'm wondering though? I'm kind of surprised. Maybe it's going to drop soon. There'll be some news, but I'm wondering when there's going to be new Gorguts, because Luke's had quite a while now to work on something. It's been almost
5 years since
Palladium's
Dust came out.
Has it been 5? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Since that last EP came out.
You're right. That was 16. Wow. Well, they did a track. There was a track. They did one song that came out last year during the pandemic. They played it live, and it sounded like fucking vintage Gorguts. Well, not vintage later days.
Trademark Gorguts, yeah.
See, I like the earlier stuff just a little bit more. Like I know there's like a cult behind Obscura. I'm not a fan of that.
I like Obscura.
I like for them to hate more.
Yeah, so do I. Obscura is one of those weird albums you got to be in the right frame of mind to listen to. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Atonal and weird and
avant-garde.
Yeah, no, actually, Yeah, fuck even calling it tech death. It's more almost kind of avant-garde. But dude,
But the
Erosion of
vocals.
Sanity.
The
That's
avant-garde
That's an
element is
amazing
what turns
album.
me off from it, honestly. That's why I'm not much of a fan, to be honest. That avant-garde element is something I struggle to get into.
it depends. It depends on the band. Like
Yeah, it
I love
does.
Psy. Psy I think is just amazingly weird. And the fact that like all their albums sound very different and just all the different elements they incorporate, I think it's kind of a
Who's
fun
that?
listen.
Japanese? The Japanese band?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're right. They're very, very eclectic. Very eclectic.
Weird.
Or
Yeah.
like Modeling of the Well is
Oh,
as well.
what did I think?
Yeah, there's an oldie. Man, that's going way back. Those Maudlin of the Well, and then what was the band that he did after Toby did after
KO
that?
Dot.
KO.
KO Dot. I have two, but I actually got the most recent KO Dot. That would be in the-
Very interesting stuff.
It's hard to even put words to KO Dot. KO Dot's just strange, syncopated weirdness, and
Yeah.
sense and stream of consciousness, sort of like vocals. Like you're just shouting about something. I don't really know what it is, but it's
Yeah.
an interesting rhythm. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Take the brown acid.
When did they put the last album out you got? When was that?
It was not that long ago, I don't
Because I haven't
think.
probably followed them since about the early 2000s, man. I'd have to look up what they even put out.
Yeah.
So I just have.
Yeah, that's that weird shit, man. I struggle to get into some of the weird stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like the Maximum, the Hormone, and all that kind of stuff. Did you ever get into that band?
Crotch Duster.
Yeah,
Dude,
right.
their videos are fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I mean,
Weird shit.
or was it Deer in Gray?
Darren Gray, yeah.
Yeah, those videos. Like, well, I mean, this is like if Cenobites invaded Warped Tour. I didn't know how to describe it. It's like, well, I mean, they kind of look like Orgy, except like Cenobite Orgy. I don't know. This is weird.
A
But
Clive
this is
Barker
Japan.
nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been 2008. 2008 was the last KO Dot I got. Blue Lambent, See
Wow.
Down. I
That's
think
the
it's called.
first
That's
one I
going
ever got.
way back.
And
I think they got so weird. I just was like, man, I'm just not into this shit. Like I have to think too much to listen to it. You know.
I still can't make any sense out of that.
I don't-
one.
I don't do those types of drugs anymore. So
Yeah, it's true. Neither do I.
you know.
Maybe
Like,
I
you
should.
smell this song? I can fucking smell it.
Right. I used to dig that kind of shit back then, but you know.
Oh.
I
The,
just
the
got-
new one,
Yeah.
I picked it up on a whim just to see what they're all about. New one's weird, but it has like some catchy spots. It really does. It's just weird.
Nick, I
Like-
just got a text from Brian. He says, "Holy shit, the singer for Creeping Death looks like Stefan."
He kind of does. I think his beard's up like a little bit higher.
Although
That's
Stefan
on that picture. He sent me a picture of Bewitcher, but not.
cut his hair,
Uh,
so who knows?
I'm hoping those guys are going to come on our show. Actually, Creeping Death. Or that,
Oh,
was that
cool.
the one? Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Dude, their fucking guitarist, man. That dude is dangerous up on stage. He's constantly throwing fucking like kicks and shit. That's like his
Oh,
thing.
God.
Dude,
They're
he
silly
almost,
badass, man.
he
They're
almost
crazy.
tagged the fucking stage diver. Like, luckily he wasn't kicking, but he was spinning around his guitar and his headstock hit him a little bit as he was stage
Oh
diving.
shit!
But yeah, he got so crazy on stage, his shit came unplugged, and he had to plug it in. We said kind of like fake play for. I was like, I can't. I don't have an opportunity to pick this
What
up.
the fuck do I do? Oh, plug this shit back.
Hey Chris,
But,
where are you at again? Chris, you're down in outside of DC or in?
Yeah,
DC?
just south of DC, yes sir.
Like
In
north?
Maryland, in Chesapeake Beach, Maryland. Yeah,
So you're where are you at?
just south of DC. Yeah, about 20 minutes from DC and about 30 minutes from Baltimore.
Okay, so you're in
Yes,
between Baltimore and DC then,
Yes sir. Yes sir.
like Silver Springs or?
More south. More
Okay.
south. Yeah, down by the water.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're
Yeah.
that direction. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
my
going
brother
to
was up
see?
there.
You going to see?
I'm in
Mass-
Dying Fetus territory, man. I came up with the Dying Fetus guys and shit. You know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. They're my backyard guys.
No shit.
You ever see him play at Junkyard?
Yeah, that's why I don't hate the pink squeals, man. You know, it's from my neighborhood,
They're
baby.
used to it. Used to it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I've always just considered like John Gallagher's voice to be a burp. It's
Yeah. Well, not as much of a burp as Annie Bowman from Demolich.
Good
dude.
point.
All right, that's just a whole other.
That's
More of
a
a-
different animal.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a whole
right.
other beast.
I
That's
love
the
it,
result of
though.
bad
I
food is what
love
that is.
how weird. Like, I can't even like figure out how to get that low because
Me neither.
It's
Me
like
neither.
a bullfrog. I can't.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
hitting
it's
like
a
the
weird-
negative octaves, you know, like you hit here and then.
You're owed octaves. Like that's
Right.
how deep that is. I don't get how he does it, but I mean I'm eager to see
But
it.
it's awesome.
Yeah, when I
is.
first heard Nesbitt, I was like, "Come on, man, this can't fucking be real." And I'm like,
I was the same way too.
Well,
and
don't
like,
that dude like inhales while he's singing, doesn't
Yeah,
he? Doesn't do
it's like he does.
all of his is on the inhale all of his sounds are on the inhale, which is, I don't even know how the fuck he does
But
that.
you know what?
That's weird.
Now listening to it, I couldn't hear it any other way. Like it wouldn't sound right with other vocals on it now. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Probably not.
Well, I mean, and it kind of makes sense with how weird the music is because I mean,
Right.
like the riff structure is odd. The songs, I don't know, they just kind of flow very strangely. It's I don't know. They're one of the most unique sounding death metal bands
They
I
really
think I've
are.
ever heard.
Yep, they really
Flow,
are. Yeah.
you're being generous with the use of the word flow, but I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
It's
I mean, one could argue they're more avant-garde than even Gorgat.
I just wonder how hard it is to
Oh,
pull
yeah.
off.
Right.
They don't have like a big discography or anything, you know. I just wonder why
Just
they never.
one album and a
Yeah, it's like why
demo.
didn't they just?
Tom,
like a kind of a cult thing, I guess. Like, you know,
Yeah.
just enough people heard of it. I guess I don't know. Like, do all the other members of that band have a ton of different projects or something? I really
Not
didn't.
that I know of. I know that Annie's done like guest spots for like Skinless in the
well,
past.
he also had another
Oh, I love
band called.
Skillet.
He had another band called Jess and the Old Ones, like almost like a pop band. They're not pop, but they're more. It's a female singer-led band. Isn't it called?
Like
Jess-
a Jack's Thoth kind of thing, like kind of direction.
It's called Jess and the Ancients, I think. Look it up, Nick. Jess, I think it's Jess. They're almost like fuck. What's the word I'm thinking? Almost kind of like a weird doomy version of like
Yes, and the ancient ones.
Jess and the Ancient Ones. That's it. Yeah. Now I don't know
Yeah.
that he was on every album. You'd have to look it up and see, but I know he was on the first one. I swore he was on the most recent one too. But they do like this avant sort of almost like doomy Cocteau Twins type thing.
Yeah,
Huh.
it's like Jack's Thoth. If you ever listen to that band, I kind of put them in that
What's it called, Rick?
Jack's Thoth. If you ever listen to that band,
I don't know the name. I don't know that one.
I don't know that one either.
Here's a band that I think Nick knows them. I don't know about you guys, but Time Ghoul.
Of course.
I've been meaning to actually get that. I just
Yeah,
haven't got around to it.
92 to 94 discography from Dark Descent.
Dude,
Yeah, I
Dark
have
Descent
the,
has too
I
much
have
good
that.
stuff.
Yeah, this is like the way I always describe it to people who don't know. I describe it as like, what would happen if Morbid Angel was more proggy, technical, doomy, with like, if Dallas Toller Wade sang for them because the vocal styles are so similar, and Suffocation breakdowns with a
It's,
hint to
production.
black metal,
Yeah,
kind of like all mashed together. And you get
Which
Production.
era of suffocation?
I don't
early
really hear
stuff.
I don't really hear suffocation in Time Ghoul.
well, mainly just in the breakdowns, like when they're doing the slow,
Occasionally,
chuggy
yeah.
stuff.
The only thing that
Yeah.
hurts that stuff, I wish they would fuck. I mean, it's pretty cleaned up now from what the original stuff was, but it's still not very
Mhm.
good production wise. It's rough, you know, but it's cool though. I got the when
Yeah,
they-
after all, it is just demos.
right when they
Yeah,
reissued
it's-
the vinyl. I got the blue and white Moonbeam or whatever it's
Ooh,
called.
that must be sweet.
Yeah, they're cool. Like, what were they, Rick? 125, I think they were limited. to.
Missouri band? A band out of Missouri. I
Yeah.
encyclopedia them.
All right. Like,
And really the closest, I was about to say the closest we get to this now is Blood Incantation.
Dude, they're on tour too. They're doing like a pre-game tour before MDF with Primitive Man.
Yep, they're playing. Rick, you know they're playing down in Philly, right? Underground Arts on the 12th, I think.
Oh, Nick, didn't you just go see Enforced?
You mean
Yeah,
just
dude, we hung out with them.
next
That was
month?
They were
In the picture.
they were excited to see us. It was like, why?
Why?
We're
Those
just
guys
we're
are
just
awesome,
fucking
man.
fanboys. But yeah, dude, like Wyatt fucking shook my hand right away and was like, dude, Nick Rock Nick. I was like, yeah, you're an Enforced. We're
Your name's getting out there, man. I'm telling you.
but
I mean,
it was
8,000
super
subscribers now.
Fucking cool. Like he was like,
brother.
yeah, man, we'll fucking hang out after the fucking show and shit.
You're like,
We sat
you're
around
like a rock
bullshitting
star,
and-
Nick. You're like a
Yeah,
rock
well,
star.
Fuck yeah, that's
I don't know
right,
about
brother.
that.
Before it was like just
What?
your face. You're that guy, but now it's like now they know like it's Nick. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, the fact that Max
You're that guy that
Cavalera
sounds like
went to the
John
show that he
Goodman,
saw
like,
you guys in the crowd in
yeah.
Detroit.
Dude,
Yeah.
I remember when you had 1,500 subscribers when I first started watching. I'm like, now the motherfucker's up to 8,000. What the fuck, man?
Go hard, brother.
There's,
That's-
you know what?
Really?
I'm so glad there are so many people out there that with poor taste.
There you go.
I feel the same. I feel the same way with mine. Like, why do I have 3,100 plus?
Yeah, like
What the hell do I do?
How long
I
have you
ask
been doing
myself
it?
that question all the time.
Levi, how long have you been doing it?
Late 2010, when I was 16.
Oh, wow. You
Yeah,
started
that's awesome.
Well. To be honest, though, most of my content back then was mostly wrestling and NASCAR.
Ah,
Didn't start doing metal stuff until like 2014, and it would be on and off.
that's
I've been
always
back
amusing.
into
I'll
it
see these
thanks
channels
to-
and like
thanks
you go back to like I wonder what their really early videos are like. Just how embarrassing it is. And it's like
Oh
nothing.
god, they're so bad.
I don't
I don't
go
want to
back.
ever go back to
I
my old
scrubbed all
videos.
our early shows, man. Yeah, nobody can see them shit.
There's still, well, I mean, like the death one, that was our first ranking. That's the first video we ever did. And
Definitely. a
everyone
very
still
primitive
comments on it. It's like, dude, I don't want to go back and look at that. I really don't.
Well, you know, if you're older, it's not so bad. But it's funny seeing the ones who like haven't gone to puberty yet and just seeing them go through this little development. You're like, oh, okay, this is.
Hey,
like me. Because, good lord, I swear, I watched
voice
back
is
the very
cracking.
first video I did. I recorded with my mom's cell phone camera, and I swear I sounded like a combination of being sick or stoned. It was bad.
Sounds like Edward Furlong in Terminator 2. No,
Well, you know,
you can't
Weird.
go.
weird current events will affect it, man. We did a video like 2 years ago called "The Rules of the Mosh Pit," which was really just a stupid ass video we did, really. But with this recent thing that happened, man, all of a sudden that video is like blowing up and getting all kinds of comments on it because of that shit that happened in Houston the other day. Like, you know, so it's weird how that shit ties together. People are commenting like, "Oh, somebody should have watched this before that Travis Scott show," and it's a goofy video, but you know.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand that. I mean, I didn't dig into it very much, but it sounds like it was a real fucking mess down there.
You
It
know,
was a real fucking shit show, and nobody gave a fuck about their fellow man. Is what it sounds like. So.
You know what,
That's
man? Back in whenever Joshua Tree came out, so what is that? 80, 90, 92?
89 was.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that's got to be late '80s. Yeah. So.
So I went to see them at our JFK Stadium in Philadelphia, which isn't even there anymore. They tore it down a lot of years ago. And we were out on the field. It was a giant football field where the Eagles used to play and the Army-Navy game used to be. And when you two came, I think little Steven Van Zandt, or what's his name? Stevie Van Zandt, or
Yeah.
the dude from the fucking
Sopranos.
Sopranos. Yeah, he opened, and then you two came out, and it turns out there was about 100,000 people at this show, which it was fucking massive, and we were somewhere in the upper mid third of that thing, and I got to tell you, that's the only time in my life at a show I thought I'm gonna fucking die here, man. I ended up, the girl I was with, I ended up grabbing her in the crotch, literally just scooping her up, lifting her up. I said, climb over people's fucking heads and go towards the stage and get out. And I climbed up on a dude's back and fucking head hopped. I'm not kidding, man. I was shoulder head hopping, running. Like, it was like the most bizarre thing. And I fell a couple times. And of course, people were punching at me and shit to get the hell out of there because I thought I was going to get fucking like crushed to death. Nobody died, but it was like when, I mean, I just can't imagine what that must be like. That's not worth it.
I don't think it's like our genre,
Listen,
man. You
Come on,
know,
Brian.
I want you to know that
Hey,
flattery will get you
Look who went to an
everywhere
awesome
with me.
flow.
everywhere. You know, I'm old as fuck, man, and I've gone to, you know, I got to see some awesome shows in the 80s and Suicidal Tendencies. I've left with broken ribs and shit, but I've never in my lifetime been knocked on the ground at a metal show without somebody picking me up. Not once. Not one time in my whole life. Ever.
Yeah, same
Not
here.
once. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I ever went down at a metal show. And believe me, I was drunk and fucked up enough many times that I could have. But I saw some badass fights erupt. You know, here's a Motley Crue, Rat, and Accept, 1983. That was a fucking, man. This fight erupted between these two fucking dudes that were massive, and we just cleared out, man. But the great part about it was that once it was over, it had rained really bad, and this was like during like Rat or something like that, and one of the like follow spots had fallen, so they had to fish the snake out, and me and my buddy jumped in line with all the roadies, walked right up to the front of the stage, and stood there the rest of the night. So that fight really helped us out because we were a good 100 feet back, and after the fight, we were right in the front of the stage. Man, it was awesome.
Cleared the highway.
Oh, it was
I
great.
tell you this. I
guys
tell
are,
you
but,
this.
like,
If I were,
I'm like 5'5", 5'6". I'm short, so I've been knocked down. Just not very intentionally. It's not very hard to do.
Right.
Like, but you look at a band like Rat, like Piercy, he's a short dude compared to like Crosby. That guy must have been like 7 foot, man. He looks like it anyway.
Yeah, Crosby,
no,
Crosby
he
was
was a big
huge, like
dude.
6'5", I
Yeah.
think he was.
It's just
Right.
if you look at the lineup, you look at the band photos. It's always hilarious because I'm like, this is a huge contrast between those guys. And the guy's like hulking. You
Hey,
know?
real
I'll tell you
quick,
this,
real quick.
If I were to,
Real quick, Rick, I started to tell you and you didn't hear me. You said something.
Oh, what's
Blood
up?
Incantation and Primitive Man are playing the PA Underground Arts on the 12th of December, I think. 12th or 13th.
Oh, it is next month. Okay.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, but I've been thinking if I'm still here, I may try to come down with my kid if I'm able to be upright. I you know, at this point, I got nothing to lose. So if I'd hate to fucking die at a show. That would be a little weird for everybody else there. But, you know, I don't think I'd come down if I was unable to. So I'll let you know if that happens. But I said something to my kid about it.
I've been there, man. Before my girl got really, really sick, like the
Is that
last.
the one that you go down in the basement to?
Yeah.
It's like down. Okay, yeah. I saw Anathema and Alcest there, and I think I saw one other show there. So I'd say that's less than 50-50 chance I'll do it. But if I do, I'll let you know. So maybe we can get out that night or something. But because I'd really like to see Blood Incantation, because the last show I went to before COVID hit was Blood Incantation and Immolation, and my car started acting. Well, but here was the thing. I got literally 3 miles from the venue. My car started acting really fucked up, electric wise. It kept shutting off and turning on and shutting off. And I got freaked out that I was going to get stuck in Philly. And I didn't have a credit card. So I was like, I can't go stay at a room or get this thing into the shop. So I drove it home that night. I didn't go to the show, which that would have been the last show I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
So,
Yeah.
Primitive Man is something fucking else too. Like that is wall to wall, doomy, dissonant, ugly. Like I have a feeling that's gonna be like sonically painful.
probably, yeah.
But I want to see it.
Did the new Chemist come out yet? Or is that?
Nope, that's actually next
that's
week.
next week. Yeah.
Man, I like
next
that.
week.
Dude.
There's
I
so
like that
many big
song,
ones
dude.
coming
That-
in the next 2 weeks. Like, holy
What's it called?
shit.
Funeral Pyre or something like that? Something
Yeah, all the
Pyre?
singles so far sound great.
Man, it sounded fucking great. Like
Just
that
get
band.
better and better, man.
They
Like,
do.
Dude, man.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
I'm seeing like on my list here, like the big 5 releases I got listed that I want to check out are Chemist, Obscura, Exodus, Swallow the Sun, and The Lurking Fear, because of just the members you got in there with At the Gates, Skid System, and Edge of Sanity members all together. It's like,
Oh, wow.
that sounds
And
like it'd be
Taylor
a
Lautner,
killer
too.
band.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
realize. Who did you say?
And I'm
the other-
debating which one I want to review the most out of those 5. It's so tough.
What was the fourth one on your list there?
Swallow the Sun.
I didn't know they were coming out with a new one. When's
Yep.
that
Yeah.
out?
Next Friday,
next Friday.
Moonflowers.
Oh shit!
Which I think if it's any signal of what their last album was, I say it's going to be just as somber as the last one.
They've
So all of a
always been
sudden,
solid. Always
they know sad.
Yeah, they do.
But yeah, I also have if I can squeeze in Pathology, one of the few brutal death metal bands, the other one that I still kind of get into. I looked at their discography though. I think it's weird. They've never released an EP. Like it's always full lengths.
Full lengths, baby. Yeah,
which is
old
just
school.
kind of odd because I mean,
I
it seems
checked out
like
their
every band
last
releases
one and
an
it
EP
was
every
really.
now
I don't mind that though. Like some of these discographies, man, it's hard to keep up because it's just everything is just fucking splits, EPs.
It's
and you're like
studio split EP live
Non-slaughter.
studio.
Non-slaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 9 million.
Dude, I love Non-slaughter, but holy shit, dude.
There you go.
Yeah.
Dude, just go to work all the time.
That's a prolific bunch of cats, man.
Abigail.
We had them on the show recently.
Wait,
They were a lot of
was
fun.
that? Oh,
Oh, it's like Abigail, one of those bands where you got like a million releases. You like, but you know, it's
But
like
you know what's funny? But you know what's funny though? When I saw the picture you and John did with Enforce, it made me think, why did I have to go to vacation so damn early? I could have went there that week and been there with that
Dude,
show.
the Sanctuary is such a great club. I love that place. Plus, whoever's running it loves metal bands. Like that's almost all they fucking book.
You gotta love them for that.
There you go.
Yeah. You know, I mean, parking's usually pretty decent around there. I mean, it's Detroit, so of course the neighborhood's kind of like a demilitarized zone. But you know, it's Detroit. I got
Yeah,
its own
right. It's
charm.
Detroit. You know, we're talking to a band from Detroit on the show this week, brother. We got Snafu coming on.
I've seen those dudes.
Yeah,
those
they're really
dudes
cool
are
guys.
fucking good. It's I don't know. It's like thrashy and kind of grindy. I don't know. Like, dude, it's fast and aggressive as hell.
Almost got a hardcore aesthetic behind it, you know, underneath of it. Yeah, I dig those cats, man.
I think actually Shred played with them and Constricted. They opened up on the same bill. I can't remember which show. I'm pretty sure they were one that were or no. Oh wait, no. I think it was Constricted. But yeah, I saw them at our club Frankie's, which I guess did not survive COVID, or at least they're looking for another.
That's what I hear, dude. There's a lot of places that didn't. Shit.
Apparently, the club across the street that's been closed forever, at least fucking metalheads, actually reopened though. So,
nice.
Awesome.
It's actually a bigger club too, which is nice. That's where I saw Jungle Rot back in August.
Fucking rolls, man.
Yeah, that's where I saw that dude snap his fucking leg.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, John was close enough to hear it. Like he heard the snap. Like, oh, dude.
God.
And the fact that the dude just sat back down on his bar stool, like, I'm fine. This is good. It's like, the fuck you
This
are.
must happen more
Yeah,
often.
I'm just gonna check the rest of this show out.
yeah, that's one of those bands where like, if
like
there's so
when
like no
fucking
frills
Bobby-
about everything, it's like you know what you're gonna get. Like,
Yeah.
Where is
Yeah.
old Johnny? Where's Johnny at, Nick?
Oh, there you go,
upstairs
Jeff.
Listening to tunes and hanging out with the girlfriend. I might be able to get him to come down and say hi.
Yeah.
Hold up. We got. Hey, there's the
What's up,
guy.
guys?
Dude.
Oh,
How
all right,
you
now,
doing,
what's
brother?
going on? Tell you what, I'm gonna
All
go
right.
upstairs and pee, have a quick smoke, and I'll see if I can get Joe down here to pop up and say hi.
Tell him we need
Oh,
to talk some camel. Tell him we need to talk some camel.
So,
What?
Tell him we need to talk some camel.
Oh, I mean,
Oh, boy.
he might be just stoned enough for that.
Levi, you're talking about the releases that come out next Friday, man. There's a whole bunch of releases coming out through the rest of this year. I myself am
I know.
looking forward to the Hypocrisy, man. Is anybody
Me
else
too.
excited about?
Oh yeah.
I
When,
love the
First one
that
is
out?
in 8
Put out, but-
years.
The 26th, yeah, on the 26th it's releasing. I marked that shit on my calendar as soon as I heard it. I can't wait for that one.
yeah, I heard the advanced single was pretty fucking good, man.
Yeah.
He's
I think
he's
there's a
always
new out
Peter just did an interview with Reaper Metal Productions recently. I haven't got a chance
always-
to check it out yet.
he's always super consistent, and I mean their shit's always good. So
And everything he
Yeah.
does, whether it's
Rock
production or bands. Yeah.
yeah,
He's doing this forever.
I'd like to get him as a guest on my show at some point if he ain't busy.
Fuck yeah.
Because I've been on a roll with getting guests on my show lately. The past 2 episodes of my podcast, a couple weeks ago, I had James McBain from Hell Ripper, and then I had Gunnar Gunderson from Blood Red Throne on last
Fuck
Sunday.
yeah. Kill it.
And man,
Blood
both
Red
of those
Throne's
conversations.
silly good.
were great. Yeah, Imperial Congregation. That's maybe my favorite death metal album of the year.
Fuck yeah, it's
Maybe.
great.
Maybe.
It's up there.
Yeah.
Definitely up there.
Which, when I brought up earlier that I bought all those fucking albums, so I figured I'd show you all what I got. So I got The Skull by Trouble.
Oh,
Good album.
I need to get the rest of the Eric Wagner era stuff.
yeah,
since
man.
he's
Fucking
no
rest in
longer
peace,
with us.
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's not a bad one there. That's a great album, man. Great album.
Oh, look.
Yeah, I did have this in a box set, but I gave it away, so now I'm getting them individually.
I got that Roadrunner little set. It doesn't have the last one they put out, but
Yeah, because it was on SPV. Yeah, dead again. I got this yesterday. Joe's favorite album, Clandestine or Clandestine.
That's a great album.
It's awesome.
I swear,
love
I
it.
swear, if Nick gets Joe in here, I'm gonna get at him for this.
how do you feel about
Dude,
Wolverine
bro.
Blues? Are you like for or nay? You know, I know people are very divided.
Well, I'll get to that because that's in this stack. But I also got
Yeah, that's-
Incantation.
Yeah,
That's
fuck
killer.
yeah. Incantation Rule. That's a smash and release.
Oh, I also got these two.
Ooh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Fuck
Creator. Trying to get more Creator in my shelf.
That first one was
Uh,
more. It has a very black metal kind of.
Yeah, very like proto first wave black metal, especially when you hear Milla's voice. Yeah. And then I got the last two Mastodons.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Hushed and Grim.
Yeah, this is, oh my lord.
I think it's great. Killer album, actually.
Yeah. Got Live in Leipzig.
Classic.
Trash.
Man.
Trash. Throw it in the trash. So fucking overrated. That band is so overrated.
I got the first two Obscuras.
Fuck yeah.
I was actually, before I went and got this on the Tuesday when No Noise opened up, I was listening to this on YouTube. I'm like, I wonder what this album's like. And I was like,
Yeah, it's pretty.
what the hell? So
Pretty
different from the
stupid.
rest of their catalog. So different. It's like a little more brutal, kind of. But and then I already loved Cosmogenesis as well.
Oh, yeah. Cosmogenesis is a killer release.
Finally got this one.
There you go. That's killer.
For my money, the
Yeah.
greatest band of all time, goddammit. Overkill.
You know what? They're
Ever.
playing.
Ever.
They're playing in Jersey tonight with Phil Demmel filling in tonight.
Oh,
Phil
really? That's
Demmel.
awesome.
Yeah, he's playing for one of the two guitarists. I don't know who their guitarists are anymore. What is it, Dee Dee or
Yeah, Dee Dee's definitely in there still. And,
Dee Dee Verney? I don't know who the guitar players are.
yeah, it's not
Phil-
Bob.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But
either.
Demmel, they asked
I don't
Demmel.
know if Jason Bittner's still drumming or not.
No,
Yeah, I think he is, right? Bittner came on our show, actually.
yeah, but he's not the one that he's filling in for.
Right. Finally got this gym.
There you go.
Good old Pantera. Like, I've been needing to get the remaining 90s Pantera albums. It's just laziness.
So what's the story with that cover? I heard they just paid the guy like a few bucks to come in and.
They paid him $5 a punch, and he wound up getting punched like 37 times. So he came out with a good chunk of change.
I don't know, man. Like he
At
didn't
the
like
end.
it was nothing signed or
Hey.
anything. The royalties that guy should be getting.
And you don't hear
Right.
him crying and bitching like the Nirvana kid either, goddammit. You know?
Took it like a man.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Oh,
Got the first power trip.
dude,
All right.
the first best interview we ever landed on our show was Riley Gale, man. I'm
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
nobody got naked?
still
Damn it.
proud to that. Still proud
Not
of that.
yet.
Oh, I got nothing on under the waist, man. But you know,
Oh,
that's
all right.
started
All
something.
right, I'll take what I can get these days.
Let's see.
Yeah,
I have almost
Fred might
done with
come
the
down in a
first
bit.
stack.
Say hi.
Sweet. Also got
that's a great
Oh,
album.
Fuck yeah.
I like it. It's not my favorite.
yeah.
although I don't like,
it
although the
too.
production's
Not my
kind of a
favorite.
bit. It's very tinny sounding that era.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Souls of Black more than that one, honestly.
I do like Souls of Black too.
That's underrated gem. Actually, I still
Uh,
really dig that album.
Nah, I'm not a Trivium guy.
I've always.
I like
Trivium.
some Trivium.
They're not bad. I just
More
never.
the first
one of those
four
bands I really got
albums.
into.
That's
Yeah,
usually
me-
like most people's opinion of them. Like, they're good. I just
It's
never
like
got
they're
into them.
either.
right.
Yeah.
They never drew me
I got
in,
into
man.
them pretty early on. Like
One good that
Here's
Detonation
Alabama,
song, I
man.
like that song, but that's about it.
Oh, To the Rats. To the Rats is a thrashy banger. Like that was
Mm.
definitely when Matt Heafy wanted to sound as much like James Hetfield as possible.
Yeah.
I love him for that.
Well, yeah, their best songs are the ones where he's trying to be Hetfield. What the fuck's up with that?
But then again, like Hetfield's one of my vocal idols too. So
Well, that's
there you
good
go.
because James Hetfield doesn't know how to be James Hetfield anymore. So
True.
I mean,
You're
it's
not
true.
wrong.
Kind of turned the country.
Well, it's
Hetfield.
like he bounces back and forth. I thought his vocals on Hardwired was really good.
I thought they were better.
Hardwired
they were
was a
better
good
on that
rock
one.
and roll record. Was not a metal record, but it was a
Yeah.
good rock and roll record.
It was.
I guess
Oh,
that's
okay,
a
yeah.
killer
Oh
album.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been needing to
Sure.
get Candlemass in my
Pioneers.
collection for a while.
Pioneers.
Oh, dude.
Some
Messiah
good
is
stuff, man.
an
You got
odd
a lot
vocalist,
of
but
you
I
got a
love
good
him.
lot of good shit
Yeah.
to listen to there, dude. Jake, how you doing, man?
Yeah.
Been a while.
It's a nice
Oh, we're
little-
still going. We're
Oh,
still going.
Amorphous.
We still got more CDs to show there, Levi.
Yeah, I'll let you guys get to it. for a
I
minute.
like it. They're good shits.
Hey, you
Yeah,
got a lot
man.
of good.
You
lot
need
of
to get
good
that
pictures,
Amorphous.
man.
Yeah, I got this classic
That's
from
a great
Amorphous.
Great
I
one.
want to get the I need to get the
Phenomenal.
first album, but I
Oh,
want to
it's
get the
so good.
version.
That's
I want to
their-
get the
that's
version
their
that
only
comes
Doom
with.
album. You know,
Yeah, they got more folky on that one, more keyboards, but I love
Probably.
Carillion Isthmus. Carillion Isthmus.
I need
Yeah,
to
that's
get Carillion
cool.
Isthmus, but I want to
Great
get the
one.
version that comes with the Privilege of Evil EP
I think
because that's a
the version.
raw EP.
It's on
I got-
Relapse. That's the one.
Yeah, that's
the
the
first
version.
Relapse release. Yeah.
The
it was
latest Black
that was a
Crown
split with
album.
Convulse, I think at the time, but never made it.
Yeah, I think so. We were talking about Blood Incantation. I got the latest.
Great
Oh,
album.
yeah,
I need to get the only thing I'm missing now from Blood Incantation is the Interdimensional Extinction EP.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty much kind of the baseline for Blood Incantation, honestly.
speaking of Blood Red Throne,
fuck
this
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
even though Gunner wasn't on this one, this was
Big fan of those
before
cats,
he
man. Yeah.
Dude,
Oh, Nick loves me for this one.
There you go.
that's the best of that era of
The
both
badass
Roar.
album.
Hey, and thank fucking what is it? Frozen Soul for bringing back that fucking sound, too,
Dude.
brother.
That album's so good.
Yeah, dude, it's silly good, dude.
Dude, that last Memoriam album is awesome.
Who's that? Bortnigar?
I need to listen to Borknagar. Yeah,
Borknagar,
two
man,
of the
they're-
latest
Wow.
ones.
Oh yeah.
Killer albums.
I heard that
Yeah.
newest one
I
was
don't
pretty
have
good.
True North. I have Erd, though.
You
True
like that,
North
Jake?
is
You
great.
like Borknigar, Jake?
I've never dug real into them, but I've liked what I've heard. I've heard that True North is a real good album.
Yeah,
it
it
is.
Good.
The
I
the
see
one
as
thing about-
Vortex's voice.
The
Wow.
thing about them is they're super consistent. I kind of like the first one the most, though, because it's got Garm on it. It's a little bit more. It's more old school black metal-y sounding with.
Yeah.
It's more vicious sounding. It's just cold and. But every
It's
one
hard.
of their albums is good. I don't, except for, what's that one? There was one they put out like around 10 years ago. It was kind of lame.
Origin was it?
See,
Where
I
they
got
did
into
all
them around
mostly
in-
acoustic
Origin
stuff.
was like
system.
was just like acoustic, right? It was just all
Yeah.
Yeah, like acoustic prog folk.
But he's
I got into them when the hell was that album that came out?
and they-
Winter
they-
Thrice, when that came out. I really, really loved Winter Thrice. As much as I do like ICS Vortex, I miss Wintersorg. I really like his voice. In both the screeches and his cleans.
I have a couple
But,
historic albums. Never listened.
Love that
Oh,
album.
there you go.
That album.
Oh.
In condition, baby. Good
Oh
stuff.
yeah, this was my favorite death metal album from last year. The new
That's a damn
Carnation.
good album. Didn't
Ah,
quite
dude.
make my list.
I got to interview that dude on my show. I talked to Vince.
that's the
Oh,
that's
that's
the
so
Belgian Swedish band.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
The Belgian Cannibal
Dude,
Corpse Entombed, whatever
the
you
one
want to say.
before it, though. Oh fuck. What was the name?
Chapel of Abhorrence.
Yeah,
Dude,
right.
that one.
I love
I like
that
a little
one.
bit more than the new one.
I do too.
I love him.
Because I like his vocals where he just sounds like straight up corpse grinder over
Yeah,
top
right.
of Bloodbath.
He wears a lot of chains.
Mm-hmm. Got a classic here.
classic. We were just talking about him the other day.
Danzig.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
old fucking Elvis.
Yeah.
The Elvis of metal.
Enslaved.
Nice.
Great
Yeah.
album. I mean, it's enslaved.
Now to Wolverine Blues.
Oh, there we go.
I like Wolverine Blues. For Death and Roll, they did it wrong. I would say.
I
Well, that's the
honestly,
thing, man.
I think they
Everybody
did
was
it better on
doing
Uprising.
It's like everybody was moving to that direction for some reason. Like it's when that came
Yeah,
out, everybody,
Gorefest even went down that rabbit hole
Yeah.
too.
Desultory, but it's not a good album though.
Debauchery as well.
What was the one that was a massive killing capacity? That was the more Death and Roll one from Dismember. I can't remember.
It's all poor imitations of Reverend Horton Heat. Goddamn. No, I'm just playing.
But then these three, I got around the time after Vacation, before the new Hellripper album, their first three releases.
Oh, yeah.
I still need to get
Coagulating Darkness, Black Arts and Alchemy, and the Complete and Total Fucking Mayhem compilation.
Fuck yeah.
I basically got all these because I already had the new one.
That's quite the pull, brother.
Yeah, so like after I had James McBain on the show on my podcast, I was like, I feel like an asshole for not having the rest of his discography. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna pick him up while I can.
I still need to get the rest of it. The new one fucking was so. He's already working on a follow up too.
Yeah, he's been posting up snippets on Instagram. One where he's just jamming with his goat mask on.
So I got Levi, can I jump in a minute here? I got a question
go ahead.
for my buddy Jake. So what's with the name change to the channel, dude? What's going on?
Well, you changed your name.
Not to go into it too much, but there were some things associated with the last name that I wanted to distance myself from. They were lyrics from a band, and I wasn't comfortable, being associated with that band anymore.
Okay.
So,
I get
changed the channel name. Kind of like this one a little bit better, anyways.
So upside down church. That sounds fucking cool.
Yeah,
he's going to overtake that other channel in that algorithm.
Yeah.
You type in that name.
There's another channel named Upside Down Church, but I've already got almost double their subscribers.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there you go.
Pretty soon I'll be ahead of them in the algorithm.
Yeah,
hey,
I
is that Danielson?
I'm like, wait, that doesn't look like.
Yeah, Danielson is joining us, man.
Yeah, I got Rorschach down here. Probably gonna make noises. Yep, there it is.
Oh, he wants to leave. There you go. He made an appearance.
A random
Metalheads and their pussies. Anyway.
That's all the nudity you guys get.
All right, Levi, so you're getting some hole fillers there, some nice back catalogs, but you still need to get this, man.
oh my God, you have it?
You actually have Promise.
I blind bought this, and I don't know why I have it. However, there's this other massacre from Chile.
Oh, dude, I have.
It's like
one
Death
of those.
Thrash. You know what the South American guys are like. So this one's much better, much better. In alternative.
I got a bunch of cool massacre stuff in a Metalhead box recently. That was pretty cool.
Was that the one with one S? Was it Masacre? Was that one, Rick?
That's Massacre. Don't they call it Massacre?
They call it Massacre. I always just call it Massacres.
The one from South America?
I think
it's Massacre.
Yeah. Yep. I see. I got that tape in the Metalhead box too.
See.
It's
what is that?
Macabre. Like people say it different ways.
Macabre, yeah.
So
Macabre.
I hear it's at both ways.
Macaque.
Sucking macaque. Macaque.
Hey, look at this, man. Flaming guitars, man. Look at that.
I got
this
in
one.
the box today.
Pretty weird.
They clearly meant some business there. Wait, what you got there? Acid Witch.
Oh yeah.
They still haven't topped the Morbid Angel socks though.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was a pinnacle of awesomeness.
That's when they peaked.
You're not wrong.
That box peaked with those socks.
That's true. And what was really extra special about those socks was they only covered like half your foot.
Yeah, dude. The altars ones. Yeah, I was like, oh sweet, and I tried to put them on. I was like, what the fuck? Are these for
Fuck,
kids?
it covered my big toe.
I really wanted to sport them too. It was like, dude, I will actually pull them all the way up, but all the way up meant maybe it got close to my ankle.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to the heel, and I don't have big feet.
But did they only like have the print on one side, Jake? It was like one
Yeah.
side.
I think it was on the top, and then the bottom was just white. I still got them.
Yep.
They're
That's hilarious.
I kept them because it's more of an angel.
I
That's
kept
like-
it because it's hilarious.
That's like getting an assless thong or something.
I would have worn that too.
I know you would. No.
Family functions.
On your channel? Yeah.
Acid
I mean,
ball,
how do you
Ladies
know
and
I'm
gentlemen,
wearing
Necrotic Nick
apron,
presents
you know.
song modeling.
Yeah.
Dude, they have called me erotic Nick. Why not?
I'm starting to understand those 7,000 subscribers now, brother.
Right.
There we go.
I have had to do some unsavory things for some of those subscribers.
Oh, fuck. I get it, man.
I
I know what you
lot of
did for a
dancing.
Klondike bar.
You didn't subscribe to my OnlyFans, did you, Chris?
Oh, of
Shit.
course I did. $6.66 a month, brother. I'm in.
No, it wasn't OnlyFans. It was Fansly.
I'm still waiting for that video with the Cannibal Corpse apron, Nick, on your OnlyFans.
Nothing else.
You know, you
I
promised
gotta
us.
wear it all sexy like.
Yeah.
And the Glor Dome.
You know what? I think you and Stefan have to do a collab video on that one. Stefan has one of those too. You guys could be cooking and grilling your meats.
I mean, well, it has to be all like bratwurst and hot dogs. It has to be only wiener shaped food. Bananas for dessert.
Wrapped in Funyuns.
And you gotta
Make
make
it as
sure you
awkward
take
as
a
possible.
giant bite of the whole thing. Like,
Yeah. It's gonna be a real sausage party.
Okay, Mr. Banana Hammock.
forget the
Yeah.
movie Sausage Party. This is a real sausage party.
There's gonna be
man.
no
Going on here.
groundskeeping either.
I got a Slayer banana hammock. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh man.
Oh my
Uh,
god. It's
I
terrible.
remember I had one of those
We're all
just
fucked
back
up
in
people.
the 70s, man. Back in the 70s, my mom did buy me one of those green Speedos, and I'm pretty sure I wore it to the local pool. Good Lord,
Oh, no.
that's just wrong. Everything about that's wrong.
Everything
But
about the 70s was
But
wrong.
I was just going to say, it was the 70s, so there you go.
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. What is politically incorrect today? Back then, like, things just went wherever. It didn't matter.
Oh man.
You mean I can't do cocaine in the middle of this Denny's? This is bullshit. I thought this was America.
Well,
Fuck
it was
Is this
yeah.
America?
a 90s thing, wasn't it?
You do it in the fucking McDonald's, man. That's what they have those little aluminum foil ashtrays for. So they can,
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
God damn,
remember
that's
the
right.
coffee stirs? The ones with the little
Yeah.
M at the end?
Yeah.
those
yeah,
like
fuck yeah.
the perfect Coke spoons.
Yeah,
That's right.
Fuck yeah.
I remember someone made a post about that, and I showed my mom. She's like, "Yeah, no, they were right."
Now it's leading into the 80s, I guess, more than the 70s, but still, yeah, right on.
Mhm.
Oh, dude.
The good
Wild
old crazy days. Yeah, man.
So, Jake,
Look,
what
we're showing our age now, man. Let's talk more modern shit.
what you've
Man,
been listening to, Jake? What kind of atmospheric black metal new shit you got going on?
Oh,
I'm still waiting on that to arrive.
Good atmospheric
Yeah.
black metal.
Good atmospheric black.
I
I'm so
ordered
happy
that
that
on
is the greatest
CD
hits, Jake. If
2
that was the
months
greatest
ago,
hits,
and
I
it's
was like,
not
listen, I'm
made
booting
yet.
him. I'm booting him now.
that's one of my
Something's
favorite
up with
records
Jake,
of all
man.
time, dude.
All right,
Literally
Jeff.
one of my favorite records of all time.
Here's a good one.
Fuck
Chaos
yeah.
Moon?
Chaos.
Chaos Moon.
Chaos
Ah,
Moog.
I am
Their
unfamiliar.
first album. This is a gem.
What? Chaos Moon.
Yeah, American black metal.
Okay.
This one came out in 2006, I think. This pressing came out in 2019 or 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, smooth.
You just get that?
Yeah. Just picked that one up at the local shop.
Damn.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah. Damn,
Original
all you
artwork.
motherfuckers been in your local shop this week, huh?
You get that Grey Will?
Yeah. I can't believe you were familiar with Grey Will, Rick.
Yeah, I ordered from them quite a while ago. From I found some shit, man. Like, but that was before the site redesign. So I think you said it was a pain in the ass. Now it was even a bigger pain in the ass back then. Trying to browse their stuff.
Did you find it through Metal Detector?
Not that one. I think I was looking for something specific. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something black metal. And next, no, it's like they were like the only game in town that had it. I think I tried Discogs, but they were asking for something stupid, like they had a reasonable price.
Yeah, they base their price. They use Discogs to get a lot of their prices, but they always go towards the low end. Like whatever the most recent sale was, they don't go based off of like lowest or anything.
And that's reasonable. That's all I ask for. It's like, of course, you can make money, but
they drop it, a percentage. I think sometimes it's like $5 less. Other times it's like $10 less.
You gotta be careful on Discogs, man, because the other day Brian sent me a text message. It was a screen capture of Schnell's. Schnell has a distro now. It's called Final Hour of Christ Productions. But anyway, he had a copy of the Blue Mortician Relapse. Fuck, I forget.
Hacked up for a barbecue?
No, it's not hacked up. It's
Zombie Apocalypse.
Something die. Fuck, what's it called? It's like one of the last things they put out.
Oh,
most recent things. I mean, it's a reissue, but it's blue vinyl, right? And he had it for $30 on there, and somebody said to me, I don't know, I think I sent it to Devin, and Devin's like, oh man, he's ripping people off, and I went and looked it up. Some dude had that same thing on Discogs, $130. So either Schnell was way off, which I don't think he would be, because I know he's up on all that, the distros and what they're charging and shit, or somebody was really ripping somebody off on Discogs, man. Like,
not
really.
out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
I've been mostly just hitting up distros. I haven't really bought anything off of Discogs in a while.
Yeah.
It's been a few months since I bought something off Discogs.
Unless it's something really like hard to find. Like I find sometimes like that really finite stuff, and it's just anything kind of like that. I'm like, okay, I probably have to go there.
I have to go to Discogs. So let me see what was the last thing I got off Discogs.
Ooh, hey, what's up, cat? Ow.
I'd probably go to Bandcamp most often if I had to guess.
What else you got, Jake? Sorry, we kind of cut you off there.
Yeah, what you got?
Yellow Eyes.
What is it? Oh, Yellow Eyes.
Yellow Eyes, Rare Field Ceiling.
Okay.
This one came out 2009 or 2020 or 2019. Another American black metal album.
Yep.
So Jake, I'm taking it you're a big black metal fan, sir.
Yeah.
Right
yeah, it's easier to go to the US. I'm not killing you on shipping.
Yeah.
Well, not all US black metal bands use US distros though too. That's annoying.
Making sure everyone can see my cat's butthole. Just want to make sure.
Of course we did.
I saw you tugging the tail quite
We were waiting on that.
I'm revving him up.
Black metal and buttholes.
We were all hoping to get it.
Well, there's the new channel name.
There you go, Jake. You finally made the plunge, huh?
Yeah, they actually
Gloria
have it
Estefan
at the local store.
What's that?
Is that Gloria Estefan?
It's Marissa Nadler.
Man.
Oh,
she's good.
She is
the
so
one who did stuff
fucking
with
good.
Val, right?
That's the newest one. Just came out.
No, Emma Ruth Rundle's the one with Val.
Okay, there we go. I always,
Yeah, what's that called? Something Clouds, right? Something the Clouds.
This is the one you're thinking of.
Yep. And my brother-in-law has been super high on that one.
This one is The Path of the Clouds, yeah.
Path of the Clouds, yeah. I haven't even, other than the singles, I haven't listened to it yet. It's a little different for her.
I haven't listened to it yet either.
Yeah, is that that's your first one with her?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Emma Ruth is actually a guest on it. So
Yeah, she is on there, you're right.
yeah, so that's interesting.
She has actually, I was actually going to take the guitar player that's on Marissa, her guitar player that I've seen her when she did the tour 2018. It was just her and a guitar player named Milky Burgess. He's a real killer country picker, and I'm a good guitar player, but I wanted to up my game on guitar picking a little bit. And before I started really feeling shitty the last 2 months or so, I checked in with him on Instagram, and he was giving lessons, and we were going to get something going. And then I started to really feel crappy, and I said I'm going to have to hold off for a little while because I just wanted to get my country picking down a little bit because I do like more like acoustic picking, and he's a real killer guitar player, and she's just so unique, man. I think I'm gonna listen to that tonight actually, or tomorrow probably, to check it out the whole way through. But man, her last couple of albums, like the last one, For My Crimes, oh my god, dude, it is just better than sex. It's so fucking good, man. It's awesome.
I was gonna say that Chelsea Wolf Converge thing. I jammed a couple of tracks from that, and that sounds really good.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
I think Steve Von Till's on there too.
Probably, yeah.
And I know Stephen Brodsky from
Okay.
Cave-In,
Yeah,
Mutoid
Cave-In.
Man. I think he's also a part of that too.
I'll tell you what, that what's it called? Rick will know, or well, Jake will know. The thing in Wyoming, the outdoor show.
Fire in the Mountains.
Fire in the Mountains, man. That looks so fucking good. This one that's coming up, man, with Enslaved and Ivor Bjornsson doing everything. Oh my god, it looks. Yob's there. Mike Scheit's doing a set. Ivor's doing a set. I think it's sold out.
Brundle.
Yeah, Emerald Thundle. I think it's sold out though. I think.
Last I heard it wasn't yet, but that was a couple months ago.
Not cheap though,
Yeah, I'd
dude.
be
It's
surprised if it
pretty.
wasn't.
No,
It's salty. It's like $600, I think, with the camping and everything.
yeah.
Does that sound right?
You know, that's for 3 nights, camping and the whole show. Tons of beer included.
Oh, is that included?
Food, I
I didn't know
think.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not so bad. Yeah.
From what I remember looking at it,
terrible.
I looked at it not for this one, but the one. Well, it probably was this one back in.
Yeah, before they
2013
canceled.
was
Yeah.
announced before it got canceled the first time. I remember looking into going because it's a 5-hour drive for me.
Oh, dude, I'd go. Can you go, or can't you get your old lady not let you?
I probably need to plan it better in advance. At this point, it's probably too late to be able to get on to go to it.
Well, when is it? April? Or is it later
Either
in the summer?
spring or summer.
Yeah.
Can't remember for sure.
It just looks so fucking good, man, with Enslaved and what's the project that he's doing also? Ivor's doing with that. What's it called? Some with an O.
See if I can pull it up on Instagram real quick.
The name's like right there, but it's like a kind of a folky thing that he's doing, like an acoustic project that he's doing with another dude.
Is it just the one he's doing with Einar Selvik?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I think it's just called
Wardruna dude, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they have a name for it, or maybe Hardronger or Hardonger.
Maybe that's it.
Donger?
Let me see something here.
Hard Donger? I think
Hard
that's the name.
Donger?
That's the name of the movie I did to pay for college.
Well, you said it
Yeah,
was
that's-
like from delivering pizzas. Well, you know, it's,
Yeah.
you know.
Who's got the sausage, Joe?
Yeah, and Steve Von Till is there too.
Mike Scheit is doing a solo
Mike
performance.
Scheit, Yob.
I mean, Yob's enough for me.
Yeah.
to
Oh
go.
fuck, Yob
Yob's-
is so good, man.
Yob
So
is love.
good. Eternal
Obsequia's there.
Champion,
Yob is love. Yob is life.
Yeah, they just
Eternal
reissued Atma.
Champion. Yellow
it got-
Eyes,
Visigoth.
Visigoth. Yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah, man, that looks so fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm kind of waiting for the next time Panopticon plays it, though. That's when I really want to go. Be able to catch Panopticon live.
I would like
Yeah,
to
that
see
would
them.
work.
I still got more of their releases. I just have
Yeah.
2 of them.
I'm just
Yeah,
happy
and
the
if-
fucking
starting
shows are
now-
back, man.
Kind of a
Yeah,
pain.
look
I'd
Yeah.
love, to,
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
love it if Blood Red Throne did a tour here in the States and I got to go see them. Because even
Hey, Marty.
when I posted my review for their last album, Gunnar, the bass player, commented saying, like, hey, when we tour the States, I'd like to have a beer with you. And I'm like, well, I don't drink, but I'll buy you a beer.
Marty, they might have cabins there that you if you have enough people, you could go in on and actually have a real bed. Or
And
I think
I
it's
saw-
not.
And real
I don't think
spiders.
it's too far from a town. I think it's
Yeah, I
within
don't
an
think
hour
it
from
is. Yeah.
town.
You can
So I
get
think you can get a hotel.
you know, hotel. Yeah, I saw Obsequies there.
Yeah.
Canner's band. I'm kind of
Oh,
surprised.
that's pretty good.
I'm surprised that Austin's not there. I'm surprised that. Yeah, fuck. What's the name of this band?
I think he played the last one or the one before, Panopticon, and they're trying not to have people play over and over. So I think it's going to be a few years before he goes.
Yeah, I'm just surprised he's not there, like as an acoustic, doing an acoustic set or something like that. That'd be, he's probably going. I would imagine he'll go.
But yeah, he did an acoustic set the night.
Yeah.
So they do like an acoustic night the first night.
Yep, and then
he did a set when he played with his full band.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that video. That was a great show, man. That just looks so fucking cool, man.
I kind of wish I went to that Decibel Metal and Beer Fest. A lot of the live footage that came out from that looked pretty damn cool.
Yeah, I didn't. I was at the last one with Triptychon, and that one was great because it had fucking Obituary did Slowly We Rot, and then Enslaved did Frost, which they'd never done before. Just Frost. Yeah, it was killer. And then the Uada was fucking badass. I thought Uada were amazing. Who else was that? Triptychon was killer. The only band that they had what's that band I can't stand the singer for? The Sunbather band. I can never remember.
Death Heaven.
Yeah.
It was them, Exhorter. Who was the other headliner? Oh, it was Baroness. They were the only band that, and I've seen Baroness a bunch, and they're great live, but they were not very good that show, man. I don't like that new album at all.
Yeah, I'm still.
Is that the Baroness show with Death Heaven?
I saw that tour.
Zeal and Ardor.
No, this was
amazing.
No, this was just Baroness, and they were headlining the Decibel Fest in Philly.
That's back in 2019, right? It was,
that was April of 19. Yeah. Yep.
Were you saying you weren't into the new album, Jeff?
Yeah, I just don't like the sound of it, man. It doesn't.
The production's way off on that.
Yeah. It's really weird.
There's some good songs, like you can hear. They have different live versions of some of the songs, and they're really good.
Right.
They put on the album, and you're like, God, this thing stinks.
And I love the album before. I love the Purple album and the Red and the Blue albums. I love both of them.
Yellow and Green is awesome.
Yellow and Green's killer, man. And I've seen them. I've seen them at least a half dozen times because they opened for Opeth a bunch of times on a bunch of different tours. But I was unimpressed with them, and I know that girl's a good player, Gina.
Yep.
She's a good guitar player, but they didn't even sound right live. They just sounded weak. I don't know.
Yeah. And
they're a good band, man. I mean, the drummer's great, the bass player's great. I don't know. Something about that new material did nothing for me, man. But that Tomb Mold was there. Outer Heaven was there. Outer Heaven, Crips. No, not Crips.
Crips Sermon, right?
No, Crips Sermon wasn't it. They were at this one, not the one.
Yeah, okay. That was one of the live performances I saw. Dude, they sounded great.
Tombs. The band Tombs was there.
Those guys are good.
They were killer.
Dude, their last album. Whoa.
Great show, man. Great show. I wish I didn't. You know what, man? The only bands I really wanted to see at this one, because I'm not a big grind guy, and I saw Converge open for Neurosis, and they didn't do much for me. But I would have liked to have seen Blood Incantation and Crypt Sermon, and Eternal Champion too. Would have been cool.
Oh, Eternal Champion's so good.
I still need to get that album. I'm going to eventually get it.
Yeah, the Ravening Iron, that was my favorite from last year.
It's been on the list.
I can see Nick doing a collection update, trying to cover the boobs like everybody else is.
Yeah, trying to cover up the tits on the cover.
You naughty prevert, stop looking.
Bodacious tatas.
We can't help it, damn it.
Dude, I've had to do that with a couple of covers. Like, hey, okay, now we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I had to find like a nice little PNG file of a censor bar because, occasionally get like a brutal death cover. It's like, yep, that's a bunch of stuff coming out of her pussy. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that ain't gonna work.
It's funny with some of the collection update videos, like you forget the inside cover has that, and like when you open it up, you want to show you, like, oh yeah, I forgot that was
Oh,
Oh,
no warning.
And they'll flag you for the dumb
We're
shit.
gonna have to have
man.
a talk.
They will flag you on YouTube for the dumb shit. You know, when we
And you
play
know, it's
songs on our
funny.
show that don't have
Yeah.
videos, I'll try to fill it in with goofy shit for people to look at, you know, so you're not just staring at a blank fucking screen. But like sometimes I'll put like footage from an old Outer Limits episode and shit, man, but YouTube will bounce that shit back quicker than fuck. You know, nope, you can't use that shit. Like, oh, damn it. You know?
all the way from the
Well,
60s.
Here's a really funny story. Back about 2 months ago, I was posting a lot of my band discographies on, and I threw up Fish, the singer Marillion, the old singer Marillion,
Yeah.
and he had a bunch of bootlegs, and one of them is called "Toiling in the Reaper Bond," and he's holding a girl, she's leaning back, and her nipple's sticking out, her left or right boob, whatever. They fucking flagged me and they wiped the post off after I threw it up. And I'm like, what the fuck? Have you ever gone on Instagram and seen the fucking number of chicks on there that post damn near gash exposing pictures? Like they're literally like
yes.
the camel toe is like hanging out all over the place.
Right there.
The fucking
Yep.
little mini tops are on where they're just barely covered, and they fucking wig out over an album cover that has one nipple exposed. I had to take a blackout.
It is
plan to cover
ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous.
It's unreal. It's like, what the fuck, man?
I think the closest thing I got away with it. It might have been before we were monetized. I put up one of the Witchfighter General
Oh yeah.
covers.
Oh yeah.
I think Death Penalty.
Wait, are you guys talking about shit like this?
Put it away, Jacob.
We're
There are
all-
my children watching.
Great, Jake.
We're
Thanks,
all-
now, man. Thanks, Jake. You're gonna kick us off.
Jake, Jesus
Kick us
Christ,
off.
Look at
man.
that, cover your eyes.
You just
Can't
had to
take
show
this
that.
trying
fucking
to-
guy anywhere.
Just trying to get this shit taken down.
You know what's
I'm going
funny?
to bed.
Goddamn right. Hey, let's burn it to the ground, goddammit.
Saboteur.
You know what's funny? Whenever I tell my mom
Savage.
about some of the stuff that I get, and she'd be like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And I'd be like, do you want me to make a story about what's wrong with me?"
Yeah,
Wait,
right.
how old are you, Levi?
27.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
You're
And-
still,
you're good.
you're still in that. You're still in that zone where
Yeah.
that stuff means a lot to you now.
I still
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
when my mom found like the Cannibal Corpse album covers.
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. She wasn't like, you got to throw this away or anything. She was as cool as she could be about it. She was like, what is this? This is gross. What the hell? And
She's
then she
not
saw
wrong.
the Butcher to Birth one, and the Butcher
She's
to
not
Birth was
wrong,
like, there are
actually.
babies on meat hooks. What the hell? I was like, what? It's cool. I like it.
Some of my favorite
Yeah.
memories of my youth are sending my mother to buy like Christmas records for me, man.
I
Like,
even
that-
brought up. I
Venom
even
and
remember
shit,
bringing
you know?
up. I even remember bringing up to my mom one time about when I was getting James McBain on the show, and I brought up the fact that he's in a band called Hell Ripper, and she kind of looked at me like,
What?
He's ripping
She
hell.
just kinda-
He's going after it. He's a good Christian lad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's a good guy.
Yeah. There you go.
Imagine,
I should have. I probably.
imagine
should've
what
said
my
that.
77-year-old mother said when I said, "Hey, Mom, can you give me the latest Piss Grave album for Christmas?"
Oh God, with that cover. Ooh.
That didn't actually happen.
I know, right?
Depends on your
I mean, hey,
background too.
But
Like,
yeah, imagine
Did
if
that
that
stream
were
get
a
flagged because I
scenario.
put up
It'd be
that
like,
album cover?
What's that?
Mr. Floppy Face when I put
Yeah,
up that
Mr.
film?
Floppy Face.
Yeah, with his
that-
teeth up into his forehead.
For the,
area.
uh,
Oh, no,
Lepro-
his whole face opens like a screen door, or at least
Yeah,
it
that's-
did.
Something's not
Yeah.
right there. Something's just not right there.
Fuck
The first
yeah.
album
it's like
cover.
a full,
You
full
wanna
of hell.
actually
You
do
know,
this
like
as
instead of pick up a
human being?
CD, come full of hell. You're like, again, I don't know how fundamentals religious, your family is, but just that name alone, be like, well, hell's not enough. You gotta be full of it now.
Yeah. Right.
Speaking of them,
I mean, I will say
It's
this:
hell squared.
my mom's generally cool about what I do. My dad, he might be a bit more irked, but it's not that big a deal.
He'll get over.
They know
he'll
my
get
shtick.
over it.
Even my grandmother's fine with it, and she's more religious than my parents, and she's even fine with it.
I really like that song, "Entrails Ripped from a Virgin
He's at
Sky."
that dance
Yeah,
floor.
I like it. Oh, my son's in there listening to the old Cannibal Corpse again.
Oh, deicide, they're such sweet lads.
Oh, Levi, the
That's
only
pretty
bad thing
That's
you ever
sweet,
done
though.
is
I
listen to
remember-
that heavy
Remember when that was like a big thing with Cradle of Filth? It's like, but it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
vampire, like vampires, right? Like,
There's
that's
that
what you
sweet
guys
lad,
watch Bram
Glenn-
Stoker's
Glenn
Dracula?
Benton with the upside down.
I gotta have the fangs.
Crazy. Yeah.
Fucking contacts. Well, he's just kind of dressed up as like, I don't know. He looks like the makeup for Danny Filth looks like he just took a bunch of lipstick. Like I'm just
gonna.
He looks like
Yeah.
sticky and kind of greasy.
Yeah.
And a victim in an episode of SVU and shit.
Probably.
I didn't make that joke, did I? All right, sorry guys, I'm going for the night now. No.
well, it's funny is you go see him live. He's like 5 foot tall. You know, he's got this giant getup.
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
Cradle of Filth once. They were second stage at Ozfest. I can't remember what year, but when he came out, it was like, is that someone's kid? Because Danny stands about
and
like
who fucked him
3.5 apples tall.
Right.
I think they do officially measure him in apples.
I remember the first time I ever heard of Cradle of Filth or Danny Filth was when Danny was on Viva La Bam a long time ago for a cameo and helped shave Brandon Novak's head.
Did they go to Cedar
What?
Point? Was Danny able to get on any of the rides?
I remember it was that same episode where Don Vito and Ryan Dunn took Bam's old Hummer and drove it off a fucking cliff. Like jackasses.
The funny thing about Cradle of Filth, the first time I've heard of them was because they were giving away a guitar, and I've never heard a single note from that band, but the guitar looked pretty damn cool. So I entered the giveaway, and I go, I gotta actually check out their music sometime later. But it'd be cool if I win that guitar. I didn't win, of course.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
there was one of those bands like I would see all over like Metal Maniacs magazine. I think it was like, you know, Cruelty and the Beast, Dusk and Her Embrace, like that era.
Midian,
And
yeah.
Always see like, you know, people rocking their T-shirts. I was like, well, the logo's pretty sick. And I think I listened to Cruelty and the Beast first, and I was like,
Yeah.
like it's I don't know. It's just kind of this like homogenized extreme
Broad.
metal. Like they kind of
Broad
just go for
style.
oh yeah, all that.
Basically everything.
I
They're going for
didn't
everything.
mind the new one though, to be honest. Like
I need to
thought it was
listen
gonna suck. All right, Danny Phil's screeches suck. I hate that like whatever that
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his
laryngitis
super
fucking
high.
vulture shriek.
But when he's doing like normal black metal vocals, it sounds really good.
Yeah,
it's like-
and the guitar works
But,
awesome.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah, I'm not as into his super high squealy stuff either.
he just keeps and when he's doing it loud like live it's
Where he's like,
it's the loudest fucking thing. Like he drowns out everything just to I don't know, make you want to throw up from getting vertigo from that high pitched fucking ugh. I don't know. Cradle of Filth has never been my thing. I think I got into like Dimmu Borgir before I got into Cradle of Filth.
Me
Like,
too.
Yeah, Dimmu Borgir just was.
And I'm not even a
comfortable.
huge Dimmu fan either.
Me either. Not much anymore. I used to be.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard of them too, and it was because they were making fun of the top hat. Like that's the band with the top hat. I'm like, okay.
Right, the top hat guy, right on.
I'm like, I gotta check this out. What is this?
Yeah. I'll be right back. I need to go take a leak. So.
More
Go for it.
more gimmick than fucking jam, in my opinion. But
Who's that?
Cradle
that?
of Filth.
yeah, Cradle of Filth.
And-
Yeah,
and
man,
Dimmu
that's
Borgir
one
again.
band I just never got into, man. Danny's
No.
voice just turns me off so much, man.
Me
It's
too.
so
yeah.
cheesy. I'm not saying some of the songs don't have some merit to them, like some of the music isn't.
No, they have their place, but
It's got
Yeah.
it's got the kind of I don't know. It just doesn't do much for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Their
dude,
first demo, first EP, whatever. That was pretty much death metal. Like it
Yeah.
was not even like, and that wasn't bad at all, man. I remember jamming that one day. I was like, yeah, I wish they would have kept this going.
right. Yeah, but they did not.
Yeah, I bought,
They
I
weren't
bought
gonna
that
get their,
double,
you know,
I
album
bought
sold
that
on Hot
double
Topic.
CD comp, and I never made it through the whole album. I didn't even make it through the first CD. I just bought it on a whim, like, oh, I should like this. This is probably like 15 years ago. I just was like, man, I cannot stand this fucking goose voice, man. No thanks.
Nick, you nailed it, even man. Hot Topic metal, brother. That's
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
What Hot Topic,
Yeah. Oh.
It's like Hot Topic extreme metal. Like,
Yeah,
this
right.
is for you can get this album, and it comes with a bottle of Manic Panic, some fake
and
vampire
a black
teeth and
necklace and
contacts.
shit. Yeah,
I
right.
remember when I was like back in high school and going to art school. It's like everybody who graduated from Marilyn Manson. That's where they strayed. They all went to Cradle of Filth.
Yeah.
Good point.
Sort of like, you know, like,
the
you know,
newly Christian Marilyn Manson, mind you. The newly
Yeah.
Christian Marilyn Manson.
like sophomore
That's
year,
right,
you'd see
newly
Marilyn
Christian.
Manson shirts, and then junior year is like, well, you got a Cradle of Filth shirt. Is that the same thing?
Yeah,
Whatever.
oh, what the?
And then
Okay.
they
Either way,
denied
the teacher's telling you to take it off.
Yeah, awful.
Manson and Kanye hanging out. That's really there you go.
That shit was hilarious to me, man. I ain't gonna lie, I laughed all day about it. That's
Two
fucking-
fine, upstanding citizens right
He
there.
was
Absolutely.
Manson's the most fakest piece of shit. I
He
can't
is.
stand that. I
He
can't
is.
stand him. I just can't stand him.
I did like Antichrist Superstar. That album was okay. I have it.
Cake and Sodomy is one. I do like that song, but that I have an affinity for sodomy. So
Well, there you go.
you know.
Chris, let me introduce you to Nick's cat.
Yeah, right. Hey, I know it's butthole.
It looks like you're
That's all-
tickling
that's all.
his butthole
You can
right
definitely
there.
most people ID him by his butthole because he's
As long as
usually
I know
running
his
away from
butthole, we're
everyone.
good. Yeah, right on.
Rorschach.
I know Nick's butthole and his cat. I
What?
mean, no.
I come back to this.
Wait, what?
What
Oh,
timing?
Levi, you're just
Whoa,
in time.
hold up,
We're all
hold
showing
up.
Hey,
our
and
buttholes.
by the way, don't tell Shred I refer to him as your butthole. By the way, you know.
Dude. Oh, that's
What happened to him? Is he too baked out?
He might have just smoked himself into a fucking coma. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't hear any rumbling up there.
Is
I
he
will
like?
attest-
He's like Jim Brewer and half baked.
I will
Oh,
attest
no,
for
he
Shred's
lapped him.
stamina. Yeah, he can go. Shred
Yeah,
can go.
dude, all right. I told you
He's got
about
no quit in him.
yeah, our trip to Maryland. I don't know how the fuck you guys were able to talk. Like the amount of weed that passed between you two.
We went bong hit for like 142 hours.
God, dude.
Jeez.
Dude,
Damn.
like you could have put an elephant in a fucking coma.
I love Shred. Shred's my brother.
Damn.
I said it. I think I said to him on Facebook. He reminds me so much of my older brother Rue before he passed away.
Oh.
Both just big, lovable goofballs.
Yeah, how do you not love Shred, man?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, once
He's
he
the cheats to
just
my
ambushes
child.
you with his butthole, you can find
Yeah.
ways not to love him.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nick, I have a question. So, Shred was going to do this guitar tutorial thing, and it didn't really get past the first episode.
Well,
What happened?
he's
Yeah.
waiting
He's moving
on
slow. He's moving
Miller to-
slow, right?
well, no, he's in the process of moving.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna say just move. So
Yeah, we got other stuff too, and he needs Miller to help him out because Miller knows how to cue up all the audio and everything, so it comes out clear. You know,
Oh.
Shred just knows what he's going to play, and he's got a much better riff this time. It's Megadeth, Jake. Anyway,
Oh, yeah?
Greatest hits. Is he
What?
playing the greatest hits?
he's not playing the greatest hits, you son of a bitch. I won't forgive you for that.
He could just record himself playing, man. Like that guy, SET Young, man. Like he just puts up videos of him playing his bass. It does these pretty cool covers of whatever he's into at the moment.
Steve,
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
Steve's
I
a,
think once
Steve's
he
a
gets,
badass bass player.
gets
man.
moved out and gets because he wants to set up his own little studio, kind of like what Miller has, like the soundproofing foam and his cabinets. All that
Yeah,
stuff.
and that's a pain in the ass.
There's really no space for that here. Pretty much everything's just set up in terms of like recording wise, just for like just us talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I remember saying or asking you a couple weeks ago, Nick, about the camera you used to record, and I'm thinking about getting that.
Fuck.
I do that all the
what
time
the
too.
fuck was that?
Yeah, getting
I hit
that.
I hit
after-
the keyboard fucking tray that comes out. I just smack my fucking knuckles on it.
Ow!
I smack
shit.
my knuckles on the edge of my desk from time to time.
That's the
Fuck,
camera
that
we
hurt
use.
me, goddamn.
Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe getting that
Yeah,
after
GoPro
Christmas.
7 Black.
Nice.
And it's got a really good directional mic on it. Like we used to use this, same mics I use here for the videos and just record audio separately. And this actually gets really good audio. And yeah, I mean that's
I
it.
say Yeah, if I end up getting it, I'll have to like figure out a new setup for it in here.
You want to know my
like,
setup?
rearrange
I have my phone propped on the TV stand. It's one of those ones with the wheels, and I got a little clamp on there. That's pretty much my setup.
I like
If it
it.
gets the job done, then there
Works.
it is. Meanwhile,
I can see you.
meanwhile, I just been using this shitty Logitech webcam for like 3-4 years.
My webcam was it Amcrest or something like that.
Man, we got cameras all over the goddamn house at this point. I got
That's
them
the
in
thing,
almost
man,
every room.
I bought a webcam too, but the thing is, I didn't want anything relying on a computer where I need drivers and all kinds of shit and all kinds of stuff going on. I figured I could just turn on the phone and I just upload that stuff. But again, if it's working for you, that's great. But I just had issues.
Yeah, and also I've just been looking to get the quality better because sometimes whenever I render videos off of the webcam, it comes off a bit choppy, and it's like I record this in 1080p.
Well, that might be
60 frames.
The frame rate sometimes drops, right? Like that sucks too. Like you get this little.
Yeah.
Are you setting things up to render like 1080p, certain frame rate, and all that?
The software's got them right. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you using? What, Adobe?
I got Cyberlink Power Director.
Okay.
Which is really good. It's really good.
Yeah. I was using OBS.
I just know how to use Adobe
and I got
Premiere.
to where whenever it renders, it can render like an 18-minute video in like 6 minutes.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
That's pretty efficient.
The other day, or whatever it was, week and a half ago, Rick, when I did that response to your Halloween video, it took fucking 14 hours for my video at 30.
I remember you telling me that, man. You're like, it's still going. I think you had to cancel at one point, right? And you had to try again.
I had to cancel and start it again. Yeah, I was talking to. I think I was talking to you, Nick, actually.
Yeah.
And I re-uploaded, and I thought, you know what? If it doesn't go this time, fuck it, I don't care. It showed up the next day, but it was literally about 12 hours later, 13 hours later.
Yeah, I almost missed the deadline for Classy Lonnie's and Rick's giveaway because my video took like 8 hours to upload.
That's how I knew about your new channel name. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Looks familiar.
It's this runner of an upside down.
How long are your
church.
shows, man? If you don't mind my asking, how long are you guys' shows generally? Rick, how long does your show run when you run? What's your time frame that you work in?
Show like when I do a video.
Yeah, like when your videos run. How often do you post videos, and how long are they?
Oh shit, man. I've been a little slow lately. Maybe once or twice a month. If I'm good, maybe 3 times a month. Like I don't do what Nick does, at all. But
I'm an insane person.
Yeah.
Well, Nick's prolific.
You didn't have to agree so quickly, Rick.
None of us are regular. I mean, like I did. Yeah. What did I do in October? I think I did 2 deep dive shows, and they were like 5. Well, they were like 5-hour shows, but then they were like 2 hours of bullshitting afterwards. And then on Rick's channel, we did a lot of these streams that we'd all get together with. We usually did them on Rick's channel, and they'd go anywhere from 5 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
My theory is that we're struggling to grow my show, and my theory is that it's because I do a 2.5, 3-hour show every fucking week, and it's too goddamn long. But then I see other people doing 7-hour shows that do fine, so I don't know that.
Yeah, that's weird. Like I've been struggling too to get some peeps coming in on my review videos from time to time.
I'll be honest with you.
It's a slow, gradual.
There's a couple of observations. I think, and Nick will probably agree with me on one respect. The one thing I've noticed with shows that really grow and grow really, really fast, they tend to have a regular output of videos, like a very consistent amount of
every
videos.
Wednesday, man. I put a show out every Wednesday for 6 years now. Every single Wednesday.
Okay, so you're doing 4 a month.
Yep.
Okay.
Every week.
And then.
And it's a 2.5, 3-hour show. I've interviewed fucking bands from Testament to Overkill, man.
Yeah,
I still can't grow this fucking thing.
What's your view count at this point?
Dude, I got 500 subscribers. That's it. And I've talked to fucking Sodom. I've talked to Heathen, Flotsam and Jetsam. I've talked to all those bands. I don't know.
But how many views do you get on a video?
30.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
really off, man. Like The algorithm should be
I don't know
fair.
what I'm doing wrong, man. I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah,
Those are
that's
some
very
big-
weird because even like my deep dive episodes, 150 to 330 on most of them.
Yeah,
Are you
YouTube-
sharing them like all over the
YouTube
place?
sent me. I get all over social media, Facebook, Instagram. YouTube sent me an email once that told me that they've now designated me an adult channel, which basically means I'll never come up in a thumbnail. I'll never come. You have to search for us to find us.
What?
They're never going to help me grow.
That's the
Why?
problem.
My show will never be monetized, and honestly, I don't even give a fuck about that. I don't care about monetizing.
Yeah,
it at
none of
all.
us.
Yeah,
None of
I
us.
haven't been monetized in
Yeah.
forever.
Do you
I
click
just-
this?
Why would they call your stuff adult? Simply
Because we say fuck too much and shit.
yeah,
and
but
all
we
that.
do on all of ours. We all
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Well, do you click this content's not for kids on your videos?
Every time.
Oh.
Yeah, that's weird. I get
That's really
that many views, and I have 112 subscribers. I'm pulling 30 to 40 views per video.
Are you
Yeah,
like tagging a whole bunch of like stuff in like the descriptions and shit? And
maybe I'm not doing that right, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail here, but I just
That
I'm
is
definitely
weird.
doing something wrong, brother. For sure.
That is weird.
Any
'cause
advice? I'm happy to hear it.
that is weird because I remember you telling me about this, and I went and checked your show out, and I'm like, why does this dude only have like a couple hundred subscribers? That's weird.
Dude, I'm putting 50 hours a week into making every show. I swear to God, I am.
Really?
Yeah.
And I always find it strange too, given my sub count at over 3,100. Yet my metal content only gets somewhere between like 10 to 40 views.
well, I mean, you're kind of branching out into a totally different realm.
Trying
You
to
said
get
all the you had what, wrestling and NASCAR?
NASCAR back in the day.
Yeah.
You probably have a lot of dead subscribers
Yeah.
That too.
from
You probably do, actually.
from like
It's got a
they
good point.
subscribed you years back, and they have so many subscriptions they
Haven't
don't even know they're subscribed.
They don't even know that I'm still even doing stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
Uh,
because they've been
Yeah,
watching
but
other
it
shit.
is-
Once you stop watching somebody's videos and you're watching other
yeah,
shit,
but you had like the
you
podcast
get
stuff,
filled
like
up with
the
new shit.
yeah, like the Horseman podcast stuff. Even though that show we mainly do like every couple weeks or at the latest once a month, and those do fairly well. Like hell, the last two episodes where I interviewed James McBain from Hellripper and Gunner from Blood Red Throne, they've been getting up there almost to 100.
But
So
Nick, let me
not
ask you a
too
question.
shabby.
You know when? Could you pinpoint when you had?
Oh shit!
Oh, what
What was
the
that?
fuck was
Damn.
that? Can you
You-
pinpoint when you had your largest growth spurt? Like, was it like 1 month you suddenly went crazy, or over a 3-month period you suddenly went, or was it over a year or so?
there were a couple of moments we had spikes. I'd say the first real big one was the Tool review, because Tool fans are psychopaths.
Rabid.
My Tool review got crazy whenever I did it.
And then I
So
want to
fuck,
say,
I don't like Tool. That's what I'm doing wrong.
well, we
Probably
got
it.
help from another channel too. Downfall fucking kind of whored us out, and they were letting us share our videos on his channel.
Okay.
Well, dude, Nick, you've been amazing to me. Thrones of Metal, you guys have been amazing to me. I love you guys with all my guts, man. For real, you've been amazing to us.
Oh, dude, man, your fucking content. I mean, it should be selling itself, because, like I
It
said,
really should.
anytime if I'm not watching your show on a Wednesday, it's because I'm probably editing something I fucking shot.
Well, it is weird though. I mean, Nick, you've talked and you've had Chris on a couple times, and you did some collab videos, and you've talked to him. It's a surprise.
Dude, I even have a hot chick to co-host the fucking show with me, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
Valid.
weird.
I mean, fuck.
I
Alright,
feel
I'm sorry. Let's go back to talking about
I just
metal.
show my balls a
I'm
lot.
done
That gets me
crying.
in
Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, same here. I was just
appreciate you
checking
listening
my-
to me cry about it. You guys.
I was just checking my Tool review, and I didn't notice almost 800 views.
That's good, man.
My
Yeah.
most viewed
Review is-
video has 500 views.
Our best
What's that?
video
Nick?
is our
My-
Rules of the Mosh Pit video. Has like 6,000 views, and I did that shit like 2.5 years ago. But
Yeah, my most viewed video has 500 views. And that was my Metalhead box video. Where I did
Dude, that's the
good,
that's the
bad,
weird
and the
thing.
ugly.
I was gonna say, you resort to that. That's probably gonna do it. Like Yeah.
Well,
Damn,
maybe
it sounds
start
like I need
doing
to get
some
in the
of those.
metalhead boxes.
But
Dude, no, the metal
know,
box actually that was an early spike. That was the
Yep.
like as soon as we put it up, like I was shocked we had like 25 views like almost right away.
my
But
video
there
was too
there
my video
are-
was too critical to receive any bump from it though.
There's
See,
definitely
I
got no
bury mine in my
subscribers, lots of
show.
video
Maybe that's what.
views.
there's
I bury
definitely
my metalhead box. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
there's absolutely trendy topics that get you big spikes. For example, the last month and a half or so, there was this big viral video thing in the metal community
Yep.
that was, and Nick will know all about this because we went through a real fun couple days on it. But the top 10 bad albums that aren't Saint Anger, and
I
everybody
noticed that
did
too.
them,
I watched that video. Great video. Great
was it?
video.
but everybody that did them, which I did not do it because I tend to not do the. No
I
offense,
didn't do
tend
it
to
either.
not be trendy. I don't give a fuck. But the bottom line is, like Devin did it. He got like 1,100 views, and Matt from the that did it. He got like 6,000 views.
Somebody
Like,
got
holy
some
shit.
feedback happening.
We got some feedback going on.
Do we
Somebody does.
still?
Yeah. All right, no, it's still going. It's not
How about
Jake.
now?
Hey, Levi, can you mute yourself real quick?
Nope, it's Levi.
Oh, wait, was it Levi? Did you mute
Levi,
yourself?
mute yourself.
All right,
Unmute.
unmute. Yeah, it's you, man.
It's my fan. Hang on.
There it is.
That is
It just gets hot in here really easily. Whew.
Yeah,
Created some kind of a sound loop there. But anyways, what I was saying was certain topics will bring a lot of viewers in, and I will tell you this much, man. Anything that's negative, you're bound to see massive spikes. Anything that's shits on something or shits on somebody else. Like, here's the thing. If you did, like Nick, if you did like a top 10 shitty metal DC channels, dude, you'd fucking probably have, honestly, I'm not kidding, you probably have 10,000 views on it.
Dude,
So
I
if
did
you-
a video called "The 10 Biggest Dick Holes in Metal."
Exactly. You'll probably have like, you'll probably have 2,000 subscribers by the end of the month. Guarantee it.
I wouldn't. I don't know.
I'm not kidding.
maybe-
I'm not kidding though.
I know.
I'm not.
People,
not
people
joking.
latch on to negative memories harder than they latch on to positive
Absolutely,
ones.
man.
Yeah, it's just how people are. Because they're like, I wonder what this
Tupac
guy's got to
templates.
say about this.
Yeah, people like to see people shit on people, and I mean, like, look at Wyatt's channel when Wyatt was doing all his making fun of other metal channels. Now he always couched it under humor, even though some of us knew he wasn't kidding about certain people. But he got fucking crazy views, man. That kid has like what 25,000 subs or something like that. That's just what people dig. They love people fucking with people and shitting on people. It's just, you know.
Our most viewed video still is 6 feet
The
under.
6 feet under review.
Well, of course.
We took a
But
healthy
actually,
dump on that.
that's warranted, though.
A well-deserved
yeah.
dump, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Chris Barnes, so
Red
locks,
fucking
smell.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think actually I think the next one down. Yeah, viewers picks for worst metal albums reaction. Yeah, that's a while ago too.
Yeah. We'll catch fire eventually, right after I die. We'll be good to go.
Oh boy.
Fucking,
If you want to go double
I need to
whammy,
see-
it's like
I need
you
to
can do
see
the-
what my most
the
viewed
worst,
metal
the top
video
10
is.
worst metalhead box unboxings. And then
fuck yeah.
bring both worlds
You
together.
gotta call it something shitty instead of something good. See, I do the Metalhead box openings, but I bury it in my show. It's a 2.5-hour show, and it's just like a 10-minute thing we stick in there. You know what I mean? So
You know what I noticed? A lot of the not talking about like channels that do metal, but just in general, people who do streams. Sometimes they'll do like these little highlight clips or whatever, and they'll post that as a separate video. So if you got anything that's like kind of like, I don't know, segment of something, kind of because some people may not want to sit through like 2 hours.
Dude,
Like
we do that. I put I put 1 to 3 minute videos all over social media that are clips from our shows. The whole dude, I got the fucking green screen, the fucking full borders with. I mean, we go all out. I got a busted knee. I took a real bad accident, and I'm stuck at home in an office all the time. So this is what all I do is obsess over this shit, you know. So I got the time to invest in it like Nick does, you know.
It's
Yeah,
just
man,
insane, man. Like,
I've definitely
I feel like
invested.
the math doesn't work though. Like it's like I don't know, man. Someone put a hex on you or something.
Dude, right? Well, I think I pissed off somebody in YouTube or something like that, man. They're doing us no favors or something like that.
Dude, we'll just get BillyWitchDoctor.com from Walking Hunger Force to show up at your house, and he will a rice chicken.
I need to do
He's talking
something.
So
about
I just
buying
So I just found my most viewed metal
I've
video.
heard people do that. I don't even know what the details are to that, but
yeah,
I don't want to make money, but spending it on, so I don't know if I'm
Right.
You know,
Well, I just found mine.
I've heard
I was
about
gonna
that whole buying subs thing, and I just
Yeah.
I don't know how that would work.
I don't know how you do it. I don't even understand how you would fucking facilitate it. I don't get it.
No.
I know there's like a way to like farm for fucking views. I mean,
Well, that's probably true. That's probably
Mhm.
legit, but I just don't know how you'd go out and like, I don't know, send YouTube a $25 check for 50 subs. It just doesn't
I
make
still believe our audience is out there. We just got to find them. You know what I mean? That's just.
Yeah, we just gotta find those.
I'm
people.
not gonna do that whole, for
Nah.
money on YouTube thing.
no, don't do that.
Yeah.
I did. I just keep grinding. That was my philosophy. I was like,
But
listen,
Chris, your situation does, because I met you a couple months back, right? And I went
Yes, sir.
stuff out, and I was like, why does this guy only have like 365 subs? This is weird. That did strike me as very odd. And I mean, you're doing a variety show, you're doing interviews. Now, granted, I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of your interviews are of fairly obscure type guys. They're not like, I know you've done a couple big ones, big name ones, but it's not like you're fucking interviewing Maynard or,
No, yeah, right.
Azototh or.
But in the metalhead community, though, man, some of them are big. Like Hate and Aeon were on recently, and I feel
yeah,
like
you would think. You would think. That's what's kind of weird about it.
Sodom and Flotsam and Jetsam, and
but let's be honest, the metal community as a whole is a pretty small little niche of, I mean, we all love it and we're all fucking passionate about it, but the lion's share of people out there on YouTube are not metal fans. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
So, frankly, if you were a fucking hip hop channel, you'd be way bigger. Like for example, like you look at a guy like Mike Seatown. You guys know Mike Seatown, right?
Yeah.
I know.
I know Jake and Rick do.
Yeah.
Mike Seatown has like 65,000 subs. Now, Mike, I got to tell you, Mike probably knows more about black metal than any of us on, even you, Jake. Mike is fucking
I would
deep.
never even argue that.
He's deep in that shit. But he also fucking knows hip hop like nobody I know either, because I don't, listen to it. And he knows death metal. And I mean, he's like all. And his channel
it's
is very
amount of stuff he knows, man. Like
his channel is extremely wide. I don't know how long he's been doing it. I'd have to look it up. I think it's quite a while, but he's very varied, so it kind of makes sense. But it's still, in a weird way, you're kind of like, how did Anthony Fantano get to 2 million people or whatever the hell he's at? He's been around a long time and he's very varied. He gets he hits every fucking genre, and like him or not, I think he's kind of a goofball, but I don't dislike him. I just don't watch him much. But I used to at one point in time, and the guy, he does a lot. He puts a lot of shit out there, man, and he has a wide net. Whereas a lot of us are kind of pretty niched out. We're just talking about very small, and Nick is, Nick's kind of the exception to the rule, because I don't know how many, of all the guys that we know, like Marty, Matt, Eric, some of the guys that we're all friends with, or that we're acquainted with, most of those guys aren't very big channels. They're only 2,500, 3,000. Ben Brain Smash is one of the bigger ones at like 6,500. He's been doing it 7 years. And then you got Ken, who really was just a demo uploading place for the longest time. He was at what, 7 or 8, maybe 8 or 9.
Almost 10,000 by the time he started showing his face.
So it's about 10,000. Now
Yeah.
he's at like
He's still past
14,000, right? So he's jumped up about 4,000 since then. But it's not like he suddenly rocketed up to like 80,000 or something, you know?
You know, as far as the showing your collection and stuff, collection updates, I've noticed if you show the more trendy stuff, you get more subscribers.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
And
most
if
of the
you
reviews they do
have
for the bigger
certain
ones.
buzzwords in your name,
Yeah.
if you have death in your name, you're bound to get more subscribers.
And by the way, I wasn't, in talking about some of those channels, I wasn't denigrating or shitting on them. I was just using them as examples. Nick, I do remember seeing you very early on when I started looking at metal channels back in like 19. I'm pretty sure back in like 19, you only had about 15 or 1,700 subs back then. You weren't a big channel, but in the metal thing, you kind of were. You know?
I don't know. I think it might just be due to the sheer volume, because
that's a lot.
I don't know if you guys know this. I buy a lot of music. It's kind of a secret.
No, not really. I never.
Right.
I don't have a problem. I don't have. I can quit anytime.
Not at all.
Of course you don't. Not at all.
You just dabbled in it, but all right.
Kind of became like the obsession, like to just keep putting out content because I wanted to talk about all this cool shit that I picked up, and you know, I think maybe the fact that we just kept going to the point where if you were looking for metal channels on YouTube, we were going to eventually be inescapable.
Yeah. And I will tell you something. I noticed something very strongly back in October of 19 when I quit work because of my medical condition. I found Pete Pardo, Sea of Tranquility. And Pete Pardo at that time had 14,000 subs in October of 19. He's over 60 now.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why he's over 60. He started cranking out 4 and 5 videos a day when we went into pandemic mode. He was working from home, and he spent, I guarantee you, if his employer ever really looked at what he was doing realistically, he spent half or more of his day cranking out videos. And that's when he took off like a bat out of hell. So, Nick, I noticed the more videos you put out, the bigger you started to grow. So there's no doubt that there's an algorithm thing that throws you to the top of the heap, man. There's no question about it. Because you're putting a lot of video
and consistency.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends too. Like I know Pete, I started him with the ranking videos, and he already had. He wasn't like a here's the new stuff. Let's just talk about it kind of guy. He went in all these really subject matter kind of oriented kind of things, you know. Whereas other channels may be just collection updates. You know, like that wasn't his shtick.
Right. Well, yeah, Pete really expanded the format to include. You know, he started doing the Monsters Den thing one day, and then he was doing. Yeah. He was doing like a daily video on, you know, a top 2 albums from 1970, 71, 72, 70. Every day he did something different. And then on the weekend he had and now he's got it down to sort of a basic format. He does that, and I don't even watch it that much anymore, but, you know, Monday nights is the Hollywood Squares thing, and Tuesday nights is the Prog Seed guys. And he really came up with a great format. And he was able to do it because he was working from home and he could invest a lot of time in that channel, which, you know, I'm home, but I was getting too ill the last year. When I finally decided to do it, I just didn't have the drive or the energy to do it. So, and you guys, you know, Jake, you got a full-time job you're working at. Rick, you got a full-time job, plus you had a lot of shit going on in your life with your, you know, with Van. And, you know, I mean, I probably could have done a lot of stuff. I just didn't feel it up to it. Nick, being the man of leisure that he is, in other words, cough, he's got nothing better to do.
I don't. I mean, you know, we already been over the whole masturbation lost its fun.
Well, that's true.
Talk about that, right?
Once you figured out that was
old. Incorporate sandpaper, man.
I was too good at it. You know, I peaked. What can I say?
That's right. Not longer up for those hour sessions. You were knocking that out in 5 minutes.
Dude, I chafe much easier these days.
Oh, well, never mind with the sandpaper then. I take the sandpaper comment back.
Dude, if I was going any faster, I would have started a fire.
You guys, man, you guys are making me hurt and bleed right now. Jesus Christ.
And this is why he's an adult channel, and I don't know why I'm not.
Yeah, right. What the fuck?
Oh, we know.
Because they look at me as like he's not an adult.
I talk about my dick too much on the show or something. I don't know.
That may be why you're not getting any subscribers.
Probably why.
my
But yeah,
God.
like, I mean,
They're
honestly,
probably
the
related.
pandemic, like, we just decided, like, dude, we're just going to crank out videos. Let's think of different things to talk about, you know.
Let's go crazy.
And yeah, I started doing like the underrated album thing that separated up from the collection updates, and you know, just whatever I felt like I could talk about because it was stuck in my fucking house. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
But sometimes you'll do one because you just want to do it. Yeah, it's not because I think this might get more views. You know, it's just like you know, we did that new metal one, right? Like there's this.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know how popular that was. But.
It did okay actually, but I did it just because, like, you know what, I was
Something
into
else.
this. I was kind of part of the metal upbringing, so let's talk about it. Let's see if I can really.
I mean, and that's the same thing with me. Like I just do it just because I like to talk music, and doesn't matter if it gets 1 or 600 views. It's just as long as I'm doing something right, that's all that matters.
Yeah, you just keep grinding at it. And
the one thing I'll give you credit for, Nick, is that, you know, even if I had your collection, and I've got, you know, a third of what you have, and I've got a pretty big, well, maybe about half, but I never could, I don't think I could find the words to sit down and go through all, but a lot of my shit's old now. I mean, you know, I can't keep up on the new shit because I don't have an income, and I don't. I'll tell you what I find interesting is, like, I don't know if I could find the time to listen, and I love music, but I don't know if I could find the time to invest in all the new music that comes in that you do, which, so I give you a lot of credit for that, because to me it'd be like, I do tend to think I need several listens, because I can often be very immediate with my judgment and then go, maybe I better rethink that, you know.
Right.
I've done that a couple times. Like the new Maiden, when it first came out, I was like, man, this is fucking great. I have barely listened to it since it came out. It's good.
Same here.
Good.
Same
It's
here.
okay. It's better than it's better than nothing from Maiden, but a lot of it's cumbersome and long, and I probably was a little overzealous at first.
I never make it to the end.
Longer than your Mastodon.
Cumbersome is exactly the word, my friend.
Yeah. And I love Maiden. I mean, Maiden's one of my top 5 all-time bands, but it's like
my top 10 favorites.
Nowadays, they just write a lot of long, plodding songs that go on and on and on, and they all take forever to get started. And, you know, that's where I think that the new Mastodon doesn't fall flat. A lot of their shit rips right in, and it's good right from the beginning. And it doesn't stick around for 15 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but again, what I'm getting at, and I interrupted Jake, so I don't want to get back to you in a second here, Jake, but the fact that you go through all of the stuff that you do, Nick, and I don't watch every one of your videos. I just can't. Don't take it personal. I know.
He doesn't watch my videos.
Oh, okay. We're just a bunch of jilted lovers here.
But I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I'm just not into that you're into, but I find your reviews are they're good, man. They're engaging, and usually they bring, you know, if it's something I'm kind of on the fence about, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to go check that out, man. Because I checked out the Mortiferum, I'm like, I got to go listen to that, man.
Good.
But go ahead, Jake. Sorry, man.
I didn't have anything.
Oh, you started to say something, and I had cut you off.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm gonna take a pee break myself, and also want to squeeze in the smoke. But I'll
yeah,
be right back.
I think Brian's gonna probably check in here shortly.
Oh,
Chuck was at a show too that he said he's gonna pop in on after.
I should be back in like 5 minutes. If they're
cool.
if they're waiting in there, I will get them in as soon as possible.
We're good.
Oh my god, I've been holding back this. It's like a flood, man.
That's about how I was a few minutes ago.
I think one unique thing Nick has going is he's got a a group of people along with that channel too. Whereas it might be just us individuals. Like he's got Miller doing the vinyl stuff, for example. I know Nick's more of a CD guy, you know. So
And
there are those.
what's John jamming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
cool. They do a lot of joint reviews, plus they do a lot of group reviews too, which I think people tend to like that kind of stuff better than just watching
Just one guy, because you got a lot of different
I do. I'll be honest with you.
perspectives
I
to
tend to
bounce
like
off of.
You know, you can bring in a lot more humor with more people. You can play off.
Oh,
those
yeah.
that I know
Plus, they
they do that a lot in Nick's videos.
You're getting divergent views and opinions when you're. That's why when we do our streams, you know, we get a lot of opinions, a lot of people talking about stuff that they tend to get more views in the long run. I mean, Rick, you're probably. I don't think it would be saying something wrong and not saying that most of the streams are your highest viewed videos, right?
If you count just pure raw views, the streams are. I mean, that's kind of expected, you know.
Right. And I mean, for me, it's like that just tends to be more enjoyable for me. I like with Pardo, I kind of like the Hollywood Square thing, or whatever it's called, Hudson Valley Square thing, and the prog seat more than I like watching just Pete talk about an album anymore. I hardly ever tune into that shit. I think he figured out that was the key to getting more eyes on him. Like when he does his movie reviews and the Monster Den thing, they get 200 or 300 people watching, whereas when it was him doing it alone, he was only getting 60, 70 views. That's out of 20,000 people on subs. He figured out that it was like, oh, shit, if I get more people in here, more views, more opinions, it brings...
Diverse talk.
What's that? Yeah.
A more diverse conversation, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Right on.
Yep.
I dig it. Well, see, we do a very kind of traditional show. You know, we play...
Yeah, you do.
Videos and shit, you know, entire
Yeah, that's
songs.
weird, man. That's weird. I don't get your situation. That's just odd.
Yeah, we'll keep plugging away. At this point, I don't know what else to do with my life, so I got to keep doing it. So.
Well,
Right.
who's your co-host? Your wife?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, but your aim is, I mean, you do want to grow. You do want. Some of us are just doing this whatever part time, whatever, and we just don't really think about it too much. Like if I post a video, which I will probably tomorrow, and I'm not really looking like how can I grow this? How can I get more? It's just, to me, it's just simply community. Like, hey, you know, I'm just being me. I mean, I'm not saying you're not being you, but I think that some people are aiming for more of a network kind of approach. You know, I'm not saying you have to be.
When it comes down to, at least for me, as far as the growth angle, at least we do interviews. So I feel that I owe that band a wider audience for coming on my show than I'm giving them. You know what I mean? Like I talked to Michael Gilbert from Flotsam and Jetsam, and that fucking episode has 30 episodes. I feel like I failed the dude. You know what I mean? Like fucking, you took the time to talk to me, and that's all I gave you for it. You know, so in that way, I kind of feel like I.
But at the same time, you know, those guys coming on are probably. I mean, a lot of them are very nice guys. You come in and you know they like to talk about what they talk about. If you happen to get Gary Holt on there, you know, it's like. How much more exposure does he really need? I mean, that guy, you know, I mean, it's like,
you know, it's interesting though. Right. It's interesting. I've been noticing there are a lot of shows. There's a guy named Scars and Guitars. You ever see him? Australian guy, and he does really nice. He does really nice interviews, and he's had some pretty sizable guys on. He's had Zetro on. He had oh fuck! He had.
We're supposed to have Zetro on. Zetro's supposed to come on our show, man. We're in talks with their people right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting
I'm still in talks with Jeremy Wagner, Broken Oak, to get on my show.
He only has 300 subs, so it's like they're not. A lot of these metal guys will kind of do pretty much. I mean, you're not gonna get fucking Glenn Danzig, or you're not gonna get Geddy Lee, or you're not going to get that kind of guy on a show with only 300.
I don't want those guys. I want 200 stab wounds and shit. Right. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But those guys are realistic in knowing that even the guys like from Blood Incantation, who are, you know, the flavor du jour right now, they've done small little interview channels because 20 more album sales is 20 more album sales, you know?
Right.
Whereas, you know, James Hetfield ain't fucking getting on any channel that's not Howard Stern. You know what I mean?
Right,
Because it's just
right.
that's the way it is.
Right.
But yeah,
all what he would do, like if James Hetfield showed up on Levi's show, imagine what he could do for Levi's show, man. You know?
Oh my god! I would probably faint if that happened.
I can't help but think about that.
My vocal hero is here on my
Right.
show. What the fuck do I ask? That he hasn't been asked a million times.
It would be 5 minutes of his time, but it would it would have an impact on your show forevermore. You know?
I'd
what I
be
mean?
like,
Exactly.
I'd be like, James, why change your vocal style?
Yeah.
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 Oh man.
Yeah,
I
but
think a lot of these, like Jeff was saying, I think a lot of these guys will just, get on pretty much whoever asks them just because they like to talk about their music.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
most guys are pretty approachable.
Who is
Yeah, James like
interviews?
James McBain from
What's
Hell
that?
Ripper.
Stefan's
Holy
gotten
shit,
some
he's-
pretty big names for interviews, hasn't he? Jeff and
yeah,
Rick?
you got John McAtee. John's a real cool guy.
You got King Thalia the one time.
King will do just about anybody though. But yeah, I mean,
That's what I'm saying. If you just get out there and ask these guys, I think most of them jump on.
Most of them are
Even
down.
these
You know
bigger
what?
names like John McEntee.
We are affiliated with a sister station that's actually a hip hop station, but they're like, they got a broadcast license and the whole deal. So we get all kinds of cool, like Nuclear Blast sends us, samplers and shit and stuff like that. And we have hookups through them, which is why I've gotten those interviews. All those interviews I've gotten has been through their agents and people that have sent us shit in our email. So
oh, have you? Okay.
on that level, we have good connections. It just doesn't seem to pan out into the listenership for some fucking reason, which I haven't figured
Yeah,
out. But
that's very weird, dude. That's very strange. Not unless
Right.
we'll keep
unless-
cracking them eggs, man.
Yeah, unless like you said that somebody in the powers that be, like you get into politics, man. Do you talk a lot of shit on politics?
Zero.
'Cause I was going to say that's a good
No.
way to get on the no-fly zone.
No politics, no religion on my show, man. None of that
Yeah,
shit.
or-
Same here.
Go
or
to
if you're-
smarter people for that shit. We're too stupid for that anyway.
Right. or if you do anything like that's kind of, if you talk a lot of sex, that's like downing women and shit like that. that
No,
wouldn't-
yeah. We
Which I
talk a
don't
lot
see.
of. We do talk a lot of vulgarity. We did a show where we talked about the best porn stars and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
We
you
do
don't want to go Howard Stern.
Right. I've jokingly told people our show is Howard Stern meets Headbangers Ball, if you will. You know what I mean? And fucking, I don't know.
I can't imagine that did anything. I just that's it's very weird. Your situation's kind of a mystery to me. I didn't because like I knew who you were before I met you that one time because I saw you did an episode with those guys on movies. I think a while back, like about a year
We've done
ago.
some specials with Thralls, right?
Yeah,
right.
and then I checked your show out. I subbed to it, and then I was like, man, why is this guy only? Because I think when I jumped on, you only had like 360.
Oh my god!
I was like, it's pretty bizarre. Why is he?
What
only
an entrance.
that few? I would have expected you to have a couple thousand, like 2,000 or 3,000. But yeah, weird.
Hopefully at some point, brother. It's one of those trickles, man. It's like one a day. Like every day I'll get one email that there's something to do every day. Like,
Yeah, I'll pop on.
Yeah, man.
Oh, speaking of, oh shit, what was that? Anyway, so something fell. So I showed Nick this channel the other day. I don't know if any of you guys have heard this channel, State of Mercury. He does like, I don't know how this guy does it. He manages to do what if this Metallica song was on this album, and he makes it sound like it's straight out of that album. Like an example, what if One was on Master of Puppets, and it sounds like it fits on that album so
what he
perfectly,
does
like,
an actual
the
record.
tone.
He does
Yeah, he actually
right?
records guitars
Wow.
and makes it sound exactly
actually
like
cool.
it
Yeah.
came on the album.
well,
And he
that's
even
pretty
messes with Hetfield's vocals to make it sound like as if it came out of that era.
See, that takes real talent. None of us actually have that. So
No,
Yeah,
no,
right.
I
Yeah,
definitely
no.
don't.
Not at all.
Like he even
Yeah.
did like a Wherever I May Roam if it was on And Justice for All, and it kind of sounds like a Metallica Pantera mashup a little bit the way
Whoa.
it comes off, like with the slow groove at the beginning. Kind of sounds like some Pantera
Yeah.
would have done.
State of
I'm looking
Mer-
at this now. he's got Beat It featuring Metallica, but Beat It with Van Halen.
He does a bunch of cool shit though. It's really sweet. Like he did something that I actually kind of wish Metallica actually would have done. What if Nothing Else Matters was written on Master of Puppets with a bunch of thrash parts? Like in the second half where it picks up in the speed and the riffing and gets super chunky. And honestly, I like it better than the original only because I can never listen to the original again without thinking about my brother because circumstance. But
I mean,
it kind of brought new life into it.
So he's a real Metallica fan, isn't he?
Real Metallica fan. That he'd be willing to take their songs, re-record them as if it was on an older album. It's like, I wish Metallica would get this guy to produce their new album, and he'd probably make it sound incredible. Because this guy does a hell of a job.
Well, who do they go with?
Bob Rock hasn't been around in 20 years.
Well, they did. They got Rick Rubin to do Death Magnetic,
then they got Greg Fiedelman, who was like a mixer for Slayer, through the last one.
I mean, I didn't mind the sound of. Oh God!
I thought Hardwired sounded
there we go.
much better than Death Magnetic because it wasn't so blaring and distorted in your ears.
Didn't need to be 2 discs though. It really
I don't know.
Not really. It didn't need to be. It could have just been one album, one disc, and it would have been fine.
I think Metallica peaked with Lulu.
I am the table. Did you not
the hardest take ever in the history of metal channel.
Fuck. I would have partied with you, Jake.
Because I'm like, was that the last thing Lou Reed did? Like, were they doing him a favor? With
that was the last thing
I
Lou
think
Reed
it
did
was
before he passed. Yeah,
They let him way to go out,
which is unfortunate.
on top.
But don't you guys understand, man? Lulu's just a misunderstood recording. That's all.
It's something.
I don't know. It's just like when I heard it,
that's
it just
one way
sounded
to
like
put it.
It just sounded like either Lou Reed shines, or Metallica shines, or nobody shines. It just didn't feel
The
cool.
last one.
Yeah, the last one.
That nobody shined because it
Color
just
me
didn't
old
feel
and
cohesive
jaded,
at
but I
all.
think Metallica peaked at the after And Justice, in between And Justice and the Black Album. Man, I don't shit all over the Black Album. There's a couple.
I love
good
the Black
songs on it.
Album.
There's a couple good songs, but
It's a good rock album.
Yeah,
it's a modern rock album, and they are.
It's a great modern rock album.
I
hate
never
it so much.
have to listen to it again because I
You
know
can just
every
go on the
single track.
radio.
There's nothing I
went
need to be
to,
reminded of.
I went
I
to
will
a
say,
Kent Mill
though-
Records release party for that and spent the night in the parking lot for that release. And on the way home, I had already thrown it out of the fucking window.
That's what John did with his copy of Saint Anger when he got it. He was like,
Yeah.
Well, Saint Anger, I can't stand.
and I think he did that with
That-
Morbid
that's
Angels,
definitely the
Aluminum
one-
Anus.
Yeah, Saint Anger is the one Metallica album that I never listened to at all. I'll listen to some stuff off of Load and Reload because I do think on those 2 albums there are a couple underrated cuts.
What do you
Particularly
call it?
the song,
Punching the Butthole.
like particularly the song "Where the Wild."
Didn't Michael
Things Are.
Jackson do that song?
I think the song "Where the Wild Things Are" off of Reload, I think is a very underrated song because it kind of has an Alice in Chains feel to it, especially that harmony with Hetfield and Newstead.
I like
Yeah,
Bleeding
I,
Angel.
really like that one.
I was
The
just
real
gonna say
problem-
that because with the Black Album, I'm like, every time I reach for it, like Dirt is there or Facelift, I'm like, I'm gonna go for Facelift. Dirt, I usually skip around it.
And then I'll say, even also on the Black Album, like there are a couple really underrated songs that doesn't get talked about really at all in comparison to the other tracks. Like The God That Failed, I love that song
That's
because it
good,
has
too.
that dark, sinister tone, and I love that bass intro.
See,
That
the
bass riff.
problem is that Metallica never should have tried to be like Alice in Chains, though. Let Alice in Chains do Alice in Chains. Metallica just stopped being.
Yeah.
But it made them incredibly fucking rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it did.
So,
But they went from being, and it all boils down to Metallica, they went from being pioneers to copiers. And
Exactly.
that change,
I agree.
They lost
I agree.
right
Yep.
there.
I agree completely.
What is like the
Completely. And
top 10
James
highest
started
albums
doing
ever?
that fucking vocal thing, man. That just, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I will agree. He does
They
overdo
went from
the
creating
a
what
lot.
was popular to trying to mimic what was popular.
Yep.
And that's where they lost it.
Ugh.
My opinion.
Again,
My opinion.
I get that. I mean, like I said, I do go back to load and reload from time to time. Not as often as the old stuff, because I'll even say right now, the old stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, the
But
only reload I do is
what I would love-
if I don't recycle the sock next to the bed. You know what I mean?
What I would love to do, what I would have loved to have done if I was a fly on the wall for those sessions for load and reload, I would have picked the good songs off of each and just put it into one, and it probably would have been a really good album instead of just having 2 albums with a bunch of filler in it.
You wouldn't have yelled "nice mullet, James."
Well, that was the thing with the Black Album. They still look like a metal band, you know. But
Yeah.
by the time
right.
when Load came out, I'm like,
And they still sound like a metal band too.
The
especially
better
now.
looking they got, the worse the music got. Right? Yeah. What the fuck? When they were ugly as shit, they were awesome.
But I will say, like, thank God they've kind of gone back to their roots with the past 2 albums, because it's like it's kind of more or less redeemed them a little bit, and I am curious to see what they do on their next
Are
one.
you saying Hardwired? Are you talking about Hardwired?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hardwired and Death Magnetic.
They had their moments. It still wasn't
I
like
have a
the
different
full
take, but-
Metallic album that I was
Say,
hoping
I
for.
don't-
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a couple songs off of each that are pretty good, but I would
Right.
never reach for either album.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
the
I
thing,
am
like,
curious to hear what they do for the next one, especially if they can get somebody else to produce it. That's
See, if
better.
those 2 albums had come out years ago, I might give that.
I think
credence, honestly.
I think people would remember the new ones more fondly if they were
I
out
agree.
like
I-
after Black
But now
Album,
they come out in a
probably.
landscape filled with skeletal remains and the like, man, and it
Exactly.
gets buried in that shit for me.
Exactly. And they lay waste to those guys, man.
Yes, completely.
I mean, you know, I the bad thing is that most of us, Levi, came up during that we're old
That's
enough
true.
to have been around during that period of time from 2000 to 2010 where
Mhm.
all you fucking heard was Fuel and Memory Remains if you had the radio on. And it just got to the
Right.
point where between that and shitty fucking Disturbed songs and shitty motherfucking Creed songs
Hey,
Right.
hey,
shitty hey fuck you Jake and shitty goddamn Godsmack songs.
Yes.
There
thank
was a
you.
period there where I fucking hated the radio.
It was dark. It was dark period, man.
Dark.
Thank God for municipal waste and bands like that during that period, man.
Right. It was just a dark period of music, and unfortunately, Chris hit it on the head, man. A trend-setting band like Metallica, who kind of started thrash, certainly in this country
Mhm.
started thrash,
Yeah.
became a fucking follower and not a leader anymore. And, you know, I mean, yeah, there was, and I struggle with this one because Pantera are always kind of I like some of their stuff and I love Dime's playing, but I don't really
Right.
like all their music. And they kind of
Pantera's
got,
a follower band too. Goddammit, I'm saying it.
well, they,
X-Order was the pioneers there, baby.
well,
X-Order.
that's true.
goddammit.
Phil was wearing the shirts.
Yeah,
Yep.
dude. Pantera
Yeah,
was a
that's
hair
true.
band. Pantera was a hair band who heard X-Order and then changed their course on a
that's a
dime.
good point. They
On a
did.
dime. On a dime.
yeah, once the law
But-
came out,
But I
yeah.
still
Yeah.
have to recognize Dime's playing because he was
Yeah.
a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Oh, but
he was
hey,
a hell of a
phenomenal.
player. And
Hey.
Vinnie Paul, hell of a drummer.
And the one thing that they did do was they kind of reinvigorated metal when it was
Oh,
just
you're
that
right.
landscape of all those shitty bands. So
You're
In
not
the
they
wrong.
always,
Billboard
they always
charts.
brought it live. They always
Yeah.
brought it live.
You're not wrong at all there.
I mean,
But-
honestly, like that was Pantera was a huge gateway drug into metal for me. Like,
Well, it kept
Barbie
metal
Unbreakable.
alive there. That's
Same
where
with
the
my
importance
brothers.
of
They were,
Pantera
yeah.
is. That, you know, it
My
was-
problem with Pantera is that, and I'm just gonna say it straight up, man, is the fucking level of fan that they had was that fucking butt rock jackass that got fucked up on Jack Daniels and wanted to fight everybody at a show. You know, that's the guy I remember as the Pantera fan. you
I
know?
stopped hanging
Yeah,
out with
that-
him years ago.
That is true. Like
You're
sometimes
not wrong there either, brother.
certain bands' fan bases definitely can drive you away for a bit.
Well,
I can
their
definitely
fan
see
base
that
was
for
driving
sure.
old Camaros, and they lived like in a van down by the river, basically. But I mean, that's what it was. You know what I mean?
Bro
But see,
metal, bro.
that's the weird
Trailer
thing,
park
Levi.
metal.
You don't have that perspective because you're a much younger.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
am much younger, and
we were all
discovered
there
stuff
and
in a
lived
different
through
way.
it. So to some of us, we don't want to live through it again. You know?
Yeah.
You were
I mean,
there.
The kind of fan base where if he says, like, dude, your sister's hot, it's like, back off my Kool-Aid, man. Like, wait,
Yeah,
what?
right. Well, Pantera's lyrical content was very much that I'm a badass, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm
Right,
gonna beat
exactly.
your ass.
Hyper
It was
aggro,
very in your
yeah.
face.
Tough guy
right.
metal.
It was
Right,
a good
exactly.
Trailer park metal.
So it
See,
bled
I got
into
into
the
him when I was
fandom.
a teenager, and that's how. Well, I didn't feel like it was a badass, but I know I was pissed off all the time. My mom knew I was.
Well,
pissed
they
off
call
all
it
the time.
butt rock for a reason,
Right,
Yeah, and then then the other element of that I didn't bring up until now is you had that new metal element, which you had the Corns and you had the fucking PODs and the System of a Downs and the fucking, I mean, it's like I was talking.
Non-point and fucking Mudvayne and
I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day, and he's like, he brought up POD, and I'm like, dude, do you remember when I won tickets on the radio station to see POD, Meshuggah, and System of a Down? And we went, and we got there like late, and we caught like one or two of like POD songs. We watched Chaos. It was for Chaos Fear.
video game music.
We watched Meshuggah, and then we fucking left 3 songs into System of a Down because I couldn't take it. It was like, that was another era of music that was just so fucking terrible, man.
I kind of like System.
Yeah,
of
I like System of a Down.
I don't, man.
I think out of all the
Not
new
my
metal
gig, bro.
stuff, they were one of the better ones for sure.
The only new metal,
Because at least they eventually moved away from that and got more alternative.
the only new
prog.
metal band that
I
I
like non-point because they would get that Latina fucking dance thing going.
They brought some
There
weird.
are some non-point songs I
I
do.
think it's that
like.
Armenian thing, man. Like they brought a little bit of that quirkiness to it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
only new
those-
metal band I could
Too
stand
quirky for me.
the Deftones, man, and they
Their
were
Deftones still rules.
Yeah,
Deftones were a lot more experimental, and they were atmospheric, and they did a lot of weird shit. That
See,
none of
for
those.
me, it's still weird to hear them put into the new metal category. To me,
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah,
they
it
have-
is a bit odd.
I struggle to put them into that.
Yeah.
Alternative metal is more appropriate.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
alternative.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Dude, I still have my copy of that CD.
POD.
I have the fundamental elements of Southtown too.
That's
And then
video
for-
game
and
music.
then
That
back
reminds
to-
me of video game shit.
Yeah, dude, they were on like the Madden. Yep, no, got that one
Yeah.
too.
Hell, there
Yeah.
was a song from their fucking NASCAR game I got for Christ's
You know
sake.
what? Next, he's gonna break out those fucking Creed albums, man.
But I was gonna say, like, going back to like how I was getting into the stuff, like one of the first bands I got into early on, I think I brought up
Oh, God,
last
I don't
time
have
I
that
was
one.
on here with you guys.
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
Avenged
these
Sevenfold,
bands,
and even I can agree their fan base can be a bit, but I love the music.
Who
'Cause
was it again,
especially
Levi?
Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh,
Can't do
Mostly
it.
because I feel like every album they put out, it's always something different. Like they don't stick to the same style. Like how fucking the States are getting prog now, which is like, well, I kind of knew they had it in them, but I didn't think they'd go this far with it. And even
I
get
feel
some
like they're
black
kind of the
metal in
same. Like they're kind of close to the Five Finger Death Punch fan base,
Yeah,
except
yeah.
Avenged Sevenfold fans know how to read.
Right.
Yeah,
Um,
well, and Avenged Sevenfold stole Overkill's logo, so fuck them for that. Too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a weird like
I never
decade
got into them.
from like
Yeah,
not-
2000s was a bit weird. I would
Like,
They're a
say.
bunch of unoriginal cunts.
well, you know, that was the rise of doom metal started going more metal.
Dying off and metalcore came
Yeah.
out.
Shadows
Yeah,
Fall,
right.
those bands were kind of coming
Right.
up. I
Dude,
remember.
Shadows Fall.
Well, see, a bunch of those
Shadows
bands
Fall,
were-
I love. Shadows
they weren't
Fall.
very good musically, so they started realizing that if I start to incorporate these heavy beat downs every now and
These
again,
breakdowns over and over.
right?
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, just repeated breakdowns.
Rather than sticking to what metalcore was supposed to be back in the '90s, which was more that head-on collision of extreme metal and hardcore
Right. Right.
coming together.
That I like, honestly. If the,
Yeah.
the hardcore element brought into metal element is a good thing in my opinion.
Earth
But
Crisis,
what
Hatebreed.
most people think of as metalcore at this point is something I don't like. So.
Yeah.
like August Burns Red,
Right,
Killswitch Engage.
exactly,
I mean,
exactly.
Some
I think
Killswitch I do like though.
once a lot of those bands heard In Flames and At the Gates, they
Right.
went
Under the Soul.
hard after those riffs.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, we'll just throw in a breakdown every now and then, and we'll just jock this In Flames riff, and
and not have very many solos, if any at all.
no,
Yeah,
lead
that's
harmonies.
why-
That's it.
That's why.
me-
That's why I always struggle with when people call Trivium a metalcore band, because like how there's solos everywhere.
Kind of.
Just because they have a breakdown doesn't necessarily mean metalcore. Because
They live next door to metalcore, and they don't really know where the
Yeah.
property line is.
Right. Hey, they've hung out with each other.
That's more like
They've hung out
That's
with each
more
other
like
at barbecues, man.
Yeah.
you know?
They're definitely neighbors with Killswitch Engage. And
Yeah.
For sure.
That
They've
bunch
hung
of
out.
bands.
They've hung out, man.
But they sit around, drink beer and talk about how much they love old Metallica. So
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
and
true.
Old In Flames. Yeah.
And,
See,
yeah.
I'll tell you, a thing that I'm excited about right now, and I'd like your guys' take, is there's like the Gate Creeper sound, that
Yeah.
death metal verging with hardcore aesthetics underneath of it, man. There
But we
seems
can't
to
call
be
it
a lot
deathcore.
of that. Well,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I don't want to call it
Outer
deathcore because
Heaven,
that ruins it. Don't call
Black
it that.
Breath.
Don't call it that. But whatever
like
it is,
Outer
man.
Heaven, Black Breath, among
Yeah,
others.
right.
Gate Creeper's cool. I like them. Yeah, they're cool.
Gate
I love
Creeper's
Gate Creeper.
amazing.
I need to
Oh,
get
man.
their stuff.
Love
yeah,
that,
dude,
man.
I
Yeah.
love that trend because it
Me
brings me
too,
back
brother.
to like my early love of Obituary, Bolt Thrower, that more groove oriented sound.
Right.
That wasn't groove metal; it was just groovy death metal.
Right.
Like mid-tempo
That hook
death
to
metal.
it, that underneath punch. Right.
And yeah, they could bring that hardcore sort of energy to it, where it feels like less evil. It's more just like I'm gonna fight you. But
Yeah.
we got this HM2 pedal, and we're gonna fucking rock
mixing
the shit
it
out of
with that Swedish death metal tone.
I mean,
yes,
the
right. Exactly.
Gate Creeper, Creeping Death, Terminal Nation,
Creeping Death.
Frozen
Right.
Soul.
Right.
Black
right,
Breath.
Roy Amalgamate.
I picked up
When
one
they
called
were
Virtual
putting out
Decay
records.
not too long
I'm
ago.
loving all of that. Yes, very much, man. That's an exciting thing happening in metal to me right now. That whole thing.
And it's interesting because it definitely is kind of a throwback, but at the same time, it still kind of feels fresh and new because they're incorporating some different elements to it. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm a slut for HM2. I will fully admit that.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, I am as well. Yeah.
When I
And
hear
the
that
fact
tone,
that they finally
Go.
remade that pedal for Boss now, I bet a lot of bands are going to be scooping up like, "Come on, we can finally buy the HM2 pedal. Let's
Well,
put
yeah,
that
because
in our music
they
right
were going
now."
they were
They
going
were discontinued for a long time.
they were going for crazy money on eBay, man. You could get $500, $600, $700 for those things, man. Now the Wazacraft ones from
Yep.
Japan are.
Yeah,
Although I
now they're
don't-
finally getting
I
remade.
don't know that they've come out officially though. I'd have to go look. I mean,
I think they've been out for about a year because Ola England did a demo video for
yeah,
that.
but
like, months
they're hard
ago.
to find again though. They only made them so many of them. So
Yeah,
Shred's been
the-
trying to
COVID,
roll
I
them
think
for
they're
a
back
while.
into production. But yeah, that was a big
Yeah.
thing.
Well, there is a knockoff version of the pedal called the HM300 by Behringer.
Berger, yeah.
It's a plastic pedal, but it does do a good job at recreating
It's
that
funny.
tone.
I had an HM2 back in the day, way back, and I got rid of it because I got rid of it for like $30, man, because I didn't
Oh,
like the
man.
sound of it after a while. I didn't like that sound back then.
There's a really nice chart online you can find. It's like Behringer and what pedals they're trying to, I guess, model, and it's like a really nice breakdown. So if you ever like you're on a budget, right? So
Yeah.
Right. The Behringer budget.
yep.
Yeah. And what's funny though is like whenever people used HM2, it's like as Ola England, I remember he did a demo for it a few years ago, and it's like whenever you play it into a clean channel on an amp, it sounds awesome, but when you turn the distortion on, it definitely does make it sound dirty, but at times it does kind of wear on me a bit.
Yeah, it's very great.
Whenever it's in the distorted channel, but when it's in the clean channel, I love that sound and how At the Gates used it mixed with the Metal Zone to create the sound of Slaughter of the Soul. It's like mwah, mwah. It's like a
Yeah,
nice
and-
pasta dinner.
It's that classic.
That was the
in
sweet
tune
spot for that
blend, though.
time. Metal was. I mean, I actually have one of those, and you can totally tell that sound. That was It's funny because when I bought that Metal Zone back in the '90s, we were my little high school band. We were going for that Deftones sound and stuff, and for some reason we thought that would be the best idea.
Oh man,
That,
you
Rick, is that
just
the
led
black
me to
one?
something.
Rick, is that the black and orange one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I had one of those too, man.
You know, now that I think about it, since we're talking about the HM2 sound, that's always been a pipe dream in my head. How would the HM2 sound if it was recorded at more sound?
I don't know.
I don't know how that would work, but I'd be very curious to know how that would turn out.
Was it Thomas Skogsberg was the guy that
In
helped
Sunlight
out.
Studios
Yeah,
in
Sunlight.
Stockholm.
I think he
Burns
just
of
let
Sweden.
Entombed do because he had no idea. Was like these kids are fucking animals, fucking diamond pedals.
Yeah,
and shit.
yeah, like them, early Tiamat. I think they recorded prior, and then you had Carnage.
Dismember.
And then God Macabre and Dismember, Grave.
That's weird. I've never.
I think the only early Swedish death metal bands that I could think of that never recorded there were Edge of Sanity and Unleashed. Because I think Edge of Sanity went to Montezuma Studios, which was separate.
Oh.
And then Unleashed, they went to Germany for their early stuff with I forget the damn guy's name.
Johnny Hedlund.
No, the producer. I'm trying to remember who the producer was.
But
like
yeah,
Waldemar Sorleitz. I forget his name.
Close.
But he played in Grip Inc. with Dave Lombardo. I remember. I can't remember.
Grip Inc.
But yeah, that's still like an interesting, like, what if the Boss HM2 sound was recorded at more sound? How would it have sounded? Would it have sounded as dirty or a little bit cleaner?
And with Scott Burns mixing it?
Well, with Scott Burns. Yeah, with Scott Burns producing and mixing it, yeah.
I don't know. I can't picture Left Hand Path sounding any other way.
That's true.
Yeah, this is certain. I don't know.
It probably would sound like maybe like what Gate Creeper sounds like.
Maybe. I think
maybe.
I would say if they let them keep the guitars the way that they sound, which they should, because yes.
Yeah.
I think the drums might sound different though.
The drums would definitely sound a little different for sure.
Hard to know. That revisionist history sort of stuff is kind of hard to put your head into that. For me, it is, anyways.
So many different paths you can go down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What ifs?
I mean,
what if Metallica recorded the Black Album at more sound?
I mean, what if they just didn't record the Black Album?
Well,
the world would be a better place.
I'm liking altering this timeline.
what if Chris Reifert produced the Black Album instead of Bob Marley?
It would just sound like a dirty garage.
I want him to guest on vocals. Actually, he becomes their new drummer too and backup vocalist.
Yeah, right, exactly. Holy shit. Could you imagine that?
Oh, now we're just getting wild
Metallica.
here.
This be all programmed.
Awesome. Actually, that would be
now
awesome.
we're just getting wild here.
Rick.
The funniest thing about Chris is you hear that maniacal fucking voice that he has, but yet you ever hear him talk?
Yep.
He sounds like a California.
He does not sound like a guy who would have that kind of vocal style.
No, he sounds like sort of like that. I don't know. He sounds like that fucking nerdy dude in high school that was like big into science projects.
Well, even Steve DiGiorgio picked at him for it on the Death documentary, saying like, "So we meet this band Death, and it's just one weird accented guy from Florida, and another dude who's still in high school."
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's crazy when you think back to that.
I mean, he knew phrases in Klingon, so you're not too far off with the nerd thing.
What's that?
Chris Reifert, he was
New phrases in
Star Trek
Klingon.
fan. Like he had like specific like sayings between he and Chuck that were in Klingon. So
Oh, really?
the nerd thing was not far off.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I did. John McEntee, definitely the same way. Like when I saw him live for the first time with Dying Fetus, of course, it's John McEntee. That dude's vocals are insane.
Yeah.
But
They hear
then,
him talk.
like talking to him, like, "Hey man, how's it going?" Like, it's just like this. That's the nicest voice that I don't really.
Yeah, you can't. You almost.
And it's the same thing with Chuck. It's the same way with Chuck, like his vocal style, and then you hear him speak, and it's like This guy
And
does
Chuck
not
was
sound
like,
like he
hey,
could produce
yo,
that.
dude. Like,
Dude,
like,
man.
Hey, man, I'm stoned.
yeah,
And then you hear him on the album, and he sounds feral.
Watch those old Mike Tyson interviews. You see this big guy. Now,
I'm gonna eat children.
Who does shit like that, man?
Dude, I'm gonna crunch his head, man.
well, it's like imagine never seeing.
I love Cold Stone Steve
You get into
Austin.
an argument on the phone with him because I'll kick your ass. You're like, no, I'll kick your ass. You know, and then,
And then you see him like, oh shit.
Oh.
Okay, weren't they
Big,
trying to
how's
do
your
something
job
for that
going, man?
that Paul fight? That
Oh,
Jake
sorry.
Paul? Like they wanted to
Oh.
like push everything in his favor because they're afraid Tyson's gonna kill him, and then they started realizing that that's kind of what everyone wants Tyson to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was the whole allure of watching Mike Tyson back then. You wanted to, you'd never say it out loud, but you just wanted to see him destroy somebody. You were looking, if you liked the fight game, and we were young guys in our 20s, so we'd all get the pay-per-views and get a keg of beer and, invite half the fucking neighborhood, and we'd be like, we just wanted to see blood. We just wanted to see destruction.
And hell with Mike Tyson, I'll even say it right here and right now, me being a wrestling fan, WWE, you can thank Mike Tyson for still being around.
Well, yeah. What do you mean?
Because back in late 97, early 98, when the Monday Night War was going on with Raw and Nitro was kicking the shit out of Raw and trying to put WWF out of business, and they almost did. Crazy to think now, but yeah, WWF was almost done in 1997. Then once they got Mike Tyson in with Stone Cold Steve Austin, then suddenly WWF's all over mainstream news again, and then ratings came back up, and look what happened.
Remember, the soap opera factor went up like tenfold.
Yeah, that too.
It was on at a bar that I was at, and I was like, "What the fuck is it? Are they actually going to wrestle?" Because it just seems like a lot of people just talking on microphones.
A lot of people wanted to see that Tyson versus Austin in a fight.
And then years later, they got Donald Trump on there.
Fight.
Yeah.
Yes. I understand. Well, if you don't understand, I know a little bit of sign language. So here's to you, shoving all these $100 bills fly out of Tyson's suit.
Man, I never watched that.
What a time to be alive, 1998, man.
I didn't watch any of it. I watched like the 80s stuff when I was a kid, but after a while, I was like, I don't care. Like this. Like I wanted to watch actual fights. I got really big into boxing for a while.
Boxing, yeah, I was a big boxer.
I was in MMA for a long time, and then it wavered on me after 11 years ago when they kept adding all these weight classes. Like, really? Do you really need this much?
I watch knockout compilations every now and then. That's about it.
Yeah.
I just
I mean,
just want to
if
see
I
the guy just go
typically
completely limp and fall over.
Yeah, I mean, if I ever watch MMA again, I'd just go back to the old UFC stuff, particularly Pride fighting back in Japan. Holy shit, that shit was fucking awesome.
Don Fry looked like my dad.
Don Fry and that Japanese Rod Stewart guy, fucking 5 seconds in, hold each other. Boom, boom, boom.
It was just ridiculous. He was in the Godzilla movie too. Don Fry was in a Godzilla movie.
Yeah, he's also in like one of them like insurance commercials, I think, for Priceline with William Shatner.
Yeah,
as one of the bikers.
It's pretty
Don
bad.
Fry is not an actor.
I see Shaquille O'Neal now doing insurance commercials. Like,
dude,
like
he'll do it.
My brother and
his
fiance's son met Shaq a month ago in Columbus for a Buckeyes game.
You did,
and Shaq actually bought them each $250 worth of sunglasses. I'm like, fucking, that's an awesome dude right there.
Hell yeah.
And there was only one picture of Shaq with my brother's fiance's son, and he's like 6 foot, like around my height, towers over him. But my brother, he's fucking brick shit house, like 6'6". He probably could have matched up to Shaq a little bit.
Wow. Shaq's like 7'2".
Yeah. Well, Shaq's apparently famous for, like, he'll pop in on, like, kids will be playing basketball in a park, and they'll just show up and start playing with them and shit. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude, tell me he dunks on them.
Probably
him
does.
on that, and him on that Hot Ones interview, he's like, he wasn't gonna lose his composure, but he was sweating the bullets.
Oh, his knees probably couldn't get him up to the rim anymore.
I was gonna say, I don't think he's doing a whole lot of real basketball these days.
Nah,
Seeing him and
after all, he's like
him
50
and
now.
Charles Barkley wrestle around on the
set of the NBA tonight. Yeah,
Or Shaq has a
pretty
match
out
with
of
the
shape.
Big Show randomly on AEW.
Jack's
Yeah.
got about 40 or 50. He's probably got about 60 more pounds on him than he did when he was playing, man. And Charles
Yeah.
probably has about 200 on him. Is Charles fat again, or is he skinnied up again?
I don't
He's back
know.
to being fat, isn't he?
But imagine the player Shaq could have been if he stayed in shape, like his Orlando shape
Oh yeah.
his entire career. He was an athletic freak back then.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
He could have made the kind of money he made in college.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a basketball joke.
Wowzers.
Then again, my boy Hakeem schooled him in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Olajuwon, yeah.
That guy was unreal. At his peak, Olajuwon was unstoppable, man.
Although Olajuwon won his titles, I don't think it's coincidentally that was while Jordan was playing baseball.
Yeah, I
I'm
realize.
just saying.
Hang on, I realize that, but I got something to say about that. Go look at the Houston Rockets record against the Michael Jordan-led Bulls. Michael Jordan's got 2 wins, and now granted,
season.
it was
Regular season.
it was.
Right
Fuck that! I'm telling you right now.
regular season.
I'm telling you right
saying.
now, that never would have wanted to play.
Michael Jordan was a different player in the playoffs. That
Don't
was the
get me
regular
wrong. Jordan's the greatest. There's no argument there. But they could not beat the Rockets. They could not. It's the only team that Michael Jordan had a losing record against during that period of time, and it was mainly because they didn't know what to do with Olajuwon. They didn't have a guy. Because if you remember, the Jordan-led Bulls back then didn't have like a standard center. They had what's his name, that white guy.
Tony Kukoc.
No, the other dude, Bill.
Then Bradley.
Bill.
Bill Bradley.
No, it wasn't Bradley. Bill Wet. Something with a W.
Yeah, Winnington.
Whittington, that's it. And they would always play like Horace Grant, and they'd play him as a small center, or they'd play Kukoc was later, I think, but they just never could stop Olajuwon, man. They just couldn't do it. But, that's the argument that the only reason they won those was because Jordan retired. But
All right, I got one thing to say.
nah, of course, he's got to put his jazz hat on.
Jordan
you
pushed
saw that.
off. Jordan
Is that where
pushed
you live,
off.
Jake?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
Jordan
man.
pushed off.
Yeah, he did.
Are you?
He did.
Oh, he did push off though. But are you in Utah? Is that where you live, sir?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Home of the Mormons, huh? Are you in Mormon territory?
I was gonna say, man, do they allow jazz
He's an
in
ex-Mormon.
Utah, like the music?
Ex-Mormon. The whole state's Mormon territory.
Yeah, right. I thought so.
Yeah.
We're good friends with a band called Davidian out of Utah, actually, and they tell us some stories that are pretty funny sometimes about that shit.
Yeah, we went on a kind of a story time about Mormons a couple weeks ago, didn't we?
Did we?
Oh,
yeah, we did.
Stoking.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
not
how
go
could I
there.
forget?
Yeah, no. That's good shit.
That was
But I agree with you though.
educational
Jordan pushed
programming
off.
there.
Jake, Jordan pushed off. Bro.
Yeah, he
You're
did.
right.
He did.
You're right.
On what was his name? What was the defender's name?
100%.
Bald head.
Flying Byron Russell. Flying
That's it.
Brian Russell.
Yeah, he got away with that. Jordan got away with a lot of stuff.
Oh, Jordan got away with a lot of stuff. Jordan
Rodman.
was the Tom Brady of the NBA.
Yeah, he was.
Rodman got away with a lot of shit too.
Sure, he
Oh.
did.
Hell,
Fucking
fucking Michael
always thought he
Michael
was
Jordan
overrated.
now.
Hey, Rodman
Fucking
was
Michael
fucking
Jordan
Carmen
now.
Electra though, man. So
Yeah, he was a drama queen, but man, he
Hey.
could play.
But now you
Yeah.
see Jake. The Warriors look like they're back, which isn't a good thing.
It's a regular season. It don't mean shit yet.
True.
And I was gonna say, like with
They're
Michael
gonna get
Jordan,
Clay
he's not
back.
fucking.
Are they getting Clay back this year?
Supposedly before the start of next year, he's supposed to be
Wow.
pretty
That
close.
could,
to back.
if he's even remotely, now he may not be at all. But I mean, if he's remotely as good as he was, they might be scary again, man. Because
They don't really have a third scoring option after Clay and Steph.
Well, the good news is the Lakers fucking blow. So,
I knew that was going to happen though.
dude, the minute they signed Westbrook,
Sorry.
I'm like, oh, they have no idea how bad things are going to get.
Hey, the Wizards don't look terrible for the first time in like forever, so I'm excited.
That's because they got rid of Westbrook, man.
Yeah, right. Fucker.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Levi?
I'm in Southern Ohio. I'm on the other side of the state from Nick.
And where are you at, Jeff?
Pennsylvania. I'm about 2 hours north of you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And Rick, I'm sorry, I forget. Where are you at, Rick?
Oh, well, I'm 6th territory, so Philly.
What's that? Philly. Okay.
Philly.
Yep. Bunch of East Coast cats over here, then.
Yeah.
Out there where all the talk's about Ben Simmons.
Yeah, well,
Non-stop Ben Simmons talk.
I don't know what's going on there, man. Weird.
Well, actually, I hate to butt in here, but I actually am going to head out. I need to hit the bed soon. So,
all right, buddy.
It was nice talking to y'all.
Yeah, thanks for hanging, Levi.
Good to meet you, Levi.
Hey, Levi, I'll hunt you down in Salt, brother.
I look forward to being haunted. Take care, guys.
Hey, Levi.
Good, brother.
Where'd he go? I left a comment. He mentioned doing a Possessed review. I thought he was going to do one. And I was like, I'm looking forward to it. He's like, no, I did like 3 years ago. It's like, I missed that little detail. Like, you're a little late for that review, aren't you? Like, a little way late.
It shit happens.
Let's see what's going on here. I got a text thing.
Oh, I was gonna say because Joe is saying that he's dominating your league so far, Chris.
He is. He's not lying to you, man. He is killing it, dude. He's like 8-1 or 9-1 or some shit like that. Or what is it? Yeah, I think he's 8-1 going into this week, man.
He's good.
Yeah, he's killing it, man. I thought I was good at this shit, but I'm having a rough year. So
Fantasy football?
Yeah. I'm in 7 leagues. I'm doing good in 3 of them, but in the big league, I'm doing terrible. I'm injury plagued.
Yeah, he invited Shred in, and Shred's a fucking fantasy fucking wizard.
Shred is 8-1 in my league, man. Yep.
Wow.
Well, that's because he took fucking Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray's done nothing but chuck dimes all fucking season long.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's hurt right now, though. He might not play this weekend, but.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, fucking Colt McCoy played well, but.
Yeah, he did look pretty good. Arizona's a real team, man. They look good.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're pretty solid, man.
Yeah. Let's not talk about football, though.
Wow.
You're in Utah. Who do you got? You don't got nobody.
I'm an Eagles fan.
I'm a Cowboys fan, baby.
Oh no! Separate them.
Like nobody here represents their actual city, huh? Jeff, you're
What's that? Yeah, I'm a Titans fan. I'm a Titans fan.
Were you old enough to watch the win?
Titans spanked the Rams though.
Hey, yeah, I actually am. Unfortunately, man. Yeah.
You got them on VHS?
Yeah, I got them.
You know, I got my Super Bowl win on Blu-ray.
Yeah, the one and only. 4K. I know the one and only that you got. I got you. Yeah, I got my collection. They might be on DVD, but it's a collection of them.
I've got my I've got my Super Bowl 1 yard short.
Oh yeah, Kevin Dyson, right?
Oh God, dude, I'm pretty sure that one specific day I probably put about 18 years of heart damage on myself watching that game, man. And not only that, it wasn't even that, because if you recall, for us to even get to the Super Bowl, we had that fucking crazy goddamn Music City Miracle.
Yeah. Right.
I watched that game where we dominated the game but couldn't fucking score. And then I remember sitting on the stairs watching the final kickoff of that after they got the go-ahead field goal, thinking, just dejected, going, how the fuck did we lose this game? And I was like sick from the anxiety and the fucking being, freaking out the whole game long, because I had lived it at that point. And then that fucking happens, and I'm watching, and of course they got
craziest shit ever.
Then they're going under the hood to look at the review, and I'm like, if you talk to Buffalo fans, the Buffalo fans swear
forward pass.
Yeah, that was a forward pass, of course.
Forward pass.
I say fuck you. That was not a forward pass. But then I get 1 yard short of what could have been a tie game in the Super Bowl, and maybe gone to overtime. Like, and that's never happened.
Man, dude,
But
the
we were-
Rams were something else then, though, man.
Oh man, the greatest show on turf, baby.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna bring in my buddy Ryan from Damage.
Cool.
So he's gonna jump in for a little bit here. So
Cool. I think. Let me see what Ryan's up to real quick.
Yeah, I've only watched a little bit of the Browns this year. It's super uneven. I don't know,
They would be good if it weren't for Mayfield.
Yeah.
I think that dude can't get out of his own way.
I don't know. Honestly, it's weird. He plays better when fucking well, now that Dickhead's gone, OBJ.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Like, dude, let Peoples Jones play. Like that dude. He might legit be a hell of a target.
He's a hell of a receiver. Yeah.
Here's a funny Brown story. The only like 5 minutes of football my girlfriend's ever watched with me was the Browns versus Steelers, the Myles Garrett fucking incident.
The helmet.
Oh, the helmet.
God.
The helmet
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. That was
Turn
rough.
a victory into a defeat that quickly.
That was fucking insane.
Yeah,
I've
that
never
was
seen anything
insane.
like that.
That was assault. That was assault.
I can't believe he wasn't, suspended for more than he was.
I can't either. Yeah.
Well, I thought they
6
lost,
games.
but it was at the end of the season though. Like it took him out for the season, right?
Well, yeah, it took him out for like the end of the season and then like 4 or 5 games for the next season. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, this guy's got to
Hey,
be
he's-
drunk for a year at
He's
least.
lucky. He's kind of lucky that there weren't charges filed.
I thought there would be.
I
you
thought
know.
there would be too. Yeah.
Hockey has
Yeah.
set the precedent now, man. That dude took charges. For
Oh, the dude that got cut, right?
Right. Yeah.
What's up, Brian?
The
Not much.
precedent has set.
Yeah.
Just been here waiting.
Sorry, dude. Oh yeah, I got distracted with all sorts of conversation here.
Yeah, it's all right. I was watching the whole time.
But yeah, we got on the subject of sports here. I don't know, somewhere along the line, but yeah, it's been pretty fun. You know,
Yeah, you better keep away, Cowboys fan.
uh-oh.
I'm not much of a Cowboys fan. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneers and a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Oh, you're fucking goddamn it!
Kick this fucking guy out. Who let this guy in here, man? What the?
I'll clarify. I've been a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan long before Tom Brady joined.
All right.
I mean, well, you're from Florida, so
Well,
all right.
Florida-
But the Steelers thing, no.
I was going to say the
Yeah.
Steelers thing's almost unconscionably unexcusable.
They're more recent. They were more recent.
Yeah.
See, I'm old, but I remember what was that old Tampa Bay coach had one of the greatest quotes in sports history when they lost that 14th game in a row. And the reporter said, "What do you think of your team's execution today?" And he said, "I'm all fucking for it."
That's right. I remember that. That was funny.
Was that Gruden? That could have been Gruden.
No,
I can't
that was
remember.
way before then. That was back in the
Back in the day.
back in the pink, the orange creamsicle uniform days.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm trying
God.
to think. That
dude,
was that when?
boy,
That
days.
was
Oh,
probably
yeah.
when Steve DeBerg played. Steve
Yeah, it
DeBerg. I
was.
think.
Yeah, what was that here? I'll tell you. I got my.
Trying to think
Was
of
that
who
during
won.
that? Was that during their 20-plus game losing streak?
Yeah,
it was.
crazy.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yes,
you
sir.
gotta be kidding me! God,
Yes, sir.
I want a team to end that record for Christ's sakes.
No, don't worry. The
Hey,
Browns got that record too, and so the Lions.
Yeah.
Well,
Fair
I'm
enough, but I want the 20. It
Lions
was
are
0
working on
26.
getting it again.
John
Yeah.
McKay, by the way.
John McKay. That's
is-
it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the guy. Yep.
Yeah.
That was what, like 79, right?
Yeah, he was coach
They were
until
just about to be-
79. So yeah.
I think
I
it
mean-
was
Oh,
a-
they were getting good then. I believe they were getting good then.
Yeah, right. The famous quote is from 75. So fuck, I'm old. But,
You know you're old
Damn.
when you remember shit like that.
yeah, right. Holy shit.
I mean,
But Ryan, nice to meet you, brother. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Crib, how about you?
Very good. Very good. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
Where are you located, Ryan? Down in Florida?
No, I'm in the shithole of a state called Texas.
oh,
Texas.
you were in Florida.
Yeah.
Where at?
I'm somewhere in between Austin and San Antonio.
Oh, okay. That's
a
That's
lot
a
of
nice
distance.
area up there, though, man. I used to live in Houston. Pedernales
Oh.
Falls.
Mm.
So you're nowhere near like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre part of Texas. That's probably for the best.
No.
I used to fuck a deaf girl in Riverside, Texas.
Is that more
Yeah.
near? Is that either near El Paso or Houston?
Fort Worth.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I used to
Yeah,
fuck
I
a
mean-
deaf girl over there. So there you go. That's my whole thought of Texas.
I don't like it. I hate the heat down here. I hate it.
I mean, honestly, it's one of those things. Wherever you go, there you are. You kind of bring you with you. Like I could bitch about this town that I live in.
Everybody hates
lot.
where they're at. Yep.
Yeah, like dude, Toledo's. It's the definition of a Rust Belt town. There are worse Rust Belt towns. You know, it's not Gary, it's not Youngstown, but I mean,
It could be
had
worse.
a
You
lot
could
of
live in
shootings here
Utah.
lately.
Yeah.
We don't get in the news for anything fucking good. If Toledo's in the news, like, well, who do they fucking shoot?
Hey, at least you're not Florida, man. So hey.
No, but I mean, I'm pretty sure someone could start a whole trend called Toledo Man, and we're just like, yeah, that's us. That's ours.
We did that. We gotta own it. We did it.
So
like, guy on meth tried to rape a deer. Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
So Ryan, I'm trying to read your thing there. What's it say?
Damage.
Oh, that's my channel.
Incorporated.
Damage Incorporated.
Oh,
Yeah,
Damage
I'm
Incorporated.
kind of the same like what Thralls is. Multiple people that do different types of videos and stuff. But we got the idea from Brody's thing from the Downfall Network. I had been wanting to do one for a while.
Okay. So you have a YouTube channel or no?
Yes, but it's no longer active. I usually put videos up on Utreon, which Crypt is over there as well.
Yeah, right.
Where's it at? Where?
I know. I knew you, Ryan, brother. I know exactly.
Yeah, I asked you to come. I had asked if you wanted to come on board to Utreon a while back.
Right, that's right. I knew. Nice to finally talk to you, sir.
Wait, it's called Utreon?
Yeah.
Utreon?
Yeah, Utreon. Utreon. It's like
what's
Patreon,
that?
but you took out PA with the U
Right.
instead.
It wants to be YouTube.
Okay,
basically it's like YouTube.
Right.
What's the big difference? They don't censor or what?
Yeah, they don't have the bullshit. You don't have no censorship. You
Yeah,
don't have
but like I said, they're relatively, for reasons, they're relatively new.
Right.
So it's kind of like BitChute.
It'll
or
come
something
later.
Like that?
Once they get big, then...
Yes, like BitChute. Yes, like BitChute.
All right.
Right.
See, well, those sites are generally like you can do whatever you want up until they start getting bigger sponsors and
Once
shit
it
like
gets
that.
popular,
Like,
right.
Yeah, once there's money involved.
I put my show on there every week now too. I put my show on there every weekend.
How's it do over there? Like, do you guys get like a big difference in views?
Comparable. I get probably the same
yeah.
on YouTube as I get on Utreon, even probably 30, 40 views.
Well, there's a big difference for me because most of my videos on here, like with the exception of maybe a few, most of the videos I've had has been just a little bit better on mine because my videos keep getting like hundreds of views, except for maybe 2 videos that I have right now.
On Utreon?
Are below. Yeah, because
Awesome.
my views are a little bit better on there.
Awesome. Awesome. That's
So
good. I get updates when you update, brother. I go and check out your shit. I give you a click. Even if I can't watch it, man, I try to click it and let it run, brother, because I know that's just
Thank you.
Fuck yeah,
that's
brother.
awesome.
I support, man.
I have not spent much time on Utreon just because I don't know. It's a different site. I don't know. I keep forgetting.
I tried to navigate around on BitChute once, and it was a real pain in the ass.
Same here.
Utreon's real easy. See, I resisted YouTube for a long time, and I think I did myself a disservice there because I didn't want to fight the copyright fight every week. I didn't want to fight the fucking censorship shit every week. And if you go back and look at my first 50 shows, we had titties and shit in it all the time, stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? We were idiots.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but then I asked you if you wanted to come on board, and I was trying to ask all of my metal friends. I think obviously Crypt here, Metal Ben, he's on there.
Yeah, I'm on Utreon because of you, sir. That's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
Good shit.
Interesting.
And I like it. There's a good freedom to it that I enjoy. So.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, same, because I've been moved over there permanently, because most of my stuff, aside from live streams I do on the channel, every so often, like, they go over there now too. So that's usually, but when it comes to like straightforward like video stuff, like all the retrospectives and rankings, they go over there now.
Do any of you do Utreon? Rick, Jake, have you ever done
No,
Utreon?
I was going to ask. I'm checking it out now. I'm not familiar with this. I'm very intrigued though.
I had a Utreon infection once. It went away.
Yeah, I treated it with some penicillin.
I was going to say, did you take antibiotics?
2 hour.
No, I just got a crazy straw and went in there and kind of
Yeah, dug it out with a spoon.
Or a pipe cleaner. Pipe cleaner works just fine too.
Fuck yeah.
Pipe cleaner sounds like a real winner.
We're all about winning here at Thralls.
Yeah, check it out, Rick. You'll like that. I think you all will dig the site. It's worth, it's another outlet if you're interested.
Definitely.
So
I can't, but I can't imagine what's the traffic level there. I mean, as far as how long's it been around?
I've been on there for
recently. It's only been recent. I can't remember how long.
I think
Chris
I've been on for about
there recently.
Yeah, about 3-4 months, maybe something like that.
Like real recent then. Okay,
Yeah, I was gonna say I hadn't heard about it until like.
There's so many of these cropping up. Like I know, like Vimeo and those are like
posting.
really new. But.
So this is pretty bizarre. I opened Utreon, the website, and it's got like a list of recommended channels.
Yeah.
Over there, the number one recommended one up there is Damaged Incorporated.
That's my channel.
Yeah,
oh, that's channel.
Cool. Like that's bizarre.
It
was the number
do you
one.
see Metalomania, man? No Metalomania.
You might have to do some search.
I can't get the right, man. I gotta suck somebody's cock for the algorithm or something.
You don't have to go. No, you work your way towards that. Like start them off with the the Western grip hand job.
Right.
Yeah, you're beating out what is it? Crypto mining.
Yeah, that's.
Metalomania is our show. Metal.
I follow them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not quite in the
There's only
channels
maybe.
yet.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
it's
a. You have to look through maybe certain categories because they do have categories. We're under music, so it's an obvious.
Okay.
I need to find that algorithm guy and start tickling the fuck out of his nuts. That's for sure.
Tickling his nuts? Did you say?
He is not doing me He's not doing me any favors, man.
Go find yourself Mr. Giggleballs.
Yeah.
That is. I still think that's weird as fuck. But how many? So is this thing over 6 months old or a year old or what?
I think
it might be.
I'll bet Utreon itself is about a year old. Yeah.
So it's relatively new.
Yeah. And their whole claim so far seems to be the freedom of it. But again, we'll see how that goes when they become more popular. But
yeah, they're starting to implement other stuff like live streaming on there.
Right, that's new.
That's
brand new.
Yeah, that's new.
Yeah,
that's brand new. Blog posting on there. That's all the things I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, I watch Ryan's channel. I got a few friends that got channels on there now, actually. Yeah, shit, I think I put like 75 episodes of my show on there, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, my videos are more time consuming to make and stuff like that. So they're more like obviously they're more like you gotta edit them, putting clips and all that stuff. Sometimes obviously the live streams are like quick or something like that, But my videos take a lot more time to work on, so it's.
Well, see, I was lucky because when you invited me to Utreon, I already had a fucking hundreds of episodes of shows to stick in there all at once. So.
Yeah.
So your videos on there are actual videos, or are they podcasts? Like
They're actual videos.
Okay.
I mean,
Aside
you
from
do
the live
like
streams, which are
retrospectives.
yeah,
Right.
basically. Which are they're basically those are like band reviews, but you add clips or documentaries. It's like a documentary. You're talking about the band, giving your opinions on the albums, but you're also putting in history and stuff like that, stuff that happened in between albums and in the beginning and stuff like that. That's what me and some others do. Aside from ranking videos, which is just it's a simple ranking video, ranking out a band's discography from worst to best.
Right.
And with those are probably the easiest videos to make because they're very minimal editing, like very little to no editing sometimes. But what did you say before I cut you off?
You do metal, primarily metal.
Metal and rock.
Yeah, I see like a Blue Oyster Cult one here. That's you, right?
Yeah, that's the most recent one. That's a Mick Watkins video. I tried putting an intro on there, but fuck my phone and its stupid amount of storage because it would take up a lot of storage. And I had to delete a lot. I have to like fuck that crap. Just put it on there.
Have you done any Creed retrospectives yet?
Well, no, he's got to start with the Scott Stapp solo albums and work his way towards Creed because that's the big payoff, right?
At some point, yes. But I want to throw in the other bands like what is there? Tremonti,
Matchbox 20,
Alter Bridge.
No. The only the bands that are involved with that involved the members from Creed. So that would be Scott Stapp, Tremonti, and Alter Bridge
is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give him. Miles Kennedy's a hell of a singer.
Miles, he's a
hell yeah! I love his singing. I got some of his stuff with Slash. He's a fantastic singer. But that would be something at some point I do.
That means you'll have to do a 7 Mary 3 retrospective at some point. So
I like that first album. I had
Rick is Half Fear. Rick is here. Is that the name of your channel?
What's up?
Who?
Oh no.
Have Fear. Rick is here.
Is the Dreadful Minutes. And by the way, anyone watching that hasn't subbed any of these channels, sub these channels. They're awesome people.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm because they hang out with me.
I want to sub to all you guys right now. So how can I sub you guys right now?
I'm Metal Madness 66.
I think I'm already doing you, but let me make sure. Metal Madness.
Yeah, I think you might have jumped on with me back a while back.
Yeah, I think I'm following you, my brother.
And Jake is Rick is the Dreadful Minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm following you already. So the Dreadful Minutes.
The Dreadful Minutes. And then Rick or Jake, you're Upside Down Church now.
Yeah, the Upside Down Church. Make sure it's the right one.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is it the Upside or Upside?
I just got you, Rick. I found you right there, real quick. So that was cool. The Upside Down Church. Not the Zimbabwe leaders. Is that what you're saying? It's not that
one. Stay away from those guys.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the ticket.
Jake's a
you
different
won't be met with
denomination.
shame, guilt, or condemnation. Is that you, sir?
That's me.
Oh, all right, cool. All right, I just subbed to you as well, brother. So I'm following all you guys, man.
Thank you, sir.
I support, man. Matter of fact, I'll probably even hit you up at some point now and get you to come bullshit on my show if you ever feel like it. So, Lord knows I drag Nick on there as often as I possibly can. So,
I mean, yeah, like, hey, I got a subject for you. Like, if it's anything about 80s movies, I'm there. Let's do it.
Nick and I came on. We did a countdown of the greatest 80s comedy movies, man. Where we
I watched that. That was great. That was great.
A lot of fun, man.
I just did that Halloween video about 80s movies.
You guys do the Halloween movie one too, or what?
Yeah, we did. I did a thing of the best horror movies pre-1995, man. It's a 2-hour fucking cool thing. I hope you check it out. It's a lot of fun.
I think all of my movies I had for the Igor thing were pre-95.
Yeah. Oh, I watched that and enjoyed the fuck out of it, Nick. That was good shit, brother.
Dude, I still hold my jaws because it gave me a realistic fear because I don't get in the fucking ocean. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Jaws was on Scully's list on ours, yeah.
Dude, I mean, it's also the invention of the blockbuster. I mean, it's super important. Same thing with Poltergeist. That's why there's a PG-13 rating.
Yeah, right. Changed the game, baby.
Yeah.
Dude, That was a fun one. I mean, we're talking about doing something else. Apparently, the frontman for the band, the Amenta, really just twisted Australian, like kind of black metal, death metal, and industrial metal. It reminds me of a more twisted version of Strapping Young Lead sometimes.
Oh,
which,
wow.
yeah, huge fan.
He's someone,
The
he's
frontman-
someone I want to do a retrospective for. All
The frontman was willing to
7,000
put
bands.
maggots in his mouth, like actual real ones, in his
Wait, what?
new video. Even
Oh,
because he got a
God.
hold of us and it's like, yeah,
What's your preference
yeah,
like?
it's like big fan of the channel. Love to come on and bullshit with you guys. Oh yeah, we put up a new video if you want to check it out. I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. I was like, oh yeah, did you eat recently? Just check it out. But maybe not if you ate. I watched it and I was like, oh my god. And I wrote back halfway through. I was like, dude, this video made me want to brush my teeth and Listerine the fuck out of my mouth.
Hello.
It's
Ah.
but yeah, we
Oh,
wanted to
God, yeah.
like possibly get on and like get him to talk about like the Australian metal scene in general, just because Australia is just pumping out like tons of killer metal here lately, and they share so many members.
Oh yeah,
with so many
Australia's
bands.
killing it, dude. Russia is fucking killing it right now, dude. Crazy.
Dude.
Every week I'm playing something out of the Ukraine, something out of Russia, something out of Moscow. Like something out of that part of the
Yeah,
world.
it's-
Gasudar.
Crazy.
Oh, that album is unbelievable. I got an EP from a man called Bitter Loss not too long ago. That was really good. Sounds like Russian Morbid Angel.
Jake, you like a lot of like atmospheric black metal from Russian dudes, right?
Oh yeah.
That's big stuff.
Here's
going on.
an obscure one you guys should check out.
Obscure. Rick's the king of
Yeah, I
obscure.
like some.
Apparently, they're not talked about enough.
Yes.
It's called Absorption.
You might know.
Russia.
Wait, hold on, hold up the.
What is it?
Wait, what is that?
This is Abstract
Yeah.
Void.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
It's black metal mixed with synthwave.
Okay. See, I'm not very. Jake, I'm gonna lean on you, man. If there's an area of metal I am definitely deficient in, it's black metal. So I might lean into you.
Yeah, I'm more versed in black metal. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I have retrospectives on Kaladin Brood and Skamash, for Christ's sake.
Skamash.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
those are
love
local
Skamash.
boys.
It branches in so many.
They're local, right, Jake? Yeah.
Yeah, Kaladin Brood's local.
Well, I'm curious.
Oh,
What
yeah,
would you
I
guys say your
love
main
that.
genre was? If you had to say if you had to pick your main
Oh, back in a moment,
wheelhouse
get a piece.
genre, what would it be?
Death metal, thrash metal,
Uh,
grindcore.
For me,
I'm more specific when it comes to the. Okay, go.
Well, go ahead, man.
Okay, 5 at the top of my head: progressive death metal, melodic death metal, melodic metal, progressive metal, and power metal. Those are the ones that I love the most.
Right
Yeah,
on.
I'm prog metal, prog and prog metal, and probably
Nice.
prog death and old school death for me mostly.
Yeah, I'm a
Smooth
big Swedish
jazz.
guy.
And ABBA, lots of ABBA.
ABBA. Bee
Hey,
Gees.
Alpha's got a brand new album out, baby. So
Fucking right they do, man.
yeah. But what'd you say, Rick? I missed
And Bee
Rick
Gees,
Andrews.
and lots of Bee Gees too, man. Lots of
Fuck
Bee Gees.
yeah.
Hey, you stay out of my territory, Jeff.
Hey, fuck you! I came around before you. I got Bee Gees before you were alive.
My mom's older than you, and she was listening to Bee Gees.
Oh, Bee
You're
Gees.
used
How
to
old
it,
yeah, how old's
so
your mom?
I inherited it.
Rick, what was yours? What
I
did you say
only
yours
know-
was, brother?
Yeah, I'm all over the map, man. Like I like a lot of the Swedish stuff, Doom, Death Doom, even some crust punk. You know, like,
Ah, fuck yeah.
Yeah. And
Are you a
smooth
fan
jazz
of
guy.
I don't know how to pronounce their name. Are you a fan of Doom VS?
What is it?
I'm not.
Doom Versus or something of what their name is.
oh yeah. You know, you got it right. It's U.S. People say Doom Versus, but it's actually Doom.
Yeah,
Doom
I
F.
only see the B and I said,
What is that?
Oh,
I've
yeah.
never
It's not
heard
fun.
that.
Yeah.
it's I think a Death Doom or it's a funeral doom project of a guy from Draconian. Was it
Mhm.
Johan Eriksson?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a band. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about a genre.
Yeah, it's a band.
Yeah.
It's like
it's
a
a
one-man band.
Okay.
thing.
And Jake,
Yeah.
what was yours, brother? I'm
Really
sorry.
good. I love them.
Smooth jazz.
Smooth jazz. Fuck
Kenny
yeah.
G. Kenny G.
I got that good sounds with the yeah.
No, I'd say black metal.
Black metal, right on.
Melodic death metal. I'm pretty big into melodic death metal. I don't keep up on it as much as I do with atmospheric black metal.
Fuck yeah,
And
right
like
on.
the more post black metal stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of put yourself in a category, like, because, and again, like, you probably have all kinds of things in your collection.
You know, it's weird.
I'm deficient in black metal for sure, though. I'm a thrash guy. I love hardcore, and I'm a death metal, big tech death metal guy for sure. But definitely a thrash.
Yeah.
I still love my thrash, man. I'll
thrash.
forever have love for my thrash.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a big thrash guy because
Yeah.
I was around when that was
me
happening.
too.
But see,
that's where I got my
the thing
start.
is, Rick's kind of similar too. He's got a real wide palette, and you know, if you look at my collection, and I'm not joking when I say this, you know, I've got Bee Gees box sets. I've got the ABBA box set. I'm not kidding. I got every one of their albums. I've got fucking Journey. I've got Miles Davis. I got shit tons of Miles Davis albums. I mean, like box sets. Like I've got all the metal box sets that are worth a fuck ton of money. I've got John Coltrane. I've got Celtic Frost. I've got Death. I've got The Simple Minds. You know, like I've got probably 4,000, 4,500 CDs, of which I've got about 300 box sets. Like everyone that knows me, I'm like the box set king.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah,
I've got
on your Instagram.
yeah, if you look at my Instagram, it's just littered with box sets. A lot of them are really worth quite a bit of money because I just got into that kind of stuff. But if you made me pick one genre, I'd probably say prog rock, but that prog metal. But I listen to so much weird stuff. It's like, you know, Jake was showing that album of Marissa Nadler earlier. You know, like I love folky doom stuff like that, but yet at the same point in time, what's that?
I was gonna say that's like dark gothic.
Yeah, it's almost dark gothic doom folk or something like that.
Yeah, like gothic folk.
And
must be a good term for it.
Yeah, and I love that shit too. But you know, about the only stuff I cannot listen to is, you know, the new metal, the fucking, you know, that Korn, Godsmack, Disturbed.
Yeah,
garbage.
Yeah, I grew up on that music.
Yeah, I fucking hate that shit, man. Because, you know, I was in my late 20s, early 30s when that shit was happening, and I just, you know, I couldn't do it. Now, I do like a lot of grunge bands, because that was, you know, I like Soundgarden, and I like Alice in Chains, and I like, well, that's probably about it.
I'm not a fan of the grunge shit, man.
I'm
that old guy.
Alice in Chains to be grunge.
I don't count Alice in Chains as grunge either, man. I totally agree with you.
Well, they were more a metal band than anything.
They're called grunge because they came out of Seattle at that time.
But see, I don't really think Soundgarden was very grungy either. The early stuff, but not the later stuff, man. I mean,
right.
I can't stand.
I don't disagree with you.
I can't stand Nirvana, and I can't.
I wasn't a Soundgarden fan though. I wasn't a Nirvana fan.
I like Soundgarden a lot, man. I
like Soundgarden too.
I think they were more. I think they were more of a heavy metal. They were more like a weird Sabbath band.
Hard rock. I would say Soundgarden hard rock, heavy metal sometimes.
I am.
I
suffer from old man's disease, man. See, and I have very much got bitterness. I've bitched about this before. Overnight, and Jeff, you know you're an old fucker like me. So
I'm older than you are, fucker.
What I'm about to say, then you'll know is true. Almost overnight, we watched all of our friends wearing metal jackets. You know, we had jean jackets with patches,
right?
Long hair, fucking Converse tennis shoes on, and overnight. And we were bitching about the establishment. And overnight, the next day, everybody had flannel shirts on and we're bitching about my fucking feelings all the time and shit.
Yeah.
I hated it, man. I fucking have such a vitriol hatred for the grunge movement.
And they were all overdosing on heroin.
Yeah, everybody needed heroin all the time because their fucking daddy didn't love them.
I do like
helmet,
stuff,
Fuck
but
off.
it's weird. There are certain bands from that, like there's a lot of little bands that people didn't know about, like the band Last Crack, or the band My Sister's Machine, or
Tad.
Yeah, what's that?
Tad.
Tad were actually pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like Pearl Jam died for me after the first album. I couldn't fucking care less about that. I never got on the Nirvana train. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I hate that shit, man.
And you know, I
only like one song from Nirvana. I only like one song from Nirvana.
Yeah, it was just,
dude. Our first 100 episodes of our show. You know what? On my very first show we ever did, it was happened to be during Halloween. So we were on our way to the show, and I was like, man, let's stop at this Halloween store for a prop. And we bought a little fucking skeleton head that fucking, you know, like steam came out of it. And we got to the studio, and there was this dude who was our engineer for our very first show, and he was all excited, a hip-hop guy. And he's all excited to be our engineer for our heavy metal show. And he's got his Nirvana shirt on, like, I got you guys, man. Look, you know, I'm ready. And we ripped this dude apart for 3 solid hours, dude. By the time he left, he was a bowl of fucking shit. And we named the head Kurt No-Brain. Kurt No-Brain was our fucking co-host on our show for a year and a half, dude. And it was our testament to how much I hate all that shit, dude. I hate that shit so much.
I didn't mind grunge.
Visceral hatred for it, dude.
See, when I said grunge, I probably shouldn't have said that. I should have been more specific and said I like certain bands from that era, or from that movement or whatever.
I like Alice in Chains. I do love
I love Alice in Chains.
I think they're a fantastic band, yeah.
To me, them and Soundgarden were like the 1 and 1A. I mean, there was every other band that came out of there was not really. But the funny thing is, the reality of it is that while both Alice and Soundgarden, you know, they did very, very well, Pearl Jam fucking sells out these goddamn arenas, man. And it's like, I don't get it.
Do you guys want to see my favorite Alice in Chains album?
You're going to do it, aren't you? You're going to do it, Jake. You were in good favor for a long time.
Nick, get ready to
son of a bitch. Oh, Jake.
He's going to do it. He's going to fucking do it. Look, watch this. Oh, Christ.
Oh,
kick that motherfucker off the
show. That's it. Where's the fucking boot?
Where's the eject button on this thing? Where's the eject button?
Oh, man. I couldn't turn on the radio for 4 fucking years or some shit in there, man. I swear to God. Smells like Teen Spirit, makes me want to vomit. I fucking hate that shit.
Although, I will say that Temple of the Dog, that album, Temple of the Dog, is a fucking killer album. So, and that was kind of the.
I'm just saying. I think that's Pearl Jam featuring Chris Cornell.
That's pretty much what it is.
Chris Cornell adds cred.
I consider it a Pearl Jam album.
It is,
but it because I hated
it is, but Cornell wrote most of it, though. Cornell wrote most of those songs, though.
But the sound is Pearl Jam.
You think, really? I don't think it is. It's heavier.
McCready and Stone Gossard that were, or was it both?
It was Stone and Mike McCready and Jeff Ament, and then it was Chris.
Basically, all of Pearl Jam. Basically.
Chris and Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron was the drummer.
Yeah.
The Heart version, Heart redid a Led Zeppelin song for the single soundtrack, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing worth the fuck from the whole thing.
No, wood, but you can find that on fucking dirt. But
well, yeah, okay, right.
And you had bands like that flew under the radar. Anybody remember Circus of Power?
Hey, they did have a Jimi Hendrix song on there. That was good.
I don't know if I ever
actually Circus of Power is pretty good.
Yeah, this is pretty much their.
But they weren't from Seattle, were they?
No, they were from New York.
Jersey or New York, yeah.
I think that's what kind of held them back. They weren't part of that whole other scene going on the other side of the country.
Yeah. Actually, there's a really good Nick. You ever hear Last Crack?
Yeah.
Do you have their albums?
No, I don't have any of their albums. I know of them though. A lot of people kind of lump them in that same category as like Quicksand and Helmet, but I don't know if they necessarily fit there.
They're a little more approachable than Helmet. They don't have the punk aesthetic of it. They're a little bit more, I guess you'd say, grungy sounding, but they wrote really great songs, man. Their album Burning Time, that fucking album smokes, dude. It's got a little bit of an alternative metal sort of vibe, but it's not like the dumb alternative metal. If that makes any sense. I don't know if it does, but
like during that time, like I mean, I definitely liked the grunge stuff. I was still listening to a fuck ton of thrash back then though, because that was really my gateway into like a lot of metal, but I
Overkill
really
got
like I
me
said,
through.
I enjoyed bands like Helmet and Quicksand because they were still heavy and they kind of had that hardcore edge that I still like because I still was a big fan, like Sick of It All and shit like that. And that kind of, you know, it kind of kept me still pretty much firmly planted in the metal, you know, and kept me pretty damn unpopular in fucking high school because
Oh
if
yeah.
you didn't like grunge, well,
Damn.
yeah. I've joked around before. Like, I didn't choose to be a metalhead because it made me popular. It was like, yeah, everyone's gonna high five me all the way down to
Oh yeah.
Mother.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you have the crossover guys, you know,
Yeah.
it's the suicidal tendencies, you know, like we were kind of like we had a bit of the yep, there you go.
I had a mohawk, brother. I was one of those guys. I had egg yolk in my hair, mohawk with blue paint in that bitch, going to see Fugazi shows and fucking The Exploited and Agnostic Front on the Calls for Alarm tour and shit, man.
God,
Well, wait, Chris, how old are you again? 50?
50, yeah.
So did you get to like see down around DC? Did you ever get to see like Bad Brains when they were?
Yes, sir. I used to break out. I used to sneak out of my parents' house and hitchhike to fucking DC to see those shows. Bad Brains,
man.
The Exploited, Misfits, fucking Agnostic Front, Fugazi. I'm a Fugazi guy for all my life.
Minor Threat were from down there, right?
Yeah, Minor Threat. Saw Minor Threat so many times, man. I remember when the fucking Nazi dudes tried to show up and take over the scene for a minute, and all that blood was shed, and that was crazy times, man.
Wow.
Damn.
Crazy times.
It's weird. I was old enough, clearly, because I'm almost 56, but when the whole crossover sort of thing happened with like
Crumb Suckers and oh man.
Yeah, like the New York scene. I didn't quite get it. Like I didn't, and I kind of kicked myself in the ass now because I could have. I don't know how Philly was for that. I'm sure there was a lot of shows in Philly, but I would have loved to have seen Agnostic Front and
I was a punk probably before I was a metalhead.
Yeah, like the Cro-Mags in their early days when they were,
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. So amazing. Cro-Mags.
But I don't know. I was.
Dude, Bad Brain shows were insane.
Oh yeah.
Man. Like
you see video of that shit, and that's like off the chain, man. That shit is
crazy,
fucking unreal.
Crazy.
Yeah, they're probably my favorite. I guess you call them punk.
I still wear scars from those days, my friend, for sure. I've seen fights break out where dudes will fucking unhook chains from their feet and start swinging shit around like, oh shit, motherfucker, we better hide.
Yeah, see, that was the reason I stayed away from those shows, because I was like, I just wasn't one of those guys that wanted to engage in that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, crazy.
I wanted to get into Agnostic Front more, but I've never been a fan of Roger Murray's vocals.
Yeah, I don't love his vocals.
It's very punk. See, if you enjoy a punk aesthetic, though,
well, I like the music. I preferred them when they were a little bit more on the crossover side, but
I
honestly,
I prefer like Harley or.
Do you remember like GBH? Were you guys into any of those bands like GBH and
I don't know
7 Seconds and Agent Orange and stuff like that?
Yeah, right.
California.
Those Microwavos and shit.
Yeah.
It was probably Sick of It All that was like the big gateway into like the more of the hardcore stuff for me. Well, I mean, Bad Brains and of course like Black Flag and shit like that. But when it came down to
Black Flag, yeah, man.
that heavier
Black Flag
sound, Sick of It All.
The New York stuff was easier for me. It was like like Madball, those bands.
Yeah, dude, Madball.
Oh, Madball, dude. Madball's a top 3 band all time for me, for sure. Without that,
I still need to get more of their stuff. I got Look My Way when I was in high school.
That shit is
was like,
part of my DNA right there. Yeah.
I was getting big on like the Victory Records stuff that was coming out, and Strife was probably the big one for me. And
Victory.
I think that was probably what really introduced me to. Oh yeah.
See, I love Biohazard too. Yeah, that's
dude. Urban
killer New York
is
stuff.
such a whoop ass album still.
What was that album? What was the album their first album that came out with the orange cover?
Urban Discipline.
Discipline.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
the
one after that had the orange case. State of
right.
That's good.
That's when they really blew up.
Yeah.
That came.
Right. Yeah.
Tales from
And
the
then
Hard
he went
Side.
on to do porn, right? Didn't he go on to like marry Tara Patrick and do porn?
Evan Steinfeld.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. That's
Have
You
right.
see him lately though? He's so tattooed. His fucking head's all tattooed, and his face is
Yeah, I
tattooed.
didn't
Blacked out
recognize
his arm. Like
Yeah.
one entire
It's all
arm.
black?
Is just
Hey,
black.
I just got a whole bunch of new shit, Nick. Look, I just added
Yeah,
a
I
whole
fucking
bunch
saw
of
the
shit.
updates, dude. The
Yeah,
scribed
man.
in blood.
Yeah, baby.
That's fucking awesome.
That's my
dude.
HP Lovecraft arm, you guys. All HP Lovecraft.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
What?
I
Did
just
you
added-
guys hear the? Did you guys hear the new? It's called the Agros, Paris Mayhew's band. Well, it's really him. You know the original guitarist for Cro-Mags. He just
No, I
dropped
haven't heard that one.
dropped a tune in October.
Hmm.
Wait a minute. Earlier in the year, he dropped a song. I forget the fucking name of it's called, but he just dropped it. They're called the Agros.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, it's good, man. It's fucking good. He writes really good, riffy, punky, but they're more metal than they are, because he's a huge fan of Rush, but they're more of like he's more of a metal guy than they are. But I forget the name of the new song. It's good though, man. It's real good.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
When I was
just great
visiting,
riffs.
When I was visiting Chris in Maryland, I found the Cro-Mags album that was just, I think it was just him and Harley, the last one before they broke up or whatever. Like, yeah, the history of that band is.
Yeah.
Dude, I've got to see Harley destroy a joint, man. Yes, sir.
He looks like he still could do it.
Yeah, right.
He's
whacked out dude right there, brother.
He's a
Yeah,
little
dude.
he's a little amped up, man. That dude
Yeah,
right
brother.
there.
Still, you know.
Yeah, and he's my age. Might even be older than me. Is
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet he's around 60 by now. He's got to be.
Nah, I don't think he's that old. Let's see. I know he's close. I know he's close to my age. He might be 1 year older.
That's funny.
Look at
Crazy shit, brother. Crazy fucking shit. I'm old, man. How old are you, Jake? If you don't mind me asking, brother.
32.
Actually-
young Rick. How old are you, brother?
Oh wow, you're both.
I look 32, but I'm not.
He's 54. And
Older than 32?
I'm
Is that what you said?
about probably as old as Nick, so 41.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
turn
Harley's
43
54, so
next month.
he's about 2 years
Almost
younger
there,
than
yeah.
Oh, okay. Damn, I would have thought Harley was older than shit. God
Yeah,
damn.
he's 54. I mean, well, he's built like a fucking,
Yeah.
25-year-old son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
right. Fucking right. No shit, brother. That's crazy. Crazy, man. Those days were a long, long time ago,
They
buddy.
were. I mean, like I said, I kind of
Yeah.
regret not being into that shit, because I probably would have headed up to New York City and seen some of those, infamous CBGB shows. Because I'm not that.
Man, yeah.
For me, New York City's about a 3-hour run, and I made many runs into the city to see other bands that I dug. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Dude,
Well,
when
like
I grew up, I was 5 minutes from DC. I'm a little bit further from DC now, but when I grew up, I was 5 minutes outside of the
Well, I
city
tell
line.
you, man, like I came down DC, other than Philly would be my main hub of where I've gone to see shows, but
I've
Baltimore,
seen a lot of great shows in Philly.
been to a lot of shows in Baltimore, been to a lot of shows at the 930 Club, a lot of shows at the Black Cat, a lot of shows at what's that other venue down there in Philly? The
Shit, they're losing a lot of them. Are you coming to the Maryland Death Fest? How many of you guys are coming to Maryland Death Fest?
Man, I
You got no
don't know if
tickets
I'm going to be around.
I
to
want
talk
to.
about
I
that.
want to.
Hey, don't
Good.
say
With me
that.
being
Jeff.
so far away, I want to try to at least.
Come on, man. Come on. Jake, I got a
I'm
place,
hearing-
man. I'll put you up, brother. Let's go.
I don't know if they have that many tickets left, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I think
probably
there's
not.
still single days left, I
Yeah.
believe.
Right.
I'm sort of surprised it's
Yeah,
sold out, but adding
I'm just trying to figure. I'm just looking at the lineup and trying to figure out what stage and what day.
Yeah,
The
it's
only
going to
ones
be
I
a
saw
rough.
that kind of maybe
Well, the
interest
problem-
me are the only ones that had some. Continue.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the only bands I was looking at that on that bill that I was looking at that I might be interested in seeing are Hellhammer, Triptychon. Who else is there? Maybe Demolition. there's only maybe a handful of bands on that lineup I would be interested in seeing.
And the Maryland Death Fest?
Man, there's about 40 that
Yeah.
I would
Yeah, there's a good 50 that I would die to see for sure. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I love seeing the ones that I haven't heard of, which, I mean, most of these bands I have jammed before.
Yeah.
But,
you got Demolish, you got Blood Incantation, you got Sacramentum, you got there's very few no-name bands on this list this time. I mean,
dude, it seemed like there was 2 weeks where they were announcing name after name, and I was like, "What the fuck? This is crazy."
Carcass, fucking. There's probably like.
I said violence, man. Sean Killian's return. How is everybody not fucking ejaculating about this like me? Sean Killian's return. This is humongous for me.
Enforced is going to be there too.
Violence, man. That would definitely be a top for me too, man. I mean, they're going to be. You know, the problem is there's almost, in a weird way, there's almost too many good bands at this thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you're going to
totally agree.
You're going to miss some. It's just
no
way.
No way. Right.
Well, they haven't put up set times yet. Because last time when I was there, they actually had things balanced out pretty well, where like you could still catch half of one band and then go get the other half at a different stage. This time they have a lot more bands.
I was going to say,
a lot more stages.
Yep.
That's when they had about 20 total bands over the 3 days that you didn't want to miss. They've got 40 bands. It's like it's fucking insane.
What is the total number of bands even on this thing, man? It's
God,
ridiculous. It's a lot.
Crazy.
Yeah. I believe
like
it's got to be in the 60s.
Yeah, it's got to be
over the 4 days.
Yeah.
I mean,
crazy.
I know the Edison lot is the one that seems to be the most packed. That's almost where every headliner is playing.
Is it? And that's outdoors though, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So like if it's raining,
I'm there.
You're in the rain.
Fuck yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. You're in the rain, right? I mean, you're not covered, right?
Yeah.
No, it's a giant parking lot.
I'll be sweating anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, well, that's May 20.
I mean Memorial Day weekend. So
that's 29th.
Yeah, you never know, man. Baltimore could be hot or like horribly hot, or it could be fairly cool.
Right.
Dude, both times I've been to Maryland here recently, they've been dropping tornadoes, so I want that trend to fucking.
Well, you're right on the ocean there, man. I mean,
when we got to Chris's house, like literally the storm that we were outrunning all the way from Toledo, because we were like, dude, we need to get in the road because look at this bullshit coming. Of course, we didn't follow any speed limits. They were more like suggestions.
Right.
Got to Chris's within like about an hour or two. Once we got to your place, like oh shit, there's tornadoes touching now, because the news came on and they showed like clear tornado damage, like it ripped its way across the street.
Right.
Damn. Well, I do know two YouTubers that are coming in that Nick Nick knows one of them for sure and is aware of the other one, but Devin is coming in from California. Young guy, 23, I think he is.
Okay, if I got to California,
young whippersnapper.
All the way
It's
to
Jeff
Maryland,
Grief.
I die from Texas.
What's that?
Yeah, that's right, bro.
The young whippersnapper that gives Jeff Grief all the time.
Yeah. And then the other one is the Dark Path.
Oh shit, he's going too.
Dark Path's coming in. Yeah, he's your age, Nick. He's coming in, and he's coming from like around San Diego area. So those are the two that I know for sure definitely coming in. I've heard. I think didn't Ken talk about going? Was he serious about that, or was that just kind of?
I don't know. I haven't checked out.
I haven't really watched Ken's stuff, but I know he talked about it like late last year, but I don't know if he was serious about it.
So, I counted how many bands are on the poster.
I was looking at that.
Oh. How many?
89.
Yeah. Is it
89 bands?
I knew it was more than 60. I knew that it was more than 60. And I would honestly
say, I'm looking at that's a lot of bands.
I would honestly say half those bands are you don't want to miss bands.
Yeah.
Right, man. Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm
that's
just
fucking crazy.
Because the only ones I saw of interest are Hellhammer, Triptychon, Atheist, and maybe Corner. If they're all on the same day, perfect.
Oh,
Yeah.
in
You
the
don't want to
corner,
see
I'm not.
violence,
I
man?
would definitely.
Hypocrisy? I thought
You
you were
don't
like a
wanna see
melodic death
violence?
metal person. Oh,
Bloodbath
I-
obituary.
I'm not. I've kind of grown out of the death metal phase, but I am interested in the Hellhammer and Triptychon because I want to do something with Celtic Frost and all the bands. Tom G. Warrior is done, so Atheist because I'm kind of getting into them.
Atheist
and
is awesome.
Corner.
Dude.
Atheist is killer.
Oh
Dude,
yeah, I've seen they're playing like, oh my god,
Was it Presence
damn,
of
these
Mind?
guys are good.
Great musicians.
Dude,
Um,
and
Those are
Yeah, I
really
don't
the
know,
only
like-
ones. Unless I see a band I recognize in a heartbeat, I'm like, those are really it. So if they're all on the
Yeah.
same day, perfect.
There's
Looking
a
at
bunch
the,
of man. Primitive Man puts on a killer show.
well, they're gonna do a tour with Blood Incantation.
Yeah, they're out with Blood
beforehand.
Incantation.
Oh yeah, Blood Incantation. Didn't they do? Isn't that one band that might have done like an album with an alien on the cover? Is it that
Yep.
band?
Oh yeah. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah, they're another band. They're another
Well,
band.
I mean,
wanted to get into
Hypocrisy's
them.
there too. So
That's right. Hypocrisy's there. Jesus.
Yeah,
And
man.
I'm looking at all these
necrophobic.
names.
Onslaught,
Necrophobic's there
Exhorter,
too, right?
Massacre,
Degenerate.
Monstrosity, fucking Acid Witch. I want to see all those bands, man.
Malignant
Judging
Altar.
from the cover of, judging from the logo of Acid Witch, I'm thinking, are they freaking Doom?
Kind of like Doom, Sludge.
Sludgy,
Uh,
sludge.
Sludgy Doom.
Horror
Sludgy Doom. Okay.
metal.
Yeah, a little hard to describe. They're like
Yeah, I
all
might
over.
get them.
They're from
Yeah, they're
Detroit.
all over the place.
Fuck, I gotta
Cool.
take a quick leak. I'll be right back, you guys.
Yeah, there's
Let's
There's
see
so
that
much
band
on
you were
that
talking
bill.
about.
Yeah,
I've
man.
seen it before, so you were talking about them.
Yeah, I don't get how. Well, I know one thing.
November's Doom would be cool.
You're gonna be a
to see.
tired motherfucker. Are you driving
Oh,
in?
cool.
You're
Let's
driving
do them.
in,
It's
right?
they're a little
Me?
different.
I'm flying.
ICXGC.
Oh, you are
That's
flying.
Yeah, dude.
kind of an
That was a
oddball, man.
long fucking drive when we went out to Chris's place. And
Christmas.
I hate driving through the mountains on the Pennsylvania Turnpike because my ears were popping like every 5 seconds.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like
I
an
know,
hour
pretty-
flight from Detroit
So-
to Baltimore.
So who all's going? You're going, and John's
I'm
going?
interested.
It looks like
I'm
it's
interested.
so far it's just John and I, just because we already have our tickets because we bought them for
Okay.
2020, and they're
Right.
still honoring them, and we have 4-day passes.
Nice.
Yeah, that one's sold.
Nice.
Miller
Great.
and
I'm trying to figure out how much
Sorry,
they are.
Miller and Rin and those guys aren't probably coming out then.
I don't know. I can't say for certain. Like
I
they
thought
haven't
Fred
got.
was going.
Hmm?
I thought Fred was going.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he got a ticket yet. I don't know if it's what's all left, But I mean,
Yeah.
if not, he likes doing smaller shows too. But
Oh
I mean,
Jesus! Okay,
I'm
15.
I'm gonna be there. I'm
Price
gonna
I'm seeing.
hobnob and bullshit. I'm gonna buy so much fucking merch because I have no impulse control. I'm not even
Right,
gonna try. Fucking.
I'll get all the Triptychon if I didn't have enough money or something like that.
Wait, dude,
Yeah,
the merch.
I want to get the one corner album. What was that one album where it's that one guy and his mouth is covered? I don't know what that one's called.
Oh, Mental Vortex.
Yeah, I want.
Wait, no, is that No More Color? No, wait, hold on. Shit.
It was a person. It was a person on it, and I think his
it's-
mouth was covered.
I think it's Mental
Yeah,
Vortex.
that's Mental Vortex, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Who else? Atheist. I want to get all their stuff.
Well, here's the thing, Ryan. Don't just plan on thinking that there's just stuff for the bands that are there. There's stuff for
It's-
literally every metal band fucking ever.
It's
pretty
fucking
much.
Yeah, I know that.
It's insane. The merch tables out in front and inside are just the t-shirt booths are like fucking retarded.
More
You're
t-shirts.
just like every band you could possibly think of. They've got usually double-sided shirts as opposed to
Damn.
yeah. Whereas and just pins and patches. The patches are fucking the boggling
Woo.
mind, man. And then the CDs are outrageous.
Oh,
Flags,
yeah.
the whole cards, man.
Dude,
I gotta
just need to figure out how
coach
much-
Rick into going down one day.
I look at the
What a
prices
run
on
of
there.
chaos
I'm like,
flag. I had no idea
Yeah,
where
I
the
looked-
fuck I was gonna put it.
Look at the tickets
Yeah,
and that.
They still have 3-day
Yeah, I
passes,
saw-
just not.
oh,
they?
Jesus, how much are they? Jesus, I'm like, oh,
Yeah, what are the
Cost
3-day
$100.
passes?
how much are the 3
They
day?
were 170. 175.
Yeah, I'm looking on here, and it says on the
172.
Eventbrite that ticket price range from $15 to $278.
But yeah,
yeah, they marked them up a little bit
That's
after.
4 day, yeah.
Yeah, they had
278.
to make up the losses.
Ah, yeah.
Wait,
okay.
they're $278 for 3 days.
no,
That was
That's
4
part
day.
of the 4-day pass.
the 3-day was like 172.
Dude, that's a deal. To me, that's a
And-
fucking deal for all
not
you're
that
getting
bad.
there.
So the
Ooh,
bands,
atheist.
the bands you would miss are Acid Witch, Primitive Man, Mortiferum, Skeletal Remains, Mortician are kind of the big ones.
That's the Thursday night.
Mm.
Is that the Thursday night
Yautja.
thing?
Yeah, that's Thursday.
Yeah.
See,
Which that's the weakest of the days,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But
That-
Portaferum,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Friday
you
when you
start
kick
before.
off at Edison Law with Atheist on there, and you got Carcass Massacre, Monstrosity, Obituary, and
I had no idea what you're paying. I had no idea what you're going to pay for a room down there. But I mean, like I only live an hour from the show, but unfortunately,
I'd have to
my
pay
health-
for a
probably gonna
ticket
make
for the
it.
show, whatever days. I had to pay for a plane ticket. I
Yeah,
had to pay
the
for
plane ticket's gonna
hotels.
be-
Unless, because I know Metal Ben and Mean Metal Mike, who are on my channel, are thinking of going down there. I could share a room with them, so that might be that. But it still had to cover the cost of buying a ticket for all the days I would be there, and for a plane ticket to and back.
There's also a pre-show too. There's a day before club show with Immolation, Uwada.
Oh, what ooh, I love what.
If you get to Maryland,
right.
brother, I got a room for you, sir. I got a place for you to crash.
Thank you, but that doesn't mean I'm out of the. I still need to buy a ticket, a plane ticket to Maryland, and then back to Texas. And tickets for the show.
Well, you're dropping about. You're probably dropping about $800 there, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Depending on
I'm
what
a
day or
budget
something like
brand
that.
for
That's
that
just.
shit. All the merch.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
even have
I didn't
enough
know
for
it was-
Christmas
we're not-
money.
don't
to
even
spend.
But let
expect
me
Carry on the extra
Ryan.
baggage for the planes to get all that shit back home.
Ryan, let me throw
Records
something
goodbye.
at you, man.
Mhm.
So the other guys here know that I just want to throw something at you to make you think about something. So I'm 56 years old and I have a terminal illness. And unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be around in May. But you only get to do something sometimes once in your life.
Yes.
So if you have the opportunity to do it, you might want to do it because, I'm not going to get to do it the way things are looking for me. So I'm just saying, you might want to fucking, if you can afford to do it, and you're not going to, I don't know if you're married and your wife will kill you.
No. I'm just a early 30s man living with my parents, for Christ's sakes.
Well, then if I were you, man, I'd start saving your money up, and
Yeah.
you can always get a plane ticket a month before, but you want to probably get your 3-day week ticket now, and just Chris is offering you a place to crash at.
Damn
So,
right, I got you.
That'd be awesome.
You slide him some money for driving you, getting you around or whatever, and because you're probably not going to get an opportunity to do something like this again.
I can vouch for Chris.
Yeah.
He's a solid dude.
Yeah.
And so,
Hey, I had a
I'm just
blast when the
saying,
Thralls guys came.
because I could tell you, if I wasn't facing what I'm facing, I'd be driving down and back every day. I would, because I live close enough I could do it, and I'd be fucking probably going out and picking Rick up and saying, "Come on, let's go. You're going with me." And Rick would be going, "No, man, I got to work. No, you can call off today. Just
Look,
call
you're
the fuck
sick.
off.
You look peaked today. Look at you.
You don't look well, Rick. I think you need to jump in my car. We need to drive down and listen to some death metal."
Yeah, the fresh air will help. We'll roll
And
the
hang
window
out with
down.
Necrotic Nick and the Crypt Keeper and all. So I'm just saying, man. You just never know when life's gonna throw you a fucked up curveball that makes doing the things that you want to do, you're unable to do them.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, I don't want to let that moment go without saying, Jeff, I hope that is wrong, brother. I hope you outlast that prediction, sir. I really do.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad, Chris. It's getting real bad right now. way sicker than I look to you. I mean, I'm having trouble walking now these days, and all kinds of issues with my breathing, all kind of shit going. I don't want to make it about that, but I just wanted Ryan to hear a good reason why he should say, you know what,
important words, brother. Important words, man.
Because you just don't know, man. You don't, I mean, no offense.
Yeah.
No offense, Ryan could drive to work tomorrow and get hit by a fucking freight train. But I mean, and I hope that doesn't happen. I'm just saying it could. So
look both ways.
Yeah.
Yes.
It does work both ways.
It's all about the experience.
Well, look both ways at the railroad crossings too. Yeah.
Look both ways. Yes. Look both ways.
Trains aren't sneaky.
The older I get, the more convinced I've become that it's all about the experiences, man. You know, the experiences of what the
now
deal is.
there is things you have to take into account. Like I would say, Jake, you should really come out for this. But I know Jake has a girlfriend that he lives with that he may have a tough time getting that one by on. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also know that, I'm not the biggest death metal guy.
That's true.
Put obituaries there.
But you'd find
there's a good dozen bands that I would love to see, but I'm not going to drop that kind of money.
That's a lot of money for 12 bands. I agree.
Think about all the greatest albums you could buy.
Way more interested in going to that Fire in the Mountains if I was going.
Hey, crazy white boy, I'll go on a Wires fan tour for sure. And I'm from Maryland, and I'll still do that. But
yeah, Jake, you should really be thinking long and hard about that Fire in the Mountains, man, because that's your speed right there, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah. I won't make it to that one, but I think I'll make it to the next one for sure.
Yeah, that is such a good festival.
But they've been that way every single time they've had stacked lineups.
I didn't see them stacked like this one, but here I'm an enslaved boy, so it's like, if it wasn't them, I probably would be like, I mean, no offense, I like Panopticon, they're cool and everything, but and I think I saw Marty said something about the Nachachwins there too.
Yeah, and he said in the Nachachwins playing an acoustic set. Right,
but I mean, like, if Enslaved wasn't there, I don't know. I don't think I would go, but I love Enslaved so much that if I was going to be healthy, I'd definitely be coming out for that if I could do it.
Yeah,
Yob would be enough for me. That's enough of a lore.
Yob.
Incredible. Yeah, actually, it was my brother-in-law and I had the same discussion about like the pandemic and everything. How it's like, dude, I feel like we all got to miss out on so much stuff we took for granted. Shows, just going out and meeting people. Like, we both pretty much said, I don't want to miss any of that shit anymore. Like, not
no, right? No way.
Yeah, same here.
Unless it's like some sort of fucking twisted apocalypse, which fuck it, I'm gonna see if I can survive it. Why not?
Yeah, same.
But I want to do.
It's not like you're gonna see a bunch of tired bands either. They're all itching to play. It's like
yeah, man, exactly. I gotta believe the next few shows like this on this level. People are leaving them fuckers on body bag and on stretchers and shit, man. I mean, that's gonna happen.
Well, the other thing too to look at with this Maryland Death Fest is several of those bands. I don't know that they're going to get back into the States and do tours like Dismember and Sacramentum, and some of those bands just aren't the European bands.
Yeah,
they would struggle to sell a lot of tickets in a lot of to do a big U.S. tour.
It would have to be a fest like this. Yeah.
Yep.
Like what's that, Rick?
Yeah, this is the only way they could really see it and make it
right. Exactly. So that's why this one's pretty special in a lot of ways because every one of the Maryland Death Fest is good, but I don't think I've ever there just hasn't been as any that have been of this magnitude.
Skeletal remains, man. Skeletal remains.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of interested to see how many offshoot tours will break off of this.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of them, man. Because
I don't know, man. All these bands are going to be together for 4 days talking behind the scenes. I got to believe some of that's going to.
That's a chance to happen.
Right.
A lot of bands will plan a tour so that they arrive, to Baltimore to play the fest and then
Yeah, but what I'm
back
getting
out
at,
on their tour.
I get what you're saying, but like okay, for example, a band like Carcass can go out and play the
Oh, yeah.
U.S.
Yeah.
make a fair amount of money to cover everything. A band like Sacramento, I don't know, man. I just don't know. A band like
Corner.
yes, a U.S. band like Skeletal Remains,
Corner, you.
Incantation, they can do a small little van tour and they can make enough money to get through it. But these big U.S. Okay, Dismember's a huge Euro death metal band, but I don't think they would unless they were packaged with several other bands. Unless we find out in the coming months that they have these, maybe like an East Coast tour starting at like Boston, New York, Philly, Baltimore, do MDF, maybe go down and do DC and maybe, one other gig or something. Yeah, I could see that. But I just don't see them going around the U.S. because, man, touring the U.S. is very expensive. To go all around the U.S., it is fucking incredibly expensive.
Yeah,
Especially now that
not the geography is not the same. Like here we got this wide ass spread of lands.
Expands, and you're talking a lot of money in fuel, man. Especially now that it looks like now, and what gas has gone up? What, $1.50 or almost $2 a gallon already?
Well, we've been lapped. America's been lapped. There was a time where we're a front runner for metal, where we were a front runner for festivals, and that is no longer the case.
Yeah.
We're second or third fiddle at this point at best.
Yeah, when it comes on to big fests, yeah.
And the other
right.
reason is a lot of those European countries you can get to fairly easily inside the continental Europe, and it's not as expensive to travel over there. So a lot of U.S. bands go over there to make money, man, because that's where they make fucking money.
Oh yeah,
they don't make it here.
Dying Fetus would rather be in Europe than in America.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're treated to rabid fan bases.
Or you go to the UK and you can play 8 or 10 or 12 dates in the UK and make really good money, and there's very little travel.
In a small little area, right? Yeah. To do that here, you got to put hundreds of miles in, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, thousands of miles. If you're playing New York City, and then think about it, when you're playing New York City, you might play Cleveland, and then where's the next place you're going to play? Chicago or Detroit?
Yep.
Chicago or Detroit. If you're going west.
Baltimore. Yeah.
If you're going west, I'm saying. If you're going west, then what do you have between Chicago and fucking Seattle? Nothing. No. There's nothing there.
St. Paul, baby. There you go.
You ain't gonna.
Look, I know. I was just thinking, my man Jake is like, "What about me, motherfucker? You got Utah."
Forgetting about fucking Salt Lake City.
Yeah, but how
that's pretty different from St. Paul,
Dallas,
especially during the winter.
If they go to Denver, they may pop over, but Salt Lake's kind of like.
That's all on the way from Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle.
Well, that's not exactly on the way.
Hey, you got a lot of good bands coming out of Utah.
So, here's something fucked up though. There's a big tour coming through. They're playing 3 fucking Colorado dates. Not a single Salt Lake. Not a single Utah date.
Who's that?
It's the Decibel Tour or one of these other, big magazine.
Is it the one with the Obituary and Prong?
Yeah, the Obituary.
Oh, yeah, I want to see that.
3 fucking Colorado shows.
Fucking
how
Prong,
far does
dude.
it travel? How far is the closest Chicago or Colorado show?
5 hours.
Is it that far? Yeah, that's
shit.
a long way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, that's like driving for me. For me, that'd be like driving to probably Cleveland, actually.
Yeah.
That's
if I was to
way.
go to Colorado, my sister lives in Denver, and that's a 7 to 8 hour drive.
Wow.
So that's where I would go.
Yeah.
It's about 3.5 to Youngstown for that midnight show that I went to.
Wow.
That's
really?
a lot.
Yeah,
you did that.
I went to a place called Jerome, Idaho. It's about an hour and a half.
Fucking Jerome, Idaho. Right on.
I went there to see the Black Dahlia murder. That was a 4-hour drive.
Fucking Verminous, baby. God damn it. I love that release so much.
Yeah.
I love the Black Dahlia Murder. I'm a fucking Black Dahlia fucking fan.
I went to
Dude,
Denver.
I guess
Denver
Trevor's
once for a
mom just
show.
died.
What's that?
I
I
guess
went to
Trevor's
Denver.
mom
Oh,
just died recently.
Fuck. He just did a guest vocal on. He's a guest vocal on something that we're playing on the show next week. I forget what.
Is that the guy with that Ellis guy on guitar?
Yeah, Brendan Ellis. That dude is
That kid's a fucking great guitar player, man. Holy shit, he's good.
Yeah,
Just saw him doing a video on like Instagram the other day. I'm like, man, that guy's fucking good. I don't really know very well though.
It was his the first solo he ever did for Black Dahlia was the Jars, the song Jars. I think I watched that same video and was like, dude, like his phrasing is unbelievable. He's more of like a classic heavy metal guy that just likes to play death metal.
He's almost like a Yngwie type dude the way he plays.
Shred loves him, but he needed another new young guitar hero to idolize, and dude.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like Salt Lake, it doesn't seem to me like Salt Lake gets a lot of quality fucking tours, do they?
We do.
Unless you're a super big name.
No, we get some pretty good tours.
Do you?
But then you'll have like one-off tours that'll do that and not come here, and they'll play 2-3 Colorado shows. But we're not like super. We don't get. We probably get about 50% of the major tours come through.
I just can't see a lot of death metal or black metal popping through the
But do you get
confines.
Do you get the Book of Mormon played? Do they play that there a lot?
Yeah, actually, it comes through. It gets the anti-Mormon community gets riled up.
Wait,
I'll bet that's fucking true. That's fucking hilarious.
But
correct me if I'm wrong, but ain't Uwada from Utah?
No.
Oregon.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're Pacific Northwest.
No, the biggest kind of.
What are you talking about, man?
There might have been a band I remember from Utah or something, but I can't remember.
It's
Joseph Smith. I met this dude there named Joseph Smith once.
Caladan Brood.
He told me about something.
Oh yeah.
Gold or
Yeah,
Caladan Brood, Visigoth, Gallowbraid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those. Yeah, those.
What
Yeah, I
do
know that.
Cult Leader is probably the biggest band from Utah.
Dude, Cult Leader is pretty damn awesome. I didn't like the last one as much, but the two before I really got into was A Lightless Walk.
Lightless Walk and the one before it. The one before it's really good. I love that one.
That one's definitely, I think, the crustier of the two.
It's got the song Driftwood on it. That song.
Nothing for Us Here. Yeah, Patient Man was different.
They were before that they went by Gaza.
Dude, there's a fucking name drop, man. I have Gaza's first two albums. I haven't jammed those guys in forever.
Then they broke up because one of the members was accused of sexual assault. So they dropped him and started Cult Leader.
Oh, Cult Leader's doing pretty damn well.
Yeah.
There was another band from Utah.
Killers. Anybody remembers?
Whoa. We just got wind tunneled.
Uh-oh.
Oh, apologies.
Chelsea Grin. There you go.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah, we don't claim them.
I don't blame you.
Eagle Twin.
Why no death metal, Jake? Why no death metal fans, sir?
Eagle Twin's a pretty good band.
I don't know them. Oh yeah, you guys got the Used.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude! I used to fucking date a girl that played that goddamn box full of sharp objects. Oh, for fuck's sake!
I can't do it. Apparently, my nuts dropped too low to actually sing like the dude from the Used.
Imagine Dragons. I think one of the guys from Imagine Dragons is Utah.
Oh god damn it! You have to move based on that.
I'm
you have
trying
to relocate the family, bro.
You're too cool for school.
I can't stand that band.
I mean,
Yeah.
you've been sitting there and soaking in Utah
Listen
for
to
too
this.
long there, huh?
Yeah, man.
Soaking and jamming the dragons.
Soaking it in. Jake, man, why are you not a death metal fan? What do you not like about death metal, Jake?
I don't dislike death metal. I'm just not as into it as black metal.
Right.
You know?
I
So
probably feel exactly that way about black metal myself.
Yeah, you could say vice versa, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
I've grown out.
But Nick has picked up Cannibal Corpse and Obituary in recent weeks, so the tides are changing.
Oh, Jeff, you haven't been watching my videos. Let me pull out.
Hey, Nick, Jake, don't feel bad. I haven't watched anybody's videos.
Yeah, he doesn't discriminate.
Oh wow.
I don't discriminate. I hate
Not
all
even-
you fucking.
Oh, damn.
Not even like
I thought I was
not even
the
like
only
Jenna
one.
Hayes. You haven't been watching Jenna Hayes.
I have. Oh, dude, that's going way back. That's going way back. Reaching for Jenna Hayes. Whoa.
Ooh.
He's talking to the wife.
Or the dog.
Hey,
Yeah, sorry, the wife and the dog are yelling
should
at
we
me.
go?
both.
Listen, I haven't been watching Jenna Hayes, but I have been checking out Sika lately. So
Oh, okay. That's old school, baby.
that's
Huh?
old school. Fucking right.
Yeah, shit, 80s girl. Yeah, I like it.
Sorry,
Nothing wrong.
No, I apologize, Jake. I have not seen. I've watched a couple of Nick's videos. I've watched a little bit of Rick's, but I can't watch the same shit over and over again. It seems like that's all. Whenever a new album comes out, everybody has to review the new album, or everybody has to show it off. It's like, all right.
That's cool. I'll just sit here and let you call me boring. That's fine. That's great. I like
Yeah,
that.
right.
That's good.
I know.
Constructive criticism,
I
Jeff.
know, right?
That's awesome.
He's like, hey,
My
Jeff.
feelings, right?
Constructive criticism.
Hey,
I'll
Jeff.
take it.
I'm
Yeah,
happier than ever. I pull my dick out for my videos now. At least we
I
can
know
sing
what you
for
need.
ourselves.
You need puppets. Some animatronics.
That's exactly right.
Oh fuck, dude! Hey Rick, let's go, man. You and me, let's start the Puppets fucking
Yeah,
metal
right?
review show tomorrow, bro.
So wait. So wait. I have to sit under the table and manipulate
right.
the puppet's mouth.
Yeah, it's the chromium dioxide show.
Yeah, but hey, we'll be Rem Henson's Productions.
Yep.
Oh,
Fuck me.
I think Jake went to get a bunch of death metal albums or something.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen what he's got. At least some of it. I don't know.
Y'all done pissed in that man's Wheaties now. See,
Who's pissed off at me now?
I couldn't find a couple of them. But
Christ almighty, he's even got a fucking Napalm Death shirt on. What the hell
that's a
is
great
going
shirt.
on?
That's the Nazi
I
punk stuck off
assumed
shirt.
you were a deather.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's beautiful.
Wow.
That's a beautiful thing you hold there, sir.
Oh, there it is.
That's like one of my favorite albums of ever.
What is going on with this guy?
No. Let's. Oh no, he's
There you
batting
go.
1,000 right now,
He is knocking
Man.
them out of the park left and right here, sir.
dude.
Look, I thought you
Oh.
just said, "Oh, well, come on." You just said you weren't a death metal
Greatest
guy,
hits right here.
and you just threw out some
then
of the biggest.
I was gonna
Bad.
pull out Star Spawn, Blood Incantation, and
Well.
Time Ghoul. I couldn't find
My-
those two. I
my
didn't look
God.
super hard, but
What is going on with this guy?
I love
Yeah.
this change.
These are
There,
beautiful
there wasn't a
things.
single greatest hits in that stack.
Yeah,
I've
right.
just been working on, pulling in some of these classics, adding them to the collection.
Well, there's only one thing to say, Jake. I guess you've shown me, haven't you?
I'm never going to be,
I love you, Jeff.
Ken's Death Metal Crypt or, Liam
That's
pulling
true.
in all the, hot new releases.
Yeah. What is Liam's claim to fame now? He has the new wave of British doom bands. Is that what it's called, or no? What was it called?
British Death Doom.
British Death Doom. That's it.
British Death Doom.
Is that what it is, or is it just British Death? No, just British Death Metal.
Maybe it's British
New wave
Death
of British
Metal.
Death Metal. That's what it is.
There's a fair amount. The Celestial Sanctuary. I'd put them in there. Those guys are good.
And
Oh, that's-
I didn't mean that as a dig at either Ken or Liam.
I got you.
like both of their channels.
We
but
got you.
Dude,
Yeah,
you got some
I like it.
legit classics, dude. Those first, that Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten, and Pierce from Within, fucking damn near perfect.
Oh, dude, that obituary, man.
Dude,
That's
Cause of
fine.
Death is
Yeah,
the
Cause
shit.
of Death is. Like, yeah, I want that played at my funeral and shit.
Dude, it's,
For real.
you added James Murphy. That's
Yeah.
instant fucking awesomeness.
Fuck
Dude,
yeah.
I just got those cancer reissues. I didn't fucking need them, but I got them.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Death Shall Rise and fucking
Nice.
oh shit.
Beautiful. Those are beautiful
Well,
things.
Debut. Fuck.
I'll
I think
start a
having
scat.
back in those
Here
early
is-
years.
Tell
Here is
Schuler
a
I'll
death
start a
metal
scat
album.
metal band with you, man. We'll sing about shit. Let's do it.
What's that one?
Oh, that's a great one. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
What is it?
Engravement
Bereavement.
Graven? I don't know if I know that one.
Oh,
out of
Oh,
Minneapolis.
nice. I don't even know that one.
They're a bunch of
I
youngsters.
think I might have got that one in a metal box once, actually, even actually. Now that you say that.
That's cool.
I think I got a button from that too, even.
The youngsters, look at that.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
That
dude.
look
How
like
about
they're
them?
just-
What's that band? Torture Demon. Have you guys checked them kids out yet, man? Them dudes are like 16 years old, man, and they're badass, man. Torture
I just
Demon.
found out
Check them
about-
out. Yeah.
Tortured Demon.
I found out about these guys through Justin.
Oh,
He
okay.
shared a post on Facebook about them, canceling. They backed out of a show because another one of the groups was accused of basically being sexual predators, and they're like, "Hey, we're not gonna play
fuck.
with these guys." So I
Jesus
was like,
Christ,
"I
what
respect the hell out of that." So I checked it out, and
Yeah, right on.
it's a good fucking EP. Be
Where are
great.
they from? Where are they from?
Minneapolis.
Oh, they're from
Oh.
his hometown then.
Yeah, that's why he was sharing it. It was just like, hey,
And what was the deal? They backed out of the show because they found out someone else on the bill was
yeah, there was a guy that was a real fucking creep
loser.
in one of the other bands, and they're like, hey,
Oh yeah. That's
they
not
brought
the,
it.
that's not
what?
the dude that was in that black metal band, was it?
No, it wasn't the one from
What are they called? The shit.
False. Was that False?
False. Yeah. Yep.
No, this was. It's not a. It wasn't a big band by any means. It was another local band.
Right.
And even Justin was like, "Yeah, I've seen."
Oh
that
yeah.
He's
Who
a
was
fucking
that band
creep.
that was accused and they ended up being totally fucking exonerated? Yeah, what was that?
Oh,
Was deceased, right?
Well,
Decapitated, right?
Decapitated.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that story, man. I actually dug into that a little bit. That shit was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
You know, that was a bunch of straight hearsay bullshit that fucking overzealous cops got involved and fucking that shit is nuts, man.
Yeah, that's why sometimes when things first break out, I don't take it at face value just because
Yeah.
you don't know all the facts.
They were,
dude.
as soon as they said they were willing to provide whatever DNA evidence, like whatever you guys need, we'll give you that because we know we didn't do this. But they still had to sit there and rot because of all the processing and shit like that. And then finally they were cleared, and it's like, oh, cool, we can finally go home.
Wait,
Dude,
is that the band with the dude Vogue is in or whatever? Bard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Barge.
No, Bog.
Vogue.
Oh,
B.O.
oh,
Yeah,
oh,
that's the guitarist.
Yeah.
And then he went in. I think he's in. Isn't he with Flynn now? Isn't he? And Machine Head.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Really? I'm not a machine.
I want to say,
yet.
didn't he? I can't remember if he actually helped out on the last Fear Factory too.
Wait,
I know. Yeah, he was definitely on the last EP and on the new full length that'll come out probably next year for Machine Head.
Shoot, I don't have this. That early
God damn it.
Decapitate is fucking crazy.
Oh, dude.
That shit is so fucking technical. It's ridiculous.
Dude, Nihility, fucking,
I don't know the
Negation.
Yeah, I don't know the names of the first albums because
Organic Hallucinosis, that one, I frequently come back to that one. Oh, dude, there's so many good songs. That
I
It's
just think
just-
that their demos, man. Like that.
Dude, yeah. I got that too. How,
Insane.
like, wasn't fucking, Vitek, wasn't he like 12 or 13 when he was
yeah,
doing
they were
that
very,
drumming?
very young.
Holy
Get
Jesus.
around the head around
14, I
that.
think.
Yeah, it's so pinpoint fucking accurate. Like that is like in terms of bands that can syncopate shit so damn well. How could they do that when they were so fucking young?
That's bizarre.
Like
Very
up
bizarre.
on the water in Poland.
Well, it's like the Death Angel guys. I think Gus, the drummer, was 14,
Yeah,
14 years old.
and most of the guys were 15.
yeah.
Rob was 16, 15 or
Yeah.
16. And well, actually, they may have all been 15 now that I think of it.
Yeah, they were super young. They actually had to have like essentially like a thrash metal den mother take them to the shows and shit.
To go with them to shows. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man.
Those fuckers changed my life, man. They changed the way I said I'm bored, like for the rest of my whole life. You know what I mean? Because of that song, I used to tell my mother all the time, like, I'm bored. And start walking away from her and shit. But yeah, you know.
Dude, that debut was so goddamn good.
Stole smokes, man.
Oh man, fantastic!
Priest.
Game changers, man. Those were game changers.
The 10-minute fucking instrumental. That's
Ultraviolence.
Ultraviolence. God, that song fucking rips, man. Yeah. And I tell you, they might be the most consistent of the thrash bands. Every one of their albums.
I'm putting Overkill with them there.
Well, Overkill had a couple.
Yeah, they had some misfires in the 90s. I mean, honestly, it might not be the most popular opinion. I'm not a big fan of Frolic in the Park by Death Angel.
Yeah.
It's not on the same level as Ultraviolence.
No, I agree. But that's
that's a Rembrandt, man. You're comparing something to a Rembrandt there.
Dude, Act 3 though. Act 3
what's the newer one with good. Like the moth on it?
Oh yeah, that's an amazing record too. The Divide. Yeah,
is that right?
I don't have that one. I got the one with the.
You mean the song's called the? There's a song on there called the Moth.
The Evil Divide.
Evil Divide. That's it.
Evil Divide. That right. The most recent one is the Humanicide, right?
Humanicide, yeah. And they're all fucking good, man. I love.
Yeah,
Mark's probably one of the best actual vocalists from that whole era. And he can actually sing.
Yeah. Dude,
like we started off talking about Exodus, and I got to be honest with you, the last couple, the new tracks, I'm not crazy about fucking Zetro's voice, man.
I've never been crazy about Zetro.
Like he just has that.
I love that, man. I love Zetro.
I like Dukes better.
I love Zetro. I love Dukes too. I love Paul. You know, I was a Bailoff guy for sure. But...
Yeah, dude. I mean, Bottom by Blood's fucking still incredible.
Yeah. That's Rembrandt material again. That's Rembrandt.
Dukes gave them a little bit more of a death metal vibe to them, and a little bit more of a hardcore like.
Yeah,
Dukes,
I would say
Dukes was great live too, man.
Right, he is. Oh, he's great live. Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong. The problem, I think, Zetro's great live as a frontman, but he just has that yelpy fucking.
You're hurting my soul right now, man. You're killing me in my guts, dude. You're stabbing me.
I want to love Zetro, but
I love Zetro.
I agree. He is awesome live. So,
I'm hopefully gonna get my chance.
Just so you know, Jeff is a very vocals kind of guy. He doesn't like the vocals.
Big time, man. If he
doesn't like the vocals, you don't like it.
Well, no. What normally happens with me, if I'm struggling with the vocals, it rarely ever gets better.
Are you overall a death metal fan though?
Yeah.
A genre not known for its vocals.
Well, you were not into it right away, right? It was like it kind of had to grow on you.
There was Opeth, right?
Wait, say that again. I missed that. What's that?
I'm saying you weren't always a death metal guy.
Oh no. In fact, when I first heard Deicide and Death and Cannibal Corpse, I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me! This is awful." But strangely enough, Opeth somehow brought me around, and I don't exactly know why, but Blackwater Park was the album that made me turn around and go back and go, wait a minute, I got to reinvestigate this a little bit. Now, there's certain death metal guys, like I'm not a big Glenn Benton fan. I just think he sounds like a fucking barking troll.
I mean, he kind of is.
I just do. So there's certain guys I'm not into, but like I didn't really like John Tardy when I first heard him, but I came around on him. I did come around on him. But then there's other dudes like
nobody sounds like John Tardy. That's the other thing too.
Oh,
that's
the thing. I want John Tardy to do books on tape.
Tardy's insane on purpose, though. It's overemphasized on purpose.
Well, and like Chuck's vocals. When I first heard him, I just was like,
Chuck.
But I love. I love Chuck now. I love Chuck. I mean, he's one of my
Yeah.
favorites. So, you know, it can happen, and it does happen with certain guys. But, and look, I think Zetro lays it all out there, man. He fucking puts it out there. And I mean, he's a great front man, and he just really involves the crowd, and he's a very pro crowd guy. He's a pro fan guy. It's just his voice grates on me after a while. It's like I can't. I like it in bits and pieces. I can't listen to it like endlessly, you know.
And if you give him candy, he'll be your friend forever.
Probably, I would imagine.
He loves candy.
And
That's a candy lover do.
But I mean, there's certain guys that, you know, Benton's one of those guys I've just never gotten into, man. And I'm not gonna lie to you.
You're breaking my heart right now, Jeff.
Jeff Becerra. I don't fucking love his voice either.
I like Jeff vocals. I think he's got that halfway between thrash and death metal thing, and I don't know. He's just kind of dramatic in how he enunciates things.
Like signature, yep.
Yeah. So you know, but Rick's right. Rick kind of knows me. He knows that.
So we heard of Opeth, then you go back, right? And then you go to Brave Murder Day, and then you go to that's another Michael album. But.
Yeah, that was Brave Murder Day was an early one for me, and like for example, I don't really like Jonas's death metal vocals on Dance of December Souls because I don't think he was very good at it.
Yeah,
I mean, you listen to Brave Murder Day and you listen to Mike, it's night and day different. Yeah. You know what I mean? And to me, when Mike was at his peak around Deliverance, nobody touched that guy on death metal vocals. I just don't think anybody was as good as him. Because he had the harshness and the force behind it. But man, when he fell off a cliff, though, he really fell off.
Yeah, I think Chuck is underappreciated for range. I really do. For being a death metal vocalist, I think Chuck had more of a different approach. Matter of fact, I think someone typed in the comments there that he had a different approach per record, and I totally agree with that, actually. I think each record had a different tone, a different approach to it.
He did have a different vibe, like from
Granted, he was going to migrate, I guess, prog-ish, you know what I mean?
Well, he was trying to get to a point with Control Denied where he was more of a
he didn't even want to sing anymore at that point. You know,
he tried. He didn't like his vocals though.
Right.
But I mean, he wanted to be more of a power metal or traditional metal singer, and he couldn't really do that, so he had the death vocal. And you know, I love Chuck's vocals. He's one of my favorites. But he wasn't at first. And,
wasn't Jeff Tate available at the time? You're like, hey, could you imagine?
Doubt it. But like for example, I can't fucking stand Chris Barnes, man. Cannot stand that.
Me either. I can't either.
I mean, the early stuff, I can still tolerate. His vocal patterns got, especially on like Eaten Back to Life, were very predictable.
I can't believe there was ever discussions about who was better between him and Corpse. That's insane to me. How was that ever even debatable? It's insane.
Close at all.
My favorite.
The Bleeding was
the Bleeding. The Bleeding is my favorite Cannibal Corpse album to this day. Some of the best songs they ever wrote, and Barnes did a pretty good job on the vocals there. But
that was my first Cannibal album, like out the gate, just like with the Bleeding.
Was that their first?
Yeah, but it's Corpse, man.
Were they on a major before that one?
No, they've been on Metal Blade there.
They've always been on Metal Blade. Okay.
Time, still there.
See, but I remember a very early period because Slayer was one of the first. Slayer and Bathory was some of the first extreme metal I heard. And man, when I first heard Bathory at first, I was like, "Come on, man, you got to be kidding me!" Like that first Bathory album, which I still don't. I like that album. I like the music, but I don't like his vocals on it.
I love it.
But then he got much better.
I like the raw, punky black metal sometimes like that.
Well, it's there, there's no doubt. But I mean, but I remember hearing like Hell Awaits and thinking, oh my God, this is terrible. But I don't think that anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, it was a process for me because
See, Slayer hit me when I was hungry for something heavier. I was hungry for that. Slayer came into my life right as I was like, where's that next thing, you know? And Slayer was the answer to that for sure.
But Chris, you gotta see like
if you were
my
used to
early bands
like something that was not as slick, like Master of Puppets or something, you wanted to kind of
Right. Yeah. So very true.
But see, for me though, you know, the music I listened to predominantly before death metal was, you know, I was listening to Rush, and I was listening to Yes, and I was listening to Genesis and Robert Plant, you know, Zeppelin, and you know those, and Blue Oyster Cult, you know, that kind of shit. So when I try to assimilate these vocals that, you know, let's put it this way, even when Hetfield at his most extreme still was melodic, there was still a fair amount of melody to his voice. You know, I mean, not melody in the Beatles sense or something like that, but he still had a tuneful voice that you could, you know what I mean? Like there was still some semblance of melody to it. But when I got to death metal, like first attempts at, I was like, this doesn't even fucking sound like singing. What is this? It just sounds like.
Man, Bailoff, in many ways, if you will, I feel like Bailoff set the tone for some of that. Now, granted, I'm not saying Bailoff was a death singer, but that attitude where it became, man, I want to be anti everything this hair shit is. All that whole hair movement.
Well, yeah.
I'm going to be against that, and I think that bled into what became almost anti-vocalist. You know, and on death metal, vocalists were an anti-singing almost, if you will. You know?
To me, the very first anti-singing that I ever remember hearing was absolutely Venom. Venom was the first band I ever heard that I was like, all right, the music is cool, but what the fuck is up with the vocals? And really, it was just kind of like Lemmy, less tuneful. You know,
right.
to me,
a
Cronus,
shittier band.
Yeah, to me, Cronus
but
is
I
like,
love Venom, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do too, but to me, Cronus is
raw, very raw, especially
is the less palatable Lemmy.
Yeah, that wasn't why people went to this though. The musicianship was not like as slick. Like, that's why Sodom and those, you know, some of those early albums.
Oh yeah,
so, right. That whole Teutonic movement, right, was rusty and dirty, and you know.
But it was they just took the early versioning thrash and just went heavier with it.
Went dirtied it up. Venom was the first band I ever listened to where I felt like I was doing something wrong. Like, man, I'm fucking up here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've stepped outside of the norm here.
What was their first album? Was it 82 or 83?
I believe 82 was. Yeah, let me check right now. You're asking an old stoner, so.
Yeah, was it the first Venom
Welcome
album?
to Hell was 81. Welcome to Hell was in 1981.
Was 81, okay.
Yep.
So in essence, they were even around. They were around before Metallica then.
Oh yeah. I've heard Hetfield mention Venom amongst his influences, even. You know, with Diamond Head and all that shit.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember when I pretty much remember reading Kerrang about Venom and checking them out.
For me, it was black metal, I believe. Black metal in 82, I think.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine gave me the cassette tape, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck
That was back when Metallica was still trying to get John Bush to join.
You'd have been in like middle school listening to that, right?
Yeah, yes sir.
Yeah, like
funnily enough, Vincent Matthews, who at one point was the singer for Dying Fetus, who's now in Criminal Element, gave me my very first Venom cassette.
No kidding.
Yeah.
How about that shit?
And I remember thinking, this is some shit I don't want my parents to hear me listening to right here. Buddy.
Well, you know, I remember in 1980 going over to my buddy's house and listening to the first Iron Maiden album. And being like, oh man, my parents can't know about this, you know.
Yeah.
You know, they just can't know about this shit, you know.
I have an older brother who hates me to this day, but when we were young, he's 8 years older than me. Every time he wasn't home, I'd fucking get a screwdriver and break the lock on his door so I could go listen to his records, man. And that's where I discovered pretty much everything from Sabbath to Foghat to Journey to Genesis to you know, and the early Diamond Head and fucking all that shit, you know, like I discovered Iron Maiden and everything.
Oh
you
man, Fog Hat Live, man. That album in '77.
Phenomenal. I still have that record, brother. Yes,
Listen to
sir.
that thing endlessly. Slow Ride.
Blue Oyster Cult and UFO, and dude,
Oh, yeah.
I think of those times so fondly, man. It was such
Dude,
age of discovery, you know.
That was,
Here's what you can tell your brother. When your brother goes, remember when you used to break into my room? You can go, remember when you used to try to deprive me of this music?
Right, and he did, man. And you know, funnily, we don't speak now, but he used to tell me all the time. And honestly, my love for the death stuff came directly from his generation. Hated it. You know, he used to tell me all the time, dude, Led Zeppelin's going to last forever, but nobody's going to know who the fuck Metallica is in 5 years. Well, I think you might be wrong, brother. I think you might be wrong.
Hey, here's another one, man. Another big one for me, very early on, 77, 78. Double Live Gonzo, Ted Nugent. Now, Nugent's an asshole.
Oh,
man,
yeah. He's become a parody of a human being, but he is a badass. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, that album back then, man, that was some fucking serious jams. That and Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush Live. Oh,
I will never not get a fucking stiffy when I hear Free For All, goddammit. Never. I don't care. He might be a prick, but that song is goddamn fucking Viagra.
And Stranglehold's still a badass jam. I mean,
dude, that's such just a, I don't know, it's
kind
of a sexy song.
That Ted stands for, but that album, Great White Buffalo, and man, there was some good shit on there.
Jams Gummy, I'm with you, brother. Totally agree. GBH, man. I used to have a GBH jacket that I used to wear, man. That was signed by the band and everything.
Hey, guys. I'm going to take off.
All right, Jake.
All right.
You're falling out on us, Jake? Well, I subbed, man. I'll hit you up later, sir. We'll talk.
All right. Take care, guys.
Later, man. Actually, I'm getting
we should probably
too.
call it, huh?
I mean, it's, almost 3:30. Dude,
shit.
Awesome chatting with you guys, as always.
Thanks for having me, for real.
I think I've only had great conversations with all of you.
Yeah, you too, man. Back at you.
Nick, thanks for hooking us up. I'm glad we got a bunch of people to join in tonight.
Hey, not a problem, man. I only wish, sorry to everyone that was in the comments. We just kind of got wrapped up in conversation, but we saw you.
Yeah, we
love you.
didn't do too good on the comment thing tonight.
Hey, sub me, guys. Sub me. Give us a follow.
Yeah, dude, sub all these guys. So everyone that's been on this channel.
Yeah, I got you, man. Ryan disappeared, but I'm going to check him out, too.
Awesome. Yeah, I subbed you, Rick. I'll be checking you out, brother.
All right, thank
Chris. Good seeing you, brother.
Hey, Jeff, much love to you, man. I love you, brother. Stay in the fight, man.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thinking about you, bro.
We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what goes down, and if I'm still here in May and Vertical, I'll try to do what I can. Rick, I'll be talking to you because if there's any possible way I can make it down in December, maybe we can try to do that show together. If my kid gets me down there. I mean, I can't drive myself, but if I feel like I can do it, that may be one thing I try to do before, whatever. But all right, Chris, thanks, buddy. Nick, thanks, man, a million.
Hey, not a problem. Good.
Hey,
you guys be safe. Get some sleep.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you for chatting.
Later.
Night, guys.
Well, guys.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace.